All right. All right, good. Is it on? Good morning, everyone, and welcome members of the public. We welcome you to our regularly scheduled meeting of Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. Today is Tuesday, June 3rd, 2025. We take note that the quorum of the board is present. The Chief Executive Officer, County Counsel, and Executive Officer, and the Sergeant at Arms are all here to assist. We will begin today's board meeting with the land acknowledgement. The County of Los Angeles recognizes that we occupy land originally and still inhabited and cared for by the Tongva, Tataviam, Serrano, Quiche, and Chumash peoples. We honor and pay respect to their elders and descendants, past, present, and emerging, as they continue their stewardship of these lands and waters. We acknowledge that settler colonization resulted in land seizure, disease, subjugation, slavery, relocation, broken promises, genocide, and multi-generational trauma. This acknowledgement demonstrates our responsibility and commitment to truth, healing, and reconciliation, and elevating the stories, culture, and community of the original inhabitants of Los Angeles County. We are grateful to have the opportunity to live and work on these ancestral lands. We are dedicated to growing and sustaining relationships with Native peoples and local tribal governments, including, in no particular order, Fernandinho Tataviam Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Tongva Indians of California Tribal Council, Gabrielino Tongva San Gabriel Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians Quiche Nation, San Manuel Band of Mission Indians, San Fernando Band of Mission Indians. To learn more about the First Peoples of Los Angeles County, please visit the Los Angeles City, County, Native American Indian Commission website at lanaic.lacounty.gov. The invocation will be led by Athea Karim, Interfaith and Education Director, International Institute of Tolerance from the 2nd District, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by German Gabriel, former E4 35T Military Intelligence System Maintainer Integrator, United States Army from the 3rd District. If you are able, please stand.
I greet you with the Islamic greeting, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Peace be upon you with the mercy and blessings of God. I wish to thank the Board of Supervisors for graciously inviting me to give the invocation this morning. As the clouds of fear and uncertainty hover above us, as economic and food insecurity plagues families, and as mental health issues become more manifest among children and youth, and as the environmental issue impacts our world so decisively, it becomes more essential for us to rise with an ethical and moral consciousness to support and heal our souls and communities. Let us pray. In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, our Lord, we appear before you with humble hearts and hopeful minds. Put peace and love in our hearts for the diversity that makes our city so beautiful. Lord, most strong, give us the strength to protect and care for our neighbors. Lord, most merciful, allow us to show kindness to those vulnerable in society. Protect us from evil. Inspire and guide us in defending those open to abuse. Allah, our sustainer, allow us to care for our environment and sustain this world for future generations. Lord, most gracious, grant us patience to learn from one another, remove prejudice from our hearts, and enable us to love our brothers and sisters of all faiths I thank you, God, for these your servants, the Board of Supervisors, and for the way of service they have chosen to take up on behalf of all of us here. Guide them in the decisions they will make for the inhabitants of the city, and show them the path of justice and equity, so that you will be glorified through their decisions for Los Angeles. O most compassionate one, look with compassion on the whole human family. Take away the controversial teachings of arrogance, divisions, and hatreds which have badly infected our hearts. Reunite us in bonds of love and work through our struggle and confusion to accomplish your purpose on earth. Amen.
Good morning. Please face the flag. Place your right hand over your heart. If you're a veteran, you may render a salute and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Supervisor Mitchell?
Good morning, Los Angeles. Please join me in welcoming Atia Karim to today's board meeting. She co-founded the International Institute of Tolerance in the city of Carson to establish a hub for growth and creative dialogue between Muslims, including refugees and recent immigrants, the interfaith community, lay people, as well as elected officials. She currently serves as the Interfaith and Education Director, where she supports women and survivors of domestic violence by providing transcendental counseling and offering access to community resources. Ms. Karim is the co-founder and chair of the Greater Los Angeles Female Genital Mutilation Task Force, a coalition dedicated to ending this practice through education and culturally responsive intervention. She also launched the Awareness for Human Trafficking Night in partnership with the Department of Homeland Security and leads the Women as Peace Builders, Recognizing Our Worth, Embracing Our Diversity Forum. Ms. Karim counsels women from around the world and has facilitated exchange forums in South Africa, Australia, and Malaysia. She currently serves on the City of Carson's Bullying Prevention Commission. Ms. Karim has been recognized both locally and nationally for her work, receiving numerous awards and honors, including the Ambassador of Peace Award from the Interreligious and International Federation for World Peace, and she was recognized as a California Woman of the Year in 2016 by our legislature. Ms. Karim, please accept our heartfelt gratitude for your commitment to justice and human rights and defending women and girls, and for giving today's invocation on behalf of all of my colleagues on the board today. We thank and honor you.
Thank you. I'm honored. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Horvath?
I would like to. I'm sorry. Thank you for doing this. We're really glad that you're
All right. All right. I'm giving, is this working? Okay. I'm giving a first warning.
I'm asking you all to sit down. I'm asking you all. This is our second warning, and then we're going to have to clear the room. I'm asking you all to take a seat. We hear you, so I'm asking you, I'm going to ask that you be removed from the boardroom. All right, I'm going to ask you to be, we will ask you to be removed from the boardroom, all right? I'm going to ask the Sergeant at Arms to clear the entire room. Please. All right, Sergeant at Arms, that's the third warning. All right, all right. All right, Eddie, we're going to adjourn for 5 minutes. We're going to adjourn while they clear the boardroom.
Madam Chair, so we'll close the boardroom?
Yeah, we're going to clear the boardroom, and we're going to adjourn for 5 minutes while we clear the boardroom.
We're recessing for 5 minutes.
We are back in session, and I'm going to take liberty and introduce you all to a very special guest.
Here we go. Summertime is almost here, and there's nothing better than spending summer evenings at a dog park with this incredible 16-week-old pit bull mix. His name is Zorro, and Zorro is very mellow right now. He was found with his 9 siblings and is the last one awaiting a forever home. If you'd like to make Zorro's part of your summer fun, call the Agura Care Center at 818-991-0071 to adopt Zorro. And I can tell you, they think it's lab and pit bull, which I think the combination is amazing. And he's already a little bit trained to sit and walk in circles, right? So with that, again, Animal Care and Control, Agura Care Center at 818-991-0071. And I'd also like to direct your attention to the screen for our pet from Palmdale. This is our pet from Palmdale, and it is a 4-month-old German Shepherd available for adoption. You can call 661-575-2888 to adopt this sweet dog. And there's many up in the Antelope Valley that are looking for forever homes. So with that, this is Zorro. And I think a lot of people were eyeing Zorro in the back. Yeah, all right, we'll give a smile. Yeah, we'll go over here. And then we'll do, yeah, okay. You should get a picture with Holly. All right. And I'm supposed to highlight that on Saturday, September 7th is Adopt a Pet Day at all 7 of our care centers and across the entire state of California. Adoption fees will be waived for all pets, including the cost for their spay or neuter and microchip. It's made possible thanks to the partnership between the Department of Animal Care and Control, the California Animal Welfare Association and ASPCA, and San Francisco SPCA. So again, June 7th is Adopt a Pet Day. All fees are waived, including getting a microchip. So that will be that. Thank you. All right, and then Supervisor Horvath, I know you were gonna honor German Gabriel that gave us the salute to, or the pledge today, and I'm sorry that he was not able to, but I know that you gave him recognition for that. All right, so now we will move on to today's agenda. Executive Officer, please call the agenda.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Today's agenda will begin on page 2, Set Matter. Set Matter 1. On item Set Matter 1, Supervisor Horvath requests that this item be continued to July 1st, 2025, as indicated on the posted agenda. On page 3, Consent Calendar, Board of Supervisors, items 2 through 28. On item 7, Supervisor Hahn requests that this item be held. On item 15, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 17, Supervisor Horvath requests that this item be held. On item 22, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On items 26 and 27, Supervisor Solis requests that these items be held. On page 22, Administrative Matters, items 29 through 89. On item 29, Supervisor Mitchell requests that this item be held. On item 43, the Director of Health Services requests that this item be continued 1 week to June 10th, 2025. On item 49, the Director of Public Health requests that this item be taken off calendar as indicated on the supplemental agenda. This item relates to item 90. On item 62, Supervisor Hahn is recusing herself from the vote pursuant to Government Code Section 84308 because she received a contribution or contributions of more than $500 within the past 12 months from Cordoba Corporation, who is a party participant or an agent of a party or participant in the proceeding. On item 70, Supervisor Horvath requests that this item be held. This item relates to items 71 and 72. On item 71, Supervisor Barger requests that this item be held. This item relates to items 70 and 72. On item 72, Supervisor Horvath requests that this item be held. This item relates to items 70 and 71. On page 66, this includes miscellaneous additions to the agenda, which were posted more than 72 hours in advance of the meeting as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 87A, Supervisor Horvath requests that this item be held. On page 67, ordinances for introduction, items 90 to 92. On item 90, the Director of Public Health requests that this item be taken off calendar as indicated on a supplemental agenda. This item relates to item 49. On page 69, separate matter, item 93. On page 70, special district agenda. This is the agenda for the meeting of the Los Angeles County Development Authority for items 1D through 6D. Item 3D is the recommendation to adopt a resolution approving the issuance, sale, and delivery of the multi-family housing revenue bonds or notes by the Los Angeles County Development Authority to finance the development of the Cudahy Senior Project located in the city of Cudahy in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $60 million. This item relates to item 53. On item 4D is a recommendation to adopt a resolution approving the issuance, sale, and delivery of the multifamily housing revenue bonds or notes by the Los Angeles County Development Authority to finance the development of the Century Plus Restorative Care Village Phase 1 project located in the city of Los Angeles in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $55 million. This item relates to item 54. Item 5D is a recommendation to adopt a resolution approving the issuance, sale, and delivery of the multifamily housing revenue bonds or notes by the Los Angeles County Development Authority to finance the development of the Casa de la Luz project located in unincorporated East Los Angeles in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $45,536,387. This item relates to item 55. Item 6D is a recommendation to adopt a resolution approving the issuance, sale, and delivery of the multifamily housing revenue bonds or notes by the Los Angeles County Development Authority to finance the development and construction of Veteran Commons apartments located in the city of Downey in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $44 million. This relates to item 56. On page 77, notices of closed session, items CS1 to CS7. The request for continuances and items to be taken off calendar through CS7 are before you. That completes the reading of the agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Moved by Supervisor Mitchell, seconded by Supervisor Solis to approve these items. That will be the order. We will now play the code of conduct.
Madam Chair, if it's okay. Oh, yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have your attention? The meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors is about to commence.
Yeah.
A code of conduct will now be read, and we request that you comply with it to ensure the efficient administration of the meeting. Members of the public, it is your right to participate in today's board hearing, and the board encourages such participation. However, the right of the public to address the board must be balanced with the need to ensure that public comment does not interfere with the orderly course of the board's business. All are reminded to abide by the following rules. Speakers must cease speaking immediately when their time has ended. Public comment on agenda items must relate to the subject matter of that item. General public comment is limited to subjects within the jurisdiction of the board. Public comment does not include the right to engage in a dialogue with board members or staff. Please remain respectful of the forum and refrain from uttering, writing, or displaying profane, personal, threatening, derogatory, demeaning, or other abusive statements toward the board, any member thereof, staff, or any other person. Members of the audience should be respectful of the views expressed by speakers, staff, and board members, and may not clap, cheer, whistle, or otherwise disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any person engaging in conduct that disrupts the meeting is subject to being removed from the board meeting. And finally, if you witness conduct or behavior by other members of the public that disrupts your ability to remain engaged or participate in this meeting, please notify the Sergeant at Arms or other county staff. Thank you for your cooperation.
Today, we will begin with closed session matters, and when we return, we will take up public comment on items not held for discussion by the board, then items 70, 71, and 72, which will be taken up together, then items 29, 7, 17, and 26, followed by items 27 and 87A, and finishing with general public comment. Before we begin, Executive Officer, please read the call-in information that was also provided on the agenda and explain the speaking rules.
For members of the public wishing to participate remotely as indicated on the agenda, please call 877-226-8163 and use participant code number 1336503. Members of the public participating remotely and in the boardroom, you will have the opportunity to address the board throughout the meeting. You will receive 1 minute for one item and up to 2 minutes for two or more items not held by the board. 1 minute to address the board on items held by supervisors, 1 minute for all closed session items, and 1 minute to address the board on general public comment, for a total of 6 minutes for this meeting. Please state your name and clearly indicate the agenda item numbers you will be addressing. Please note, once your time has expired, we will immediately move to the next speaker. Please monitor your time and the items you are signing up for, as your name will not be called once your time has elapsed. For members of the public joining us remotely, when the board moves to the item you wish to address, promptly press 1, then 0 to be moved from the listening queue to the speaking queue. Remember to turn down the volume on your device as soon as a moderator calls on you, or there will be an echo. You will need to press 1, then 0 for each item you would like to speak on. To ensure we hear from both in-person and telephonic speakers, we will alternate between the two speaking queues. Members of the public who are in attendance, when you hear or see your name displayed on the screen, please come down to the front of the boardroom and staff will assist you. Please do not approach the podium until directed to do so. We will now hear from members of the public wishing to address the board on the closed session matters, including CS1 through CS7. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now to comment on these items. EO host.
We will now call in-person speakers, and while they are coming forward, we will take telephonic speakers. This will be public comment on all closed session items, CS1 through CS7. Madam Chair, there are no in-person speakers who have signed up for these items. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Our first participant is Eric Previn. Your line is open. If you're muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Thank you. It's Eric Previn from Studio City, and I wasn't able to get down to Ken Hahn Hall of Administration. And I know you're having a closed session, there was a disturbance with the SEIU shutting things down briefly. But I wanted to say, supervisors, please leave the camera on when that takes place, because otherwise what you create is a creepy situation where something happens and then all of a sudden we're shown the card. That's not the appropriate conduct, Supervisor Horvath. We want just to be able to see what's going on. Keep it wide, keep it real, and then you can get quickly into the totally obfuscating and inappropriate closed sessioneering before making us wait. I would love a day when 87A came right up at the top of the show, and I'm sure you would too, but we have to try a little harder to respect the fact that people are here, we're paying attention, and we don't like closed sessions because we're not included. It makes no sense, and it's too much closed sessioneering. I think Harrison.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Reconsider.
Pamela Bright Moon, your line is open. You may begin.
Good morning. I am a 2nd District resident and appointee to the LA County Arts Commission. I'm calling today to speak on item number 61, the proposed agreement with the LA Phil for Hollywood Bowl
This is public comment for closed.
Services.
Ma'am, this is public comment for closed session items. You can call back on general public comment for the other items that have not been held.
Yeah.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Roy Humphreys, your line is open. You may begin.
Yes, I concur with Eric Previn on this, and having the closed session at the beginning of the meeting is just total disrespect for people who are paying the freight, as it were, and that's called the voters. So people ought to be ashamed of it. But it's your tradition and your handling of the general public comment, and so you should be ashamed of yourself. You're a disgrace. And we'll get rid of the gang of four, maybe things will change. That's the Democrat four. They're shameful people. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Madam Chair, members of the board, that concludes our time for public comment. Members of the public, the board will now be going into closed session. While the board is in closed session, we will be showing a video presentation. Supervisor Barger has a video presentation recognizing the second annual Employee Wellness Arts and Cultural Festival. In accordance with the Brown Act requirements, notice is hereby given that the Board of Supervisors will convene in closed session to discuss item number CS1 through CS4, conferences with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, item number CS5, conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation, and item numbers CS6 and CS7, public employee performance evaluations as indicated on the posted agenda.
Hi, everyone. I'm Supervisor Catherine Barger, Chair of the Board of Supervisors. Mark your calendars for the second annual Los Angeles County Employee Wellness, Arts, and Cultural Festival. All county employees are invited to the Natural History Museum on Tuesday, June 3rd for an afternoon of respite and restoration. It will be a time of rest, connection, and fun, where you can enjoy art and wellness activities, sound baths, and creative expression. Plus unwind and learn with self-guided tours of Natural History Museum's spectacular exhibitions, halls, and nature gardens. And enjoy live music by Mariachi Lindas Mexicana and entertainment by a terrific DJ. All attendees will also receive a copy of an anthology of selected poetry and creative writing submitted by our talented county employees. It's a really special way to celebrate the creativity of our county workforce from all departments. Many thanks to the Department of Human Resources, Department of Arts and Culture, and the Natural History Museum for making this incredible event possible. I hope you'll join us for this free festival on June 3rd from 12 to 4 p.m. To all our county employees, thank you for your valuable work you do each and every day. Self-care and creative expression are worthwhile, so I hope you'll take advantage of this special, special opportunity. You deserve the chance to rest, recharge, and reinvest in yourself.
Thank you. We are now back in open session. Executive Officer, please read the report of action.
The following is a report of action taken in closed session on June 3rd, 2025. Item number CS1 through CS7, no reportable action.
You're not cold.
We will now hear from members of the public wishing to address the board on all items not held for discussion by the supervisors. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on these items. You must indicate the agenda item numbers that you wish to address. In order for us to allocate the appropriate amount of time, Please note that Supervisor Solis has released the hold on item 27. This item will be included with the other consent items.
We will now call in-person speakers, and while they are coming forward, we will take telephonic speakers. This will be public comment on all items with the exception of items 7, 17, 26, 29, 70, 71, 72, and 87A, and general public comment. These items will be taken up later for discussion. Woyati, Katrina Williams, Crystal Chavez, Raquel Durfler, Vanessa Perez, Claudia Jerez, and Adam Summer, please come forward and staff will assist you. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Edward Canan, your line is open. You may begin.
Edward, please begin.
Edward? Let's go on to the next caller, please.
Glustry Blades, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. My name is Lester Blaze, and I'm the Human Resource Director for Koreatown Youth and Community Center, also known as KYCC. I'm here to speak on item number 61, the proposed agreement with the LA Phil for Hollywood Bowl Transportation Services. And firstly, I'd like to thank Supervisor Mitchell for working to help make Hollywood Bowl events more affordable and accessible and culturally relevant. Really, really appreciate that. Through the generous ticket donations we have received through the Supervisor's Office and the LA Phil, KYCC staff and clients have been able to enjoy the diversity of music offerings at the Bowl. A number of folks that have attended shared that it was their first opportunity to visit the Bowl, and they were very excited and grateful. Parking was and is a challenge for most of our attendees.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Many use. Hello?
Carlene Davis, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Carlene Davis, and I'm a lifelong resident of, I'm a lifelong resident of 2nd District, currently residing in the Leimert Park, Crenshaw area, and I'm speaking today on behalf of my fellow constituents in View Park, Windsor Hills, Ladera Heights, Baldwin Hills, and Inglewood, and further south in Broadway, Manchester, Watson, Willowbrook. And I'm here to urge the LA Phil and the Board of Supervisors to utilize their positions of power, influence, decision-making, and budgeting to ensure that these communities have both equal and equitable park and ride access to one of the most important cultural institutions in our region, the Hollywood Bowl. All Angelenos deserve to benefit from the healing and well-being that high-quality cultural experiences provide, and I am encouraging these bodies to engage in accountable leadership to provide service that's fair and just. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Carlos Montez, your line is open. You may begin.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Carlos Montes. I'm a member of Centro CSO Community Service Organization. I want to do a general public comment. First of all, I do want to thank Supervisor Solis for her work representing East LA in the last 10 years, which includes hundreds of millions of dollars of investment in housing and community improvements and critical services. I also want to thank her for supporting the families who have lost their loved ones to victims of the East LA Sheriff Deputy gangs. And also in closing, I just want to let you all know that DHS, federal agents, immigration, this morning were at the Mariachi Plaza Metro station. So I would ask you all to please communicate to them to stay off the Metro. And, we already have a low ridership, and this is definitely not going to help. This is also terrorizing our community here in Bow Heights. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Robert Contreras, your line is open. You may begin.
My name is Robert Contreras, and I'm with Bienestar, and I'm speaking on item number 9. Thank you, Supervisor Solis, for introducing the motion to proclaim June 2025 as Refugee and Immigrant Heritage Awareness Month, a tribute to the valuable contributions of refugees and immigrants in Los Angeles County. For years, the board has honored, uplifted, and celebrated these communities by Hello?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
For years, the board has honored and uplifted and celebrated these communities by proclaiming June as Refugee Immigrant Heritage Awareness Month, a tradition that recognizes the strength and contribution of those who shape our county in countless ways. Supervisor Solis, thank you for your unwavering leadership and dedication to immigrant community. I urge the board to vote yes on item number 9 to continue this essential tradition, honoring and supporting refugees and immigrants throughout Los Angeles County. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Diego Rodriguez, your line is open. You may begin.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Diego Rodriguez, and I would like to thank Supervisor Solis for introducing this motion to proclaim June 2025 as Refugee and Immigrant Heritage Awareness Month, item number 9. I came to this country nearly 30 years ago as an unaccompanied minor. LA County has become my home, my safety net, my lunch pad, and I know that my story is one of many. 1/3 of 10 million residents in LA County are immigrants. This diversity makes LA County one of the most culturally rich regions of the country. Thousands of refugees have found safety here in recent years. They bring resilience, hope, and a deep desire to contribute. I strongly support this motion not only to honor our past, but to ensure immigrants continue to thrive, to lead and uplift others. Thank you once again, Supervisor Solis, for your unwavering support, and I urge the board to vote yes on item 9. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Eric Previn, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you, Supervisor. Thank you, Supervisors. What an enormous agenda. And I want to just say thanks for the AAPI $715,000 howdy do to the Alliance. But they get a lot of money. And I'm wondering if we ever want to do competitive bidding for some of these things. I also noticed we're offloading a great chunk over to Inglewood. It's a rollover because they're doing such a great job. But doing such a great job doing what? I think that this would be a good approach. Also, item 16 gave me an actual headache. It's the dispute resolution move around. And I know Holly Mitchell is passionate. We all are. But is that going to cost some money? All that extra stuff? I just don't know. And also, $60,000. You snuck under the $60,000 parking waivers out the door today, that the same day that SEIU nearly roared your double doors down. But I think that that's nice. $60,000 out to the folks who can park because they know you. It's not quite getting a Sarah Sadwani honorary scroll, but it's a nice, like a benefit that's not a full vested benefit, but it's nice. I mean, look, if anybody wants to give me a parking waiver, it's Eric Previn, Studio City. I love them. I mean, I think they're great because it's a $25 value. Thank you. And now all the probation stuff, I guess Horvath's holding that, so we'll get to it later. What a mess. And finally, do we really want to keep passing off the set matter, which has to do with the Seminole crisis? I think we're declaring an emergency in another few minutes, or if we haven't, we certainly should be. Are we going to finally have that meeting? It seems like we've been kicking it down the road relentlessly. And thank you for not jacking up the rates on Park and Ride. If everything worked as well as Park and Ride, although $10 million over 3 years requires a little.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I mean, they're doing well.
Bianca Stefani, your line is open. You may begin.
Bianca, please begin. Can we take the next caller, please?
Ken Tampa, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ken Tampa. I'm the Director of Programs over here at Puerto Pastoral. I'm calling in support of thank you, Supervisor Solis, for introducing this motion to proclaim June 2025 as Refugee and Immigrant Heritage Awareness Month to honor the valuable contributions of the refugees and immigrants to the county. The County of Los Angeles is home to more than 10 million residents, 1/3 of whom are immigrants. This makes the county one of the most culturally diverse counties in the United States. Forced to flee their native countries, many refugees and immigrants settle in LA County, hoping to start new lives free of political, religious, and human rights persecution and violations, torture, imprisonment, or war. According to the California Department of Social Services, nearly 4,000 refugees have arrived in the county over the past 5 years. To celebrate, honor, and uplift the diversity of the numerous contributions refugees and immigrants have made to the county in the past years, the board has proclaimed June as Refugee and Immigrant Heritage Awareness Month. This year, given all the challenges facing this community, it is more important
Thank
than
you.
ever
Next
to
speaker.
continue celebrating the contributions. I urge the vote.
Randy Tahara, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. I'm speaking on item number 61. My name is Randy Tahara, President of the Los Angeles County Arts Commission, although the views I express are my own. With the approval of this board letter, SD2 will have only 2 park and ride lots to the Hollywood Bowl. The lot at Baldwin Hills has 600 less spaces than the lot it replaced in Culver City. The only other park and ride lot at Willowbrook is underused as its availability as an alternative transportation mode to the bowl is not known to those in the region of the county, which has been historically underrepresented and underserved. Providing free $1 and other low-cost tickets are not effective in increasing audience members unless there is a reliable low-cost transportation alternative. A community engagement plan should be developed in partnership with the LA Phil to bring more audience to the bowl, which was deeded to the county in 1924 specifically for all of its residents to enjoy. 101 years later, we are still struggling to get this right.
Thank you.
Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Trevor Davis, your line is open. You may begin.
Trevor, please begin.
Yes, hi, this is Trevor Davis. I'm with the organization Reach for Community. It's a nonprofit advocating for the arts as the social work in LA County. And I just want to thank Supervisor Mitchell for her work on item number 61 to make the Hollywood Bowl events more affordable and accessible and culturally relevant. As you know, this is a city where a lot of people do not have access to the arts and the diversity of the arts, when we don't have effective public transit. So the Hollywood Bowl is a public good. It is meant to enrich everyone. And we need to make sure that the LA Phil is working with the effort to support the Baldwin Hills Park and Ride being expanded and having real, bringing that cultural influence to all of LA County. It's really crucial that everyone expects high quality cultural
Thank you. Next
experiences.
speaker.
Roy Humphreys, your line is open. You may begin.
Okay, we'll try to group them things as 9, 10, 12, 13, 17, 20 here. That we have the Refugee and Immigration Awareness, then we have the Cardio Resuscitation Awareness Week, and then we have the Minority Awareness and with the arts up there. And then we come down to the Equity Accounting and acceleration of implementation of the bicycle lane. Come on, folks, you got too much time on you. Quit wasting time with this garbage here and move on the situation. Then you have health and safety preservation of prison rape elimination standards. If you had to pay for every rape that went on in the county would be bankrupt overnight. And then we come down to here, 56. You want to spend $380,000 on one huge thing. Don't get me going on this one here. When you can buy a whole fleet of trucks, anywhere from $40,000 to $160,000 a piece, depending on what you want to get on the quality of gas-powered. Folks, get with it. You haven't got the money and the time, and this is the taxpayers' money. And you're so broke, it's pathetic. Stop this pathetic waste of money and on a particular situation, and get back to taking care of the homeless services, which is another thing that you haven't got enough money to handle on that particular issue. You should be ashamed of yourself. Pandering to, you're talking down to people like they're stupid. They got nothing better to do, especially in this economic crisis that you have.
Thank you. We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Hello, Yadi speaking on item 21 and
Can you
76.
turn up her speaker? Yeah, thank you. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yadi speaking on item 21 and 76. Regarding law enforcement in schools, the policies are concerning and lack important clauses. Schools with SROs are more likely to arrest students or refer students to law enforcement. This is perhaps due in part to the lack of robust MOUs between law enforcement and schools and the lack of strong policies that address things like discipline, the use of weapons, or arrest. Your boilerplate policies don't require sexual harassment and assault training or specifically prohibit the use of prone restraint on children. Kids deserve to be safe at school, but they should go to school to learn, not to be policed and punished. And then in regards to 21, I support your initiatives to prioritize the privacy and confidentiality of patients, protecting the immigrant community and other vulnerable populations. I also strongly urge you to establish robust privacy protections along all your agencies and that you also support AB 1337, the Information Practices Reform Act by Assemblymember Ward. The IPA Act of 1977 was enacted to operationalize the right to privacy in California's state government. AB 1337 extends the privacy practices already in place at the state level to also apply to local governments and agencies. The IPA Reform Act would be kind of like the California Privacy Protection Act for government. This bill establishes a baseline standard for handling personal information that would keep California safe, including aligning the definition of personal information in the IPA with the more modern definition contained in the California Privacy Act. AB 1337 passed the Assembly floor last night with large bipartisan support and is supported by immigrant and other civil society organizations. LA County would make an important, strong statement about the importance of the protection of Californians and would also serve as a model for establishing robust policies. And I just like to ask you to also reference model policies for government provided by the California Attorney General. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Katrina Williams. I'm the CEO of Changing the Faces of Homelessness, and I'm just here today to see how we can bridge a gap between our local officials and our small nonprofit organizations to build a collective network to help bring fresh wind to the new homeless services that you guys are going to be implementing. Yesterday, we received a call from Job Corps asking for housing assistance for 60 students who are now facing homelessness. As you know, Job Corps is closing down, and we're going to have these young people who are proactive now in the streets. So I'm here to see how we can work together and create successful stories for our young people to move them into an elevation, into a new mindset of production. And that's all I have to say today. God bless you, and God keep you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, Board. My name is Claudia Jerez.
Can I interrupt you really quickly? Can we have someone go out and talk to her as it relates to the 60 youth, but overall, yeah, job course, please. Thank you. Now go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yes. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Claudia Jerez. I'm a Downtown Women's Center case manager, a former DPSS employee of this county, and I have to address the item 50, I believe is digital signage cards and digital kennel cards and queue lines. So that's an item that is very particular to me. I understand that we're a very, very important county here in Los Angeles, and you need to know that I have to gather more information about it. I do want to address it with you. Because I understand that there are going to be kernel cards and there's going to be a queue line and there's going to be digital signage. So those are some of the items that I want to discuss. Now, in terms of digital signage, I know that technology is a big deal everywhere now.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I'm going to be speaking on 70, 71, 72. Good afternoon. My name is Crystal with Cancel the Contract. The county is getting ready to pay out 2 point.
Madam Chair, those items are being held?
70, 71, 72.
Probation's being held. I thought you said you were speaking on, what items did you say?
70, oh, so I can't.
So you're speaking on 71 and 72?
Yes.
Those are going to be held for discussion, so we'll call you back up to speak on those items. Okay? You explain to, yeah, go ahead. Ma'am. Next speaker.
You ask what probation, the contract.
If you're here to speak on anything with probation that's being held, it's going to be our next item on the agenda that we're going to call up.
What about 76?
76, you can speak on.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I was thrown off. When discussing the SRD contract, we must be limited to 1 year, and LASD must return to the BOS every year for contract approval until ASD has codified all OIG and BOS's recommendations. There has been 70, to the current time, 71 students that have been stopped by SRDs that have violated school policy compared to 9 students from the prior year. During the school year, they continue to stop for policy violations. They continue to disregard and dismiss the BOS executive decisions. This disregard is not acceptable. They cannot ignore these motions, and they're.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. I'm Raquel Derfler with Cancel the Contract. I'm also here to speak on 76. So I would like to stress what my colleague Crystal had mentioned, that it's imperative that this board requires the Sheriff's Department to come back every year to get approval of a contract, to keep it to that 1 year until they've actually codified all 21 recommendations by the Office of Inspector General, so that there is language specificity about what an SRD can do or not do. It's really important when we're looking at these contracts that the board recognizes that we are not just talking about deputy interaction with teenagers. This actually applies to 5-year-olds. So we would like you to please keep that in mind, that any behaviors or guidelines, this is applying to 5-year-olds. So we have to make sure that we have things in place to mitigate the harm that's associated by having police in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi guys, how you doing? My name's Adam Summer. I'm with Juvenile Giants, which is a program that is in Los Padrinos currently. I do like 30 to 40 sessions, so by far the most.
What items are you speaking on?
This is item 20, but just because I have the opportunity to speak on this as well, I think it's really interesting because we do have such intense litigation and tort litigation against probation. And for somebody that is constantly surrounded by these youth, I wonder, how do we deal with the fact that every time you search for Los Padrinos or juvenile detention, these youth are being bombarded with tort litigation law firms. And I hear these kids talk about how they're going to come out. They talk a lot of game about how they're going to come out and sue everyone all day. And the problem is, I don't think we have enough people that are like me, that are in every single unit at Los Padrinos daily, that hears this conversation. And they can't get jobs when they get out, so what are they,
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Ray Sosa. I'm Metro's Chief Planning Officer. I'm here to speak on agenda item 27, the motion by Supervisor Solis regarding increasing access to the Olympics, Paralympics, and World Cup through live site van zone activations. I wanted to indicate that Metro is supportive of this item as we look to identify sites across LA County for fan zones that are accessible, that can be reached by transit, multimodal connections, as well as first last mile, and to support the county's chief executive officer in identifying these locations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Kathy Ramirez. I'm an organizer with Move LA, a nonprofit organization. I'm here to provide public comment in support of item number 27. This motion recognizes that the live site fan zone activations must be able to provide multi-modal transportation options that are equitable. As a resident of an incorporated community in South LA that constantly comes across potholes, lack of safe to no bicycle lanes, can speak to the need for this. And I would like, and this would motion would go ahead and allow initiatives like Move LA's Festival Trail Initiative to move forward, which is centered on South LA, going ahead and acknowledging and also working through ensuring that there is improvements on the issues that South LA faces, as I shared, on safe street infrastructure, community spaces to celebrate and play. Thank you so much, Supervisor Solis, for your.
Thank you. We will now return to remote speakers. Moderator, may we have the next speaker, please?
Teresa Lindsay, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, I'm in the area. Oh, and thank you, supervisors, for doing this. This is my first time being able to chat, and it's on item 61. I'm so happy that this has been brought up because I have everybody, including the areas of Inglewood, Culver City, Ladera, Baldwin Park, View Park, that love to take that ride to our historical place of culture and music. So I'm not sure what decisions have been made, but I'm hoping to hear something very soon because that moves us to the valley or someplace else. Thank you for hearing me out there.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Danielle Campbell, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to address the Board of Supervisors. I'm here to speak on item number 61, the proposed agreement with the LA Phil for Hollywood Bowl Transportation Services. I'd like to first thank Supervisor Mitchell for working to make Hollywood Bowl events more affordable, accessible, and culturally relevant. As a long-term Angelino and now doctoral student who faces financial crisis with accessing culturally relevant events in LA County, I think that this item is appropriate and timely to ensure that Angelinos can enjoy Hollywood Bowl events. The LA Phil and the county need to ensure that they can access and afford park and ride services. The LA Phil's new Baldwin Hills Park and Ride has only 400 parking spots, fewer than the 100 parking spots at the previous event in Culver City. The LA Phil needs to increase access to non-driving transportation options in the greater Culver City area.
Thank you. Next speaker.
In addition, LA Phil's plan to increase.
Elaine Rodriguez, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Elaine Rodriguez, and I am the Executive Director for the Los Angeles Economic Equity Accelerator and Fellowship, LEAF for short. We're an economic and workforce development organization working with over 10,000 small businesses in LA County, and I'm calling to speak in strong support of item number 27. So again, thank you, Supervisor Solis, for bringing this motion forward. As an avid sports fan, I am here to support this motion. Fan zones are more than just places to watch the games. They're actually an incredible opportunity for all of our small businesses to engage directly with both local residents and global visitors. These fan zones are going to allow us to showcase what makes LA County truly special, our culture, our creativity, and our community. It is only equitable that this excitement and economic opportunity of the upcoming global events be shared beyond the large cities and the corporations that already have contracts with the host venues. Fan zones are a great opportunity to uplift our local artists, our chefs, and musicians.
Veronica Garcia, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Veronica Garcia, and I'm calling to support of item number 9. I just wanted to say thank you, Supervisor Solis, for introducing this motion to proclaim June 2025 as Refugee and Immigrant Heritage Awareness Month, and to honor the valuable contributions of refugees and immigrants to the county. I'm a program manager at a day center with DePaul, USA, and you've been so helpful here at the facility. And yes, I wanted to urge the board to vote yes on item number 9. And thank you, Supervisor Solis, for your leadership and supporting immigrants as we support them here at Casa Milagrosa. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Kale Queen, your line is open. You may begin.
PKL, please begin. Can we take the next?
Sorry, Pickle?
Yes, Pickle.
Hi, sorry. I'm Pickle. Happy Pride. I'm the Executive Director of Drag Arts Lab, an organization focused on expanding and elevating the art of drag in LA County. I would like to speak on item 61. We are big advocates for connecting communities through accessible transportation to programs. Transportation is a huge barrier for community members in accessing the arts in Los Angeles. As a public transportation user myself, the shuttle programs make attending these events a lot more appealing. It's not just about offering the park and ride, it's about communicating to us that our presence at these events is welcomed. I don't live in the area specifically impacted by this change in availability, but I am affected by the lack of diversity in socioeconomic status that I see at programs. I'm often a little dismayed by the lack of programming in these large institutions that reflect the Los Angeles community and inclusion of local artists. I'm excited to see how the board will continue to work with these organizations to expand inclusivity, equity, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Lisa Clary Real, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. As you know, I'm Lisa Clary Reale. I'm a resident of the City of LA and a proud member of the LA County Library Commission. I'm here to speak on item 61 with the LA Phil and Hollywood Bowl transportation, and I'd like to thank Supervisor Mitchell for prioritizing this item. Every year I attend the Hollywood Bowl with my family. It's a treasure. Every year I speak to people I know about how great an experience it is, and I'm shocked that people have never been due to challenges like parking and the cost. The LA Phil really needs to increase access to non-driving transportation options. It's critical ensuring that tickets and transportation are affordable and accessible. I can't say enough about this. It's so critical an issue, and in order to maintain the integrity of LA County's focus on equity, this is something that must be implemented. Thank you so much for hearing me out.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Stacy Mata, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Stacy Mata, speaking on item number 27, and I'm a grad student at UCLA getting my master's in urban and regional planning. My specialization is transportation equity. I'm calling on behalf of the founders of the Festival Trail, including Hillary Norton, Eli Lippman, and Chris Torres. We support Hilda Solis's motion number 27. The Festival Trail will connect multiple Olympic and Paralympic venues and could be a host for these fan zones. These combined efforts can make LA County a more accessible place for people with disabilities and can expand active transportation options in LA, leaving a lasting impact for locals and visitors to enjoy. These fan zones are also great for micro-entrepreneurship, as large venues often are not able to accommodate our local vendors. It gives residents an accessible way to participate with the games. Connecting multiple modes of transportation help residents both in the long term economically and recreationally. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Eli Lippman, your line is open. You may begin.
Yes, hi, Eli Lippman, speaking on behalf of Move LA and the Festival Trail. We'd like to support item number 27 and thank Supervisor Solis and Horvath for bringing this forward. You know, as part of the Festival Trail, we're working with our government agencies to ensure that we have accessible, high-quality, high-frequency transit and multimodal options, as well as these strong first-class mile connections. And we have to work across county and city lines and state lines as well to get this done. So really appreciate this motion, which really uplifts that and creates that plan and toolkit that we really need. And then I'm also speaking in support of item 17, which we also are in support of, and really excited and thank Supervisor Horvath for proposing that, and with support of Supervisor Solis. You know, we rode the Rail to River project just this weekend.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Part of that unincorporated LA County. And
Benny Aiea, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Benny Ayala with Fairplex, home of the LA County Fair. I'm speaking up on item 27 in support. Thank you, Supervisor Solis, for your leadership in bringing this forward. At Fairplex, we see fan zones as more than a viewing space. They're community stages where small businesses, artists, and local talent can shine. These activations can ensure that the economic and cultural benefits of each game reach beyond major sponsors and into the heart of our neighborhoods. Fairplex has long believed in creating space that reflect and celebrate the diversity of Los Angeles County, and this motion supports that vision. With the 2028 games on the horizon, it is vital that we lift up local voices and make room for our local food, music, art, and entrepreneurial spirits that need to be seen and celebrated. We're proud to be a designated Olympic venue, and we're excited about what this motion makes possible for our communities across the region.
Thank you. Next
we look
speaker.
forward to the important conversations.
Next speaker, please.
Yolanda Figuera, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Yolanda Segura, and I am a case manager from the Policy from La Rota, and I am calling in to support of item 9. Thank you, Supervisor Solis, for introducing the motion to proclaim June 2025 as Refugee and Immigrant Heritage Awareness Month to honor the valuable contributions of refugees and immigrants to the county. This motion is personal to me since my mother came from Tijuana and searching for treatment for cancer that's not available in the city in Tijuana. Because of her immigrating to Los Angeles, she has been cancer-free and alive for 20 plus years. And she was able to have me through IVF thanks to the amazing fertility clinics that the city offers at affordable prices and are immigrant-friendly. This year, given all of the challenges facing this community, it is important more than ever to continue celebrating the many contributions of refugees and immigrants to Los Angeles County. Thank you, Supervisor Solis, for your leadership in supporting immigrants such as my mother, and I urge the board to vote yes on item number 9. Thank you again.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Deborah Clifford, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon. I am the president of the Historical Society of the Pomona Valley. I attended the '84 Olympics and was deeply grateful for the experience. By supporting 27, you will allow people all over the county and in the city to experience this, grow from it, and benefit from it. I heartily urge you to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Julie Ramirez, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. I've been in LA County for 66 years, own property, pay taxes. I strongly oppose, and many others that I'm representing, not to put sex flags up on the firemen's stations. This has nothing to do with them. They're hardworking firefighters that risk their lives, and only the California flag and the American flag should be up there. That sex flag has nothing to do with them. It doesn't represent many of our people. So it should not be up there, and I strongly oppose it, and thousands of people I know don't approve.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you. Daisy Chavez, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Daisy Chavez Mendez, and I'm with the Loyola Immigrant Justice Clinic. I'm speaking on item number 9. I want to thank Supervisor Solis for introducing the motion to proclaim June 2025 as Refugee and Immigrant Heritage Awareness Month. Los Angeles County, home to over 10 million residents, 1/3 who are immigrants, is one of the most culturally diverse regions in the U.S. Refugees and immigrants come here fleeing persecution and hardship, and in the past 5 years alone, nearly 4,000 refugees have settled in the county. This month is an important opportunity to honor their resilience and many contributions. Now more than ever, we must uplift and support immigrant communities. Thank you again, Supervisor Solis, for your leadership, and I urge the board to vote yes on item number 9.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Billy Davis, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Billy Davis. I'm a resident of West LA. I am here to speak on item 61, the the proposed agreement with LA Phil Hollywood Bowl Transportation Service. I'd like to thank Supervisor Mitchell for working to make the Hollywood Bowl accessible. With the Culver City bus line not in contract or in deliberation, there are a lot of people who will not be able to attend the bowl in a reasonable price point. There's a large demographic who's just not being serviced. I hope that you really work on submitting that contract, and also with the Willowbrook service, making that more accessible. There's a whole demographic that's being missed without these services to the Hollywood Bowl, and I think it's important for cultural enhancement for all citizens of Los Angeles. So please make that accessible and solidify the contract. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Nathan Cow, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. I'm here to speak on item 9. My name is Nathan, and I'm with Public Counsel. Among other initiatives, provides legal services to immigrants primarily in the LA area who lack access due to socioeconomic and language barriers. Our concentration is on asylum seekers, immigrants, and survivors of violent crime, and unaccompanied children. Thank you, Supervisor Solis, for introducing this motion to proclaim June 2025 as Refugee and Immigrant Heritage Awareness Month. As a community of more than 10 million, it's important to recognize what makes LA such a special place. Its people, 1/3 of whom are immigrants. Given all the trials and tribulations that many immigrant families face on an everyday basis, it is important to take a moment each year to recognize their lived experiences, oftentimes fleeing their home countries and navigating a new one, and celebrate their positive impact that they have had on our community. To create the Refugee and Immigrant Heritage Awareness Month will empower immigrants and refugees with the state and the network to share their stories and ensure that their perspectives will always be accounted for in the discussion of it.
Dimitri Seals, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello, I'm Dimitri Seals, faculty at Cal State LA and affiliated with the LEAF Economic Equity Program, and I wanted to speak up in support of item 27. One of the things we've had the opportunity to do over the past few years is to have interviews with hundreds of small businesses, many of whom feel left behind by previous events and opportunities in the county. And I think this is a great opportunity, open opportunities for small businesses who have been left behind historically, while spreading opportunity to enjoy the Olympics to folks who otherwise wouldn't have access. It's the kind of thing that builds community in wonderful ways and makes the LA region special, and I hope it'll have your support.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Ricky Choi, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Ricky Choi on behalf of the San Gabriel Valley Council of Governments. I'm speaking today in strong support of item number 27. The 2028 Olympic and Paralympic Games represent a historic cultural and economic opportunity for LA County and the San Gabriel Valley, particularly with the 4 designated venues in our region, and offers to connect our diverse communities to a global celebration of sport, culture, and unity. Fan zone activations, especially those tied to high-quality transit, will not only connect people to the Olympic spirit, but also uplift local culture, small businesses, and youth engagement. These zones will bring the Olympic spirit to our local parks, plazas, and neighborhoods, especially those outside the core Olympic area. It will ensure all communities, not just those near marquee venues, can participate in the Olympic experience. It's critical that the county take leadership role in helping coordinate these events and fan zones that will support the games. We stand ready to partner with the county in this planning effort, and we thank Supervisors Solis for their leadership in making the games accessible, sustainable, and truly regional. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Madam Chair, members of the board, that concludes our time for public comment on these items. The following items are before you. Items 2 through 6, 8 through 16, 18 through 25, 27 and 28, 30 through 42, 44 through 48, 50 through 61, 62 with Supervisor Hahn recusing herself from the vote pursuant to Government Code Section 84308, 63 through 69, 73 through 86, 91 through 93, 1D through 60. These items are before you.
All right, that will be moved by Supervisor Solis, seconded by Supervisor Horvath to approve these items with the exceptions noted by the executive officer. Please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. We will now go to items held by the board. Executive Officer, please announce the next items and presenters.
We are on item 70, report on the status of adopting a global plan for the probation department's halls and camps. Item 71, report on the status of the probation department. And item 72, report on the proposal and timeline to depopulate Los Padrinos, which were held by Supervisors Horvath and Barger and will be taken up together. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now to comment on these items. Representatives Guillermo Villaraigosa, Chief Probation Officer, Chief Williams, Sheila Williams, Chief Deputy for Probation, and then Jocelyn Roman, Acting Chief Deputy for Probation, and Acting Deputy Director Probation Department will make a presentation.
All right, Chief, the floor is yours.
There's a PowerPoint presentation. Hopefully they'll bring it up.
Good afternoon. I think I can get started since I want to be sensitive to time. Thank you for the opportunity to address you with respect to both the global plan and the depopulation plan that has been presented to the court. I just want to make sure it's okay to move through those instead of separate presentations.
Go ahead.
Essentially, the global plan that had been presented and the department had been meeting with its interdepartmental partners has been set aside because on the 16th of last month, we were before in the Superior Court of Los Angeles with respect to a depopulation plan that had been presented. In essence, the probation department submitted a plan to reduce the number of young people being held at Los Padrinos in an attempt to reduce the population significantly to a point in which we could regain the Board of State and Community Corrections approval to run it as a juvenile hall. That plan was accepted by the court. I'm just going to briefly, maybe for the public, refresh what was contained in that proposal. And then additionally, the judge added other requirements for probation. The plan consists of moving some of the young people that are being detained pre-disposition at Los Padrinos to other of the camps that the probation runs. The idea would be to utilize Camp Page for additional youth that are currently being held at Los Padrinos that have been ordered to camp. What has typically happened is that the magistrate would approve a young person being held at Los Padrinos for a camp. They would remain at Los Padrinos during the assessment process, and then at some point they would be transferred to one of the available camps. Instead, to facilitate the drawdown of population at Los Padrinos, instead of closing Camp Page there'll be some modifications done to that plant. And then the moment that a judge approves someone for placement, they'll be immediately moved to Camp Page. And from Camp Page, assessments will be conducted, we'll determine what their needs are, and they could either stay there or go to one of the other two camps. So Camp Page would remain open. It would house the same population as they have been and they're approved by BSEC to house to date. There's going to be no increase in the total number of approved beds. So this is the most minor of the proposed changes that was accepted by the court. I just want to summarize because I want to make sure people don't get this wrong. We currently have 3 camps. The 3 camps will remain open. Instead of closing Page, we will instead use that for an additional couple dozen kids so that they could be moved immediately out of Los Padrinos to prepare for their camp transition there. The other component is the consolidation in one camp of the pre and post disposition girls that we have in our system. That would be Camp Kilpatrick. The idea would be to move the young girls at Los Padrinos and Dorothy Kirby to that one site and then contract for specialized services for their needs. the underlining values of all of this is that we want to make sure that we get the young people in our care to a destination where we can best serve the specific needs that they have. We think that could be done through running smaller communities and by having those communities have specific services for their needs. And they're tremendous, it's more synergistic, and we have additional gains if we're able to do that by housing folks with similar needs. That would then allow for Dorothy Kirby to continue functioning as our high needs site, and we could move developmentally disabled or those that are going through the process that are currently at Los Padrinos to that site. So essentially consolidating one existing site for the girls, another site for high risk, high needs, predisposition youth, continue the use of the 3 camps for those that are assigned there by the court, and we typically call them campers. And then the last change would be to Nydorf. Nydorf is currently an SYTF, a Secure Youth Treatment Facility. It is a very large facility, and without the increasing the population there, we wouldn't be able to drop Los Padrinos by enough to make a significant change and again come into compliance with the state. The idea would be to have different communities within that site. One would continue to be for those that are SYTF. Another would be for young boys that have been recommended and are anticipated to be SYTF but are still in the predisposition phase. They would be in a different part of that facility. And then we want to take great care that there are step-down opportunities on site so that young people can have agency, and through their own behavior and working the program, they can see right in front of them that they can gain greater liberties in preparation for when they're released on the facility itself. Those, in essence, that's what was presented to the court and accepted. In response, there are some touch points. One of them is that we are to report back to the court 2 weeks ahead of any movement of the young men that we have at Kilpatrick. The idea here that was actually contained in our papers to the court is that I want to be extraordinarily sensitive to the fact that we have young people at Kilpatrick that through positive behavior ended up there, and that the county's necessity to use the site really has nothing to do with anything that they did. And displacing them could create more harm. And so each one of their cases has been reviewed by probation officers, and those recommendations will go to the different departments in the court. And I think that we're close to having a recommendation on almost all of them for them to not have to go back to Nydorf. Another ways not to slip back into a higher custodial environment, but instead we could use a step down or go home or there's some other option. Those decisions are ultimately going to be played out individually with their public defenders and their courts, but the recommendation from probation is that we've taken great care to find alternatives for them when we need to empty Kilpatrick. Another requirement was consultation with respect to our DD population, making sure that when we set up an appropriate environment for them at Dorothy Kirby, that it's in consultation with our public defender partners, and that has already taken place and is underway. Of concern to the court is the utilization of Pine Grove, which is a state fire camp. That's currently funded for SYTF youth from the county, that if they pass an assessment and they volunteer, they can go to the state to be trained as wildland firefighters. What the court is requiring us to do is assess all of the predisposition youth in the event that some of them would be eligible should they be SYTF, that's presented as an alternative to the court as a possibility rather than moving them to Nydorf. Those assessments have taken place. And And within 45 days of the last hearing, which is on the 16th, and in writing for a report back to the court on July the 18th, we'll have to provide how every young person in our camp has undergone an additional assessment to determine if they should be released early, given capacity issues. That's underway, that hasn't completed. That's a moving target because every single person that's in camp, probation is going through their cases to see if there's a better alternative than continuing them in camp and then taking those cases back to court. I'm looking at my notes here. Well, those are the broad strokes. In order to effectuate these changes, we have an additional requirement because of the distance of Kilpatrick to come up with a plan to present to the court on how we would be able to accommodate transportation or visitation for the families and the networks of those 50 or so young women that would be at Kilpatrick. That's still in progress, and we'll be sure to provide this board that report before it goes to court. Maybe I'll stop there. I went relatively quickly if there are any questions so far.
Can I just, I have a question. On Pine Grove, I've heard that there's been difficulty with the facility, superintendents being willing to transfer youth to Pine Grove. What are the numbers right now of youth being transferred up to Pine Grove?
We don't have anybody in Pine Grove. So some, maybe.
I've been told that actually that there is a dislike within probation to refer youth to Pine Grove.
Well, if we have, that should not be the message that my staff is receiving from me. I'm a fan of Pine Grove. I think it's one of the things that the state has done right and continuing to fund, even through the closure of DJJ. I know that over the course of the last 2 months, every single young person in Nydorf has had one or more presentations on Pine Grove, either by Pine Grove staff, a young person that has been a firefighter. We had an actor come down, and so there are a lot of efforts trying to engage youth, including trying to figure out what are the reasons you're not going to Pine Grove? What are the reasons you don't want to go?
So why do we have 0?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Why do we have 0 that have been referred there? I thought you just said, did I not hear you correctly?
It's voluntary. So this
I know, but I've heard there are youth that want to go there that are being told by staff they will not refer them there.
If there is the name of a young person that wants to go, please get that to me.
I'll get you 2 names.
But
It concerns me, and I didn't know if there was a policy.
Yeah. No. I've physically been present a week ago.
Okay.
And talked to some young people. I think that, and there's an exit interview with the people that the young men have decided not to go. And there's a variety of reasons. Distance, some of them have children, and so we're trying to figure out how to incentivize them.
And I understand that. I guess my concern is that there is a disconnect between the staff at the camp and at the halls and you. And I'm not blaming you at all. I'm just saying that I'm hearing, and it seems that the numbers bear that out, that there is an impediment within Nydorf that does not want to refer youth to Pine Grove. And the number 0 kind of reinforces to me that, and so I think we collectively need to drill down on that, Guillermo, because I see it as an opportunity, and you're right, it is voluntary, and all the more reason to really lift up those youth that want to, because it's not a walk in the park when you go up there. I mean, it is tough, which tells you that there's a dedication not only to get an opportunity within fire, but also to turn their lives around. And that really is the end goal and end game.
I hear you. I'm eager to diagnose the reason why. You're right, the largest county does not have a larger pipeline. I will tell you that for folks that are listening to this, that they should hear in no uncertain terms that we should not be dissuading anybody from participating. That is so off the mark as to my direction. And then lastly, we invite folks to be part of this process with us, ARC or anyone else that may reach these young people, because we do want to find out I want to find out. What are the impediments so that we could stop? I receive a weekly report. So I receive a weekly report on what the director at Nydorf is doing that week to try to engage the young people to go to.
Thank you. And then my last question, then I'll hand it over to Supervisor Hahn. I have a question on the adult, but we'll wait on that. On the youth, is that 2-week advance notice and court approval, is that going to have an impact on how you transition, or are you going to be able to work around it? Because I understand why the court's doing it, but it seems that it might cause some issues as it relates to transition.
These are all extraordinarily tight requirements and timeframes. And so the work on the probation side is now complete. It's in the process of being presented to the court. We can't anticipate how quickly they will or will not act on it, but the longer it takes, it could pose a threat to us staying in line with the proposal for depopulating.
Okay, and then we'll stick with the youth now, and then we'll talk about the adult supervision issue later. Supervisor Hahn? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see your name up there.
We held the item.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But that's okay. No, it's fine. I just want to acknowledge, obviously, that we recognize the crisis situation that we're in. I know that the proposal that you brought to the court is not one that was approved here at board, so I appreciate you being here to sort of have that conversation so people understand what the plan is, what the expectations are, how you arrived at that plan, and how we move forward to achieve the best outcomes for our youth. We know communication is an issue, and we want to make sure that both what your plans are and what your actions are surfaced in a public space. I'm glad to see our other various departments here with you, because it's not just a probation question, it's all of our departments working together to achieve better outcomes for our youth. I want to start with Campus Kilpatrick. This board previously directed probation to phase out OC spray. I know it remains in use in some of our facilities, but this facility in particular has no ability to have decontamination. There are no decontamination stations at Kilpatrick currently. So I want to make sure that we have the ability to enact a policy that this board has directed by not bringing OC spray into that space, especially because there's no safe way to address OC spray in that facility.
Yeah, I think that this is actually an opportunity to reset on a number of issues. The utilization or the issuance of OC spray was a setback at Los Padrinos, and I understand I did that on my own judgment because of the safety of staff and the young people there. It's certainly not where this county or the department is headed, and in fact, by having smaller groups that really have, it's a way of restarting. So when you start a camp or a facility with a dozen young people, you really work on the services and the culture of the place. It's much easier to get to a place where you don't need OC. OC is really a reaction to something that's already out of hand. And so my hope is that by us being able to do this, we can ensure exactly what you're describing.
Yeah, especially because there are no stations there. Not only do we not obviously want it used on our youth, but there's no safe way for our staff to be using it as well.
Yeah, and we wouldn't be approved by BSCC, for example, if we didn't have a way of decontaminate and then utilize it. So that's also within their inspection.
Okay. What is the specific date you plan to begin moving girls and gender-expansive youth to Kilpatrick?
To Supervisor Barger's point, so we're now where the information is going to the courts, the speed with which we then receive approval to remove those young men will dictate when we can do that, because it has to be emptied first, so we're waiting on those orders. After it's emptied, there's going to be some minor changes to the facility, and then we can start. So we're still, I don't have a firm date on that because it depends on that first component.
Yeah, I know there will obviously be some significant changes that need to happen. I think a lot of the bathroom facilities, for example, are urinals because it's been a boys' facility. And so we need to make sure that all of the facilities there accommodate a new population. But with a population of around 50 girls and gender expansive youth, the goal of this board was really to depopulate that population and make sure that they weren't transferred to a new facility. So what progress will be made, since there is time that needs to happen between between now and their transfer there with all of the other things that you just described? What are we doing to depopulate that population now?
Yeah, no, thank you for the question. This is really, when we have public hearings, the question that sort of begins and ends everything, which is essentially, why do all of this instead of just releasing these young people? And, my perspective perhaps is a little different as the probation officer for the county, but I'm required to, if the judge orders someone to be detained either during predisposition or after, I have to house them somewhere. And so when we talk about these 50 young girls, my hope is that we're reassessing the cases for any opportunity for them to go elsewhere, but with an acknowledgement that the reality is the bench is still going to order the predisposition or maybe SYTF detention of young women. And I'm not in a legal position, nor would it be appropriate to simply release them because of these population pressures. I act on behalf of the court on a number of issues. One of them is that when they order the detention of a young person, I have to run the juvenile hall to do that. So there's really no path to have zero detention facility with respect to what the Welfare and Institutions Code says and the expectations of the court. But that doesn't mean that I don't share in the sentiment of, are we really doing everything possible to make sure that we have once, twice, three times taken a look at an individual to see if there's an alternative? In part, that's what the judge ordered. Already part of the calendar is to review cases and make recommendations, but he took great care to say, but I need you to go back and look again and tell me within 45 days where else you can put these young people in.
But since it's only 50 at this point, perhaps you know a number or some number of the existing population that you are actively referring to the court to be depopulated, because your recommendation does matter to them. So are there any that you are referring to the court for them to consider to depopulate? I know I'm hearing you say that it's a court decision, but department has a role to play in how you present those cases.
You're absolutely correct. We have not gotten to the step of the girls in particular. It's sort of by order of operations, the 15 or 16 that were Kilpatrick first, because we need to make room there. The campers, because we need to make room to fix some of that. Then by order of the court, all those for Pine Grove. So we're sort of going in order before the movement of any of the girls, and that will take place.
Okay, so you will be recommending cases. Can you let us know when you're recommending those cases so we know they're actually being recommended? Because I think right now what happens is we ask, there's an expectation, it's up to your department to make those referrals. I hear you saying that the courts have a role to play, but I want to know what role you are playing at our direction to actually get them out of the system and depopulate the jail. Back to the facilities question, I know you had mentioned there will be upgrades. Some may be minor, but another concern that has been raised is, currently, and this is by design, Kilpatrick doesn't have spaces that address when you need to separate somebody out for violence. Right now, everything is open, and the kinds of spaces that are designed for in some of our other facilities are not what is present at Campus Kilpatrick. So for the safety of our youth and for those who are operating the facility, I know we want a home-like setting ultimately. How are you preparing staff and how are you training them to work in this facility and this kind of setting in order to address those concerns?
Yeah, let me just be clear. I would not have selected Kilpatrick, but I have to work within the realm of possible and what we have. I would have much rather have designed and built a facility specifically for the populations, precisely for reasons like that. But you know, reality dictates of all of the possibilities, this is the closest. And it was designed for a much higher population that we even intend on utilizing. And all of those things are addressed by the SEC regulations. And so the pre-inspection has already taken place and made some recommendations. We consider them to be relatively minor recommendations to bring it into compliance, and we're in the process of doing that. But even after all of that, even after saying we're going to comply with all the state requirements for all of those things, even after saying it's the newest and best facility we have, and even after making modifications to making it more suitable, there's still going to be challenges for staff because of location, because of the housing units. Those are all very real challenges. We're going to tackle that in part by trying to go as slowly as possible, because we know that that makes a difference when establishing young people. Two, by engaging as much of their network as we can during this process, because we know there's only so much we can do, and we need partners there that can give us their vision, that they have the ear of the young people. And then lastly, we're going to have to pivot in terms of staff. You know, I really only want staff there that want to be there, that feel compelled to this mission, because we are trying to do something different. But in the end, if there's additional training that we need to provide them, we're going to do that. We have a current assessment from a doctor that specializes in these areas that's going to give us some recommendations on. One of them, in all likelihood, will be staff training. What type of things need to be considered? That's all underway. But I concur, we have to be careful and not try to go it alone with respect to this. In terms of the facility itself, I don't think that we're that far away from making it appropriate.
One of the biggest concerns I have in this transition, especially at this location, is being able to provide a full range of services that are unique to the population that will be there. Girls and gender expansive youth have a variety of health needs that are different than the existing population. And so given you are surrounded by some of our other county departments who are critical to providing those services, DMH, DHS, our Office of Education, how are you working together, given the timetable that you have presented, to make sure that all of those services can be appropriately delivered on the timetable that you've identified?
Thank you, Supervisor. I'm trying to look for the PowerPoint presentation. As you know, the chief gave a very big overview.
And if it's better answered by one of the other directors, because they're in charge of that programming, I'm happy to hear from them.
Here it is at the slide. So a work group of decision makers was established on March 24th. We've been meeting with the departments, as you see listed here, as well as those that are sitting behind us. We've been engaging in all types of dialogue, trying to resolve any of the challenges that you raised here in terms of services, programming, how to make sure that the youth that are being transitioned from different facilities receive the services and programming that they're entitled to under Title 15.
So do any of the departments here have concerns about the timeline that we're talking about? You think that we can achieve what is expected on this timeline?
And I see you over there, Connie. Mental health is here as well. I just want to make sure.
Thank you, Supervisors. Department of Mental Health is in the process of asking for staff to transfer over to Kilpatrick and hiring. We have several being onboarded right now and will be available for that site. So we feel we'll be prepared when the transition of the youth occur.
And for pregnant youth?
Yes.
That wouldn't be
that's
you.
Not us.
So how will we be serving our pregnant youth there?
Is this on? Can you hear me? Thanks. We would need to add additional nursing staff to Kilpatrick to be able to provide 24/7 care. Right now, we don't have 24/7 coverage at Kilpatrick, so we would need to add additional staff and onboard those staff. And then that would be able to provide some level of around-the-clock care for individuals. For youth, I know that are pregnant, there's additional discussions about whether they would need to be held at a separate site versus being able to be held at Kilpatrick, given the potential for complications in that population. But we would need time to be able to onboard the full-time staff needed for the 24/7 operations.
And I hear that you need time. Can you meet this timeline?
I'm not sure what the timeline is, that if there's a firm date by which those need to be onboarded by.
Okay. I think that's sort of the general concern. I know that there's an order of operations that needs to be followed, but it's also, per the chief, a tight timeline. And so making sure that those things are being stood up quickly and effectively is a concern, at least for me. I would expect for all my colleagues too. I have many of the same concerns for Barry J as I do for Kilpatrick. I guess one thing I'm interested in knowing is, given the challenges that we've had with staffing at each of these locations, how will we be able to address that at both locations, especially because we'll have different populations on site at Barry J. So there will be certainly a need to have different staff dedicated to address the needs of those separate populations. And I know we've been out of compliance with that before. So how are we going to make sure that we're setting ourselves up for success in that transition?
Oddly enough, what has led us here is a staffing crisis. That's what's been acknowledged by both BSCC and our local courts. And this doesn't in its entirety fix that component of it. We still have that problem. You know, the hope is that we see staff have better attendance when they feel more safe, and we know smaller communities function differently. And part of the strategy is hopefully that by being a little bit more precise on the programming and on what's happening, that assists staff as well in their sense of less chaos and knowing. But the truth of the matter is, this is going to require all of the probation staff in order to do this. This is more population at different sites, and there aren't enough peace officers, which are what we have to utilize for the ratios that are what are in play here. So in all likelihood, there isn't going to be anyone that's untouched that's a peace officer in probation. They're going to, in one way or another, have to be part of this. In terms of the timeline component, you know, much of the timeline is dictated by a need to quickly drop the population at Los Padrinos in order to gain recompliance with BSCC. It's not a timeline that we'd like to set, but it's the timeline we have. And so in talking to the partners, and of course most of the groups aren't with the department heads themselves, and I don't attend many of them, you know, I think that there's been a significant change in understanding, look, we have to provide services for these young people. The timelines that will be dictated to us are the timelines that are dictated to us, and we serve people in all parts of the county, remote and non-remote. So what I hear aren't barriers to essentially say, we're not going to do this or we can't do this, but they're essentially saying, these are the resources that we need. Nursing is a perfect example. If there's going to be booking that takes place in Malibu, we need a nurse there. And so it's a question of then that department saying, we think we could cover with registry at first, we have a funding issue, can you know, help us with the funding issue. I'm confident all those things are taking place on a weekly basis, where they're actually working through, look, these are the challenges, and just so everybody's clear, these things have to happen before those services are provided there. So I don't want anyone to think that, as has happened before, it's not that we're not thinking about it, we're not talking about it, or the solutions aren't being proposed and looked into. It's just that we understand how important it is to not give a date and saying it's going to happen by this time. What I can tell you is that our guide is what the judges told us, and we're essentially looking at 45-day time frame for the report back, and then essentially 60 days. And if you go back and look into the plan, it was essentially broken into 30, 60, and 90 days when you stretch out the most. So we know that even if we don't know specifically within there, because it goes by order of as things are resolved by the court, those are sort of the big bench posts that we know the movement's going to have to take place.
Given also what you've outlined and the staffing challenges that we have faced, I would say, making sure that we're using, for example, DYD to help us with our programming, so that way your staff is focused on security-related needs, and to make sure that we are using other resources to help serve our population, which means they need to be able to access those facilities. I think prioritizing that work is essential. And I would also say, obviously, engaging the staff in understanding that role and responsibility in order for this to be a successful transition is important too. I'll leave it there because for the sake of time, but I just want to make sure that we continue to get updates on this progress, since this is something that you have presented directly to the court. I think it's important for the board to understand what progress is being made in achieving those goals. Thanks.
Understood, Supervisor.
Thank you. Supervisor Hahn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So a couple questions I also have about this, I don't know what we're calling it. Well, I guess our depopulation plan that we've been ordered to do. Again, just always try to keep that in my mind too. The only reason this is happening is because we're ordered to do it to try to get in compliance with BSCC. So I've been out there a couple times to Los Padrinos, and I have noticed just some, there's anxiety among, I think, the staff and some of the young people who aren't quite sure what's happening. I mean, they hear stuff, but they're not really sure. What's your plan on communicating both to staff and those who are in our custody what exactly is in their future? And maybe when you thought you might be able to have that talk.
So I think Chief Deputy Williams is going to pull up. So part of the plan to the court included what the communication strategy would be for the young people and the families. It did not include the staff. We have a separate staff communication plan that includes group meetings, unit meetings.
Has any of that happened yet? I'm not seeing the timeline.
You mean for the staff or for?
But for both, for the staff, for the families, for the young people?
So Supervisor, we're scheduled to meet with the unions this Thursday, and then after that, we're going to host 2 town hall meetings with our staff to discuss the depopulation plan.
I mean, honestly, you can imagine they already kind of have heard stuff. I would think that sooner that you could communicate just as much as you know, because there's a lot we don't know, but.
Yeah, I understand. There's constant communication that takes place. What I will tell you is that this is a completely demoralized staff in that the constant changes that take place, some of them because of policy decisions that I've made, others because of external bodies make decisions that affect their lives. And so what they want more than anything else is clarity.
Right.
But what I have to be careful with is making promises or telling them things that are going to do that change at the weekly.
I mean, you can communicate it like that, right? You can communicate it like this might change. But I think it's the uncertainty, and as you know, when there's a vacuum, stuff gets talked about, and probably more misinformation gets spread around. Both again to the young people. I've heard directly from the young people. They don't know what's happening. They know they're going to be moved. They don't know when. They don't know why.
Yeah. No, I understand, but I just want to make clear. This is communication within a unionized environment. And so if simply talking to staff, telling them, look, this is what I'm thinking is going to happen, were the end of it, we have to be very careful. I have to notice the unions, then the communication takes place with their folks. And, part of it, because there is impact to the members, has to be worked out because decisions are made on both sides. For example, when we talk about, we're going to need more staff at Nydorf. people want to know, is that me? Am I going to have to go there? And simply having a conversation with me, telling them, hey, this is what's coming, I don't think that makes anybody feel any better. They need to know, no, what is the actual plan? How is staff going to be moving it around, and how has the union complied to it? So I think we're engaged in it.
Can I just add a layer to that, Supervisor Hahn? Guillermo came to our CCJCC meeting and said that, I believe he said the number is close to 80% of staff are out on workman's comp. Is that percentage, or did I get it wrong? At CCJCC, you said 80%?
No, had a work restriction request.
Yeah.
Some of those are workers' comp, some of them are.
How does that impact what Supervisor Hahn is talking about, and what can we as a board do to help mitigate or address that issue? Because that becomes a problem. That's a high percentage. I don't think any department, I looked at my department heads behind you, could any of you operate with those kind of numbers? Yeah, they're all wowing. So just to add,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the sensitive nature of it. I just know that they know something's happening. And I think it would be in all of our best interest to, as soon as possible, just speak the truth as far as we know it about what we've been asked to do and how. I mean, you do have a plan, right, that's been approved by the judge. So I really think as soon as you can, communicating that with the caveat that it could change, just to let them know what's in the offing, I think.
Good afternoon. I wanted to speak to the family engagement. Sorry. Is that better? That better? Okay. For family engagement, we had managers at every single one of our locations this weekend, making sure that they were available to answer questions, passing out flyers, letting them know that we've updated our website. The websites are going to be updated regularly with anything that we can share about the transitions.
Okay, so for the families.
For the families, correct.
So when they come to visit.
Supervisor, can you give your name just for the record? So
Jocelyn Roman, I apologize.
Roman, right? Yes.
Also,
just for
your question.
For the families when they come for visitation this weekend. Okay.
Yes.
I think that's good because, again, it's just at least starting the conversation. They'll have a lot of questions. One of the things I know is going to be really important is to renegotiate some contracts. So there's a lot of folks in Los Padrinos now who I want to make sure they will get to follow the young people, right? I think of one, Hoops for Justice, right? Some of the nonprofits that are in there. Have those contracts begun to be, and do they need to be renegotiated for them to work in Barry J? Or are they contracted with the county and we can just change the line of where they show up?
Our contracts departments are working with the managers from each one of the facilities, ensuring that the contracts can transfer over to where the youth are. Some may need amendments, so we'll need to work very quickly to make sure that those get done. But we have reached out to the people that provide programming to ensure that they are able to provide the services at other locations.
Because again, when I was speaking to them, when I was out there a couple weeks ago, they were also very unsure of what their future was, and they've become obviously very invested in the young people at Los Padrinos. So as soon as that can be done as well, I think that would be helpful. So one of the things I was also thinking, moving this large population to Barry J, let's remember we were out of compliance at Barry J because of staffing, so we upped and moved that whole population to Los Padrinos, and we've had problems ever since. So to move them back to Barry J, I'm wondering, would we be out of compliance almost immediately because of staffing? Is that a challenge that you think we can overcome?
It's certainly a challenge. It's certainly a concern. Nydorf has done extraordinarily well as it had a lower population. we have been able to do exactly what is textbook, which is increase the population there slowly without slipping back into some of the sort of reasons that we were out of
But
compliance.
this is a big influx of, this
Well,
is not going to be slowly, is it?
Well, as slowly as possible. So we went all the way down to something like 30. Now we're all the way back up to 90. And so if this is done correctly and you do it by small groups at a time, we don't lose our footing. Staffing is a concern. And I continue to look to the team and to the unions to come up with ideas in which we can strengthen that in a very quick way. But this doesn't happen in a vacuum without BSCC. BSCC still has to approve the utilization of the site. We do have some benefits that the site is different now. The home-like improvements are complete now. So when we're repopulating where there have already been some changes made. But I don't disagree with you, Supervisor, that this is tricky. We need to be very sensitive, and we absolutely cannot slide back to where this was 18 months ago.
Right, and I think we should continue to double down on our hiring efforts as well. And we had a meeting yesterday with the probation's HR person as well as Lisa Garrett and her team. And I stressed it pretty hard that we've really got to continue to do everything we can to hire because we do get blamed for the hiring freeze, and yet that has not been an obstacle to hiring. And I think Lisa would say that.
No, and we appreciate your support and understanding that there isn't a single solution, but that being able to continue to offer academies and find different pathways to get folks that come be probation officers that have different life experiences, different professional training that might be best suited for what's required of them today is important. We appreciate your support.
Right, and I just want to follow up on what Madam Chair was talking about, which is Pine Grove. And I know one of the directives from the court was specifically to identify youth both at Barry J and Los Padrinos to be screened for direct placement to Pine Grove. And I heard everything you said. I know it's voluntary, but I just want to back up what Madam Chair was saying that she's heard. And I've heard that too, that it is very difficult. They are being discouraged inside from some probation officers to even volunteer for this program. As you know, I've been very invested in working with the courts to make sure in their transfer hearings that they can stay in juvenile, because once they're transferred to Men's Central Jail, they lose their chance to go to Pine Grove. They have to stay within juvenile. I know, Dr. Galley, I just really want to thank you because, again, this whole county family coming together for one youth who, you know, the DA wanted to send to jail and was pulling out every trick in the book as it related to asthma, because Pine Grove currently has a criteria that you cannot have any active asthma within the last 2 years, right? So if you had childhood asthma, that's one thing, but active, and they were searching through medical records at our Los Padrinos and seeing this one youth actually had used an inhaler and immediately decided, well, that disqualified him from Pine Grove. Again, thanks to our good work of our county health and doctors, found out that no, that the inhaler he had used for a panic attack, and it had nothing to do with asthma. And so luckily that young man has finished his transfer hearing, and the judge has agreed to keep him in juvenile, and we're trying to get him into Pine Grove. But just be aware, colleagues, CDRC is looking to change the requirements for Pine Grove to prohibit any young person who's ever had asthma from going. I found this on the web. CRD, yeah, from going to Pine Grove. And as we know, those who are incarcerated are Black and brown, and those are also our young people in LA County that are most likely to have had childhood asthma, because why? They live near freeways, near the port, near refineries, near oil drilling. So they are growing up in our neighborhoods that are causing them to have. So I'm working, I went up to meet with Isaac Bryan to see if we could work to prevent that change from happening, because that would be devastating to our young people who are the ones incarcerated and who Pine Grove gives that second and third or first chance to some of these young people. So I just want to lean in, Guillermo, to what Supervisor Barger said, and we want to make sure that you are getting the message out that this is a viable option, if possible, if they meet the criteria to go to Pine Grove. It is a good program. You support it. I think the DA supports it. He's talked about it publicly. It's one of the options that I hope we lean into. And just on that note, I also just wanted to reiterate that I had serious concerns about, probation filing the WIC 208.5 motions that would request immediately some of these young people to be sent to Men's Central Jail. And one of those motions happened in this young man's closing arguments of his transfer hearing. How are you, and you told me, you spoke and you said that is not a part of the depopulation plan for Los Padrinos to move any of these young people to jail. How are you communicating that to your staff?
It's definitely not part of the depopulation plan. It has never been utilized for those purposes, and I think if you just take a look at the numbers of the filings, I think in 2025 there were only 2. I think there's the evidence. The evidence is that it is not being utilized for those purposes. With respect to Pine Grove, we're in agreement with respect to Pine Grove. I'm at the point now where we're putting so much effort at the facility that I think CDCR owes me a part-time salary. Like, I feel like I'm working for Pine Grove, but I'm at the point where if you know of an employee that is dissuading young people from Pine Grove, I want to know. I want to know directly so that I can intervene, because it is wholly contrary to what we're trying to do as a department.
Well, the numbers don't add up, because I talk to a lot of the young people who want to go. They hear about it because the presentations have been made. They hear about it. They want to do it, but the numbers are not supporting it, that we're actually in some way helping them to get there.
That's how I felt. But, I've now spent enough time on the Pine Grove issue where I'm open to the fact that there may be something else happening here. For example, there may be a competing option for young people, such as on-site jobs that pay $17 an hour. So I don't think that's the full story, but I've now ready to concede that there might be multiple reasons why. The other one was, look, it requires physical fitness. And so now one of the supervisors has started a physical fitness program to prepare them so that they're not scared of, because it is going to be rigorous. So I keep looking for the one reason. I can't find it. I'm open to it, but we're going to keep tackling it, listening to the young people tell us ultimately why they don't go.
And I think
But if we find an employee that is working against our interests here, I'd like to know who they are.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis.
Yes, I'll try not to be repetitive, but thank you to the panel and for your presentation. And I just wanted to ask some questions regarding the transition of youth, especially from Page. I mean, as we start to make that transition, can you go into a little bit more about the numbers and what that looks like and where those youth are going to be reassigned? Do you have any youth there now at Page?
Good afternoon. So we did the depopulation strategy at Page. We looked at all of our youth to see who could qualify for early release based on their behavior, based on the totality of their program. We were able to release 5 youth, and the remaining youth were moved over to Afflaball and
how many?
5.
Total? No, population at Page. I wanted to know. What's the population?
0. Page is closed.
So the 5 were transferred?
5 were released. And the remaining youth were transferred over to Rocky and to Camp Afflaball.
And what was that number?
The number was 6 to one camp and 5 to the other.
Okay, so about 11 or so. Okay, and then now your effort will be to reconstruct or change Page again to take students again, youth?
Yeah,
right?
there was maintenance had been deferred because we were going to close it. So now that it's empty, there's construction for a central beam and I think electrical, a few repairs.
Infrastructure.
Electrical on the roof.
Okay. And when is that going to be completed? Because all this seems to be set up around this schedule that the court is imposing on us. So, and I know that there's always issues with getting construction work done unless it's expedited specifically.
The estimate that we've received from ISD is approximately 8 weeks for that to be completed.
And how many youth will be reassigned to Page? What are you projecting?
The population that will be going to Page will be youth that are post-disposition to camp and pending placement. So it will depend on what those numbers are at LP. As they are ordered to camp or placement, we will be transferring over. So we're expecting that it should be somewhere around maybe 20 or so that would be populating Page. Don't hold me to that number, but that's what we're estimating.
Okay. And then I wanted to go back on the issue of Camp Kilpatrick and the fact that I think there was a visit by the POC that visited the camp and came up with some ideas or concerns about the infrastructure there as well. And I think Supervisor Horvath raised some of those issues. But looking at how quickly those will be addressed too. There's issues regarding sewage and kitchen capacity. So what's going to be done there to address that?
So once again, staff and I are working with ISD to address any type of repairs that are needed at the site, and we can present to the board any type of timeline or estimate for those things to be addressed. But they both are aware of the issues, and we're working to resolve them.
So do you have ISD staff on it right now?
Yes.
Given the timeline? I mean, that's what I want to get at. What's the urgency?
So as we mentioned, we've been having the planning work groups. ISD and DPW are part of those meetings as well. So whenever any type of facility issues.
Michael Lowe, you want to answer that? ISD.
Thank you for, excuse me. Thank you for the question, Supervisor. And I just want to say, as you can see, this is a whole of county response. And so we are all in on making things happen as quickly as possible. As of right now, for Camp Kilpatrick, there are a lot of scope items that are in discussion, and they haven't been fully scoped out. And so I can't give you an exact timeline, but we're working to make sure that that is as short as possible.
So I guess one of my concerns, and I mean, this is something that is not always in our control, but just making sure that the facilities are available and up to par, given what the court has asked us to do. And I think that's the reality that I'd like to get to. Where are we with that? That's of great concern to me, because if you can't move people around, youth and staff, then what does that mean for meeting the expectations of the court?
Yeah, and if I just want to make clear, because it seems like every time I do a public presentation, it's either something about my face that doesn't give people sort of good feelings, but I want to make something very clear. These are inspections that we do independently with our county partners, absent POC telling us. There's nothing in that POC recommendation that we hadn't already scoped out, had taken a look at, and we're already working on. So for some reason, it seems like I give the impression that this is the first we've heard of it, while in reality, we know what our facilities are. We work with our partners like ISD, and it's always a matter of decisions on prioritization and money. So there are assessments that take place all the time, and then tough decisions are made by county departments on what goes first, because not everything. What has changed is we now have a different population that's going, and this is now the priority. So there are things that we may have been aware of that we weren't working on because they weren't the immediate necessity.
Right, and I understand. I completely understand that. I'm not trying to deny any of that. My concern is that now we are going to have females there.
Yes.
And it isn't just these things that were raised, but it's all the other things that go into making the program work there. which is the programming, the education, the health care. And I'm not quite sure if we got an answer about how many pregnant teens we have in our care now. I think the last time we spoke, there were 2.
It's still 2.
Still 2. And they are at Los Padrinos? Or where are they in the system?
I'd have to check. I think they're both at Los Padrinos. I'm not sure if one's at Dorothy
Okay,
Kirby.
so, and it would be good for, I guess, at some point, for staff to convey that privately, I guess, to us, the members, at what stage and what their status is. I think that's fair. And I did want to ask just another question, but this is more with the outreach and transportation, because while I think Kilpatrick will be a challenge getting families and even staff to go there, but more importantly, getting families. But the same issue is with Barry Nordoff. And depending on where you live, will we have a transportation plan available to these sites that we are repopulating? Is that a discussion that we're having at all? And I'm not saying that that's a part of what the court order is, but I would think that it's something that we should be mindful of.
I appreciate Supervisor's sense of urgency, and I just wanted to assure you that our partners, especially when it comes to construction, these are, if not everyday conversations that are being had, so they're always very available and working with us, and those assessments take place. We are required to tell the court what that transportation visitations will be within 45 days, so by the end.
For all of the camp?
Not for all of the locations, but specifically because of the distance of Kilpatrick. I think that whatever we model there, we should consider, if it works well, to consider for all of our sites. As we know, in the larger system, people have difficulty visiting their family members everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
Public transportation is difficult.
You're talking hours for some, I'm sure in the 2nd district, the 1st district, people don't have as much mobility or even a car, and there is no public transportation available.
So I hope that
making all the coordination available
Yes.
in that way, but also, I see our DYD director. Did you want to speak up or something? Your hand's going up.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. We have been holding community listening sessions in partnership with probation, public health, mental health, and we've had 3 of the 5 supervisorial districts so far. The 2 that are remaining are District 4 and District 2, which will be one this week and one next week. Transportation is one of the major themes that has emerged, specifically for the pre-dispo girls and gender expansive youth that may require more frequent visits and maybe leaving, in a quicker time frame. So I know that we're going to do a full report back to all of your board offices with all the notes as well as the questions that are asked during those sessions. They're really interactive sessions. Probation, did I say probation's definitely been at the table? I think that was kind of a given in each one of those listening sessions. But transportation has been something that's been brought up, and there have been some requests or recommendations about how Metro may be able to support in some type of way, especially considering the bus does not go all the way to the facility; it stops, at the bottom of the hill. So we'll be providing a lot more information about that in the next couple of weeks.
Right. And when is your report due? When do you conclude your report after you meet
Yeah,
with all?
we're taking it real time. After every single one of the meetings, I actually provided some preliminary notes to some of your offices yesterday. But the last session in South LA is on the 12th, I believe, which next Thursday, whatever that date is. So shortly after that, we'll consolidate all those notes and get it out.
Okay. And I think just the last thing for me really is more about the programming, making sure that as we make these adjustments that there's continuity with education, because we realize that out of class really can impede that youngster's ability to complete their GED or to stay the course. And having that continuity, that to me is really, really critical. And we do have students I know that are taking classes at community colleges. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, and that's great. Those are good things to encourage and to continue to support, but I am concerned about the ability of having having faculty or staff there. I would like to hear from our superintendent on that, you know, where we are.
Thank you, Supervisor. One of the challenges that we're facing in particular at Kilpatrick is that because of the flooding that has taken place, we don't have all of the classrooms that we need. So that is a concern that we've shared. Apparently, there are 7 classrooms that are needed, and only 6 are available because 1 has been flooded or 2 have been flooded. So that's an issue in terms of schooling. In terms of staffing, Kilpatrick is the most challenging because of the distance, and some of the things that we're looking into is offering a stipend to our staff and looking into possibly transportation to incentivize staff to go to Kilpatrick. The most critical thing for us is communication, timely communication, so that we can plan accordingly, which has been a little bit of a challenge. If I be more specific, we were just talking about Page. So we weren't given communication about the students transferring out of Page. So those types of lack of communication creates a challenge for us. So in terms of, I guess I'll just end with that. The biggest thing for us is communication so that we can plan accordingly, get in there, set up the classrooms, make sure that technology in the classroom is available, and that we have sufficient notice to plan to make the changes.
Right. And you do have distant learning and all of that, all those other tools available?
Well, we do if we have the technology set up. So, with the movement and changes in classroom, we have to get in there and we have to make sure that technology is available.
Okay. So you did raise the issue of stipends?
Yeah, LACO is looking into offering a stipend to staff that are willing to make the change for a 3-year period. So for every year that they'll stay at Kilpatrick, we're looking at providing a stipend.
Right. And this may be a little bit off, but I wanted to ask our CEO about this. I know previously we were encouraging staff to come into work, and we gave them a bonus. If you recall, we gave probation staff, what was it? At the beginning, we gave them an incentive bonus, so to speak.
Wait, I'm saying, are you asking about the incentives that we had to
get
have probation staff? Yes.
Show up.
And what's the question?
Yeah, we go back to that and just can you tell me why? I know we stopped it, but I wasn't sure why.
Yeah.
And was it impactful? Did it help?
It was time limited. The data that I remember, so 2 things. The bonus was time limited, but over time, the numbers, they flattened out. So we received a bump in the number of folks who came to work when we initially started to pay it. But over time, as we went throughout the years, the number of staff who were reporting to work bottomed out. So then the bonus was not effective over time.
So I'm just wondering if that was ever articulated to the union leaders, because I had heard that there was a question about trying to bring that, not a question, but just an interest in bringing it back, but I don't know how effective it was.
Yeah, what I would say is that's probably an evergreen request of the union labor for this particular department. Even before we implemented this bonus, that was part of the request, was to pay bonuses, to provide different types of compensation to work different shifts.
Right.
I think at the end of the day, when we finally did it, we received a temporary increase in the level of staffing, but that fell off. And so we have the data. I'm not sure if probation talked to 685, but I know that there was notices about the time period that the bonuses would be paid, that it was time limited, and I can't speak to if there were communication about how the numbers leveled off after time.
It did not result in higher, as the CEO has said. Had that been a strategy that worked, I would have come back to the board and said, look, this is a thing that we need to continue. There are a lot of factors here. Staff are exhausted. At some point, if you've been held over enough, the idea of a compensation 12 months later doesn't work. But even more importantly, you know, staff know that there's essentially an unlimited amount of overtime that you can work when you want to work. Then that sort of works contrary to the idea of the stipend. What I will say is I don't think that the unions are going to stop asking for it, and so that's going to be a continuous piece. I'm for anything that will help our staff and help us have a more predictable staffing component. I can just tell you that when you just take a look at the data, this didn't do it.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much. Thanks to my colleagues for your questions. First of all, I just wanted to say a number of my colleagues have pressed on the issue of timeline, and we've heard, oh, we're working on it. But as I read at least my memo from my team, there are certain expectations around depopulation of Los Padrinos. I assume that was a part of the order from the court, and so there's multiple phases. Phase 2 to be completed by June 15th, phase 3, June 15th, phase 4, June 15th. So that's why I think we are feeling the sense of urgency around timeline. A, because we need to take action. B, because the court in BSCC expects that of us. So are we going to, based on hearing the other county departments not be able to give a specific timeline in terms of some of the actions that are in their wheelhouse, what impact is that going to have on us meeting the judge's expectation? And am I interpreting this correctly? We have timelines.
There's definitely timelines. There's timelines that I submitted, there are timelines that were approved by the court, and then the court added timelines. And so I tried to quietly say at the beginning the things that we have already completed that were in that timeline.
Right.
So this is already in play. So already in play, many of the requirements by the court we've completed and submitted, such as the assessment of the 15 or 16 youth, such as the assessment for Pine Grove, the moving out of Page, the construction that's already underway. The meetings with the partners continue. So those haven't stopped. And if I were to point out what's most at risk in terms of continuing the services, I'm less worried about our county partners, to be quite honest, because they run extraordinarily large operations, and they know how to solve it. What they may need are resources and dates. I'm more concerned about our ability to continue contract services and being able to do that sort of through emergency process.
Okay, all right. DYD, you talked about the listening sessions, and you're going to report back to us with a summary. What are people being told who participate in the listening session about what they can expect from having participated and having shared their perspective?
Yeah, that's a wonderful question, and thank you. So when we started, originally this was going to be listening sessions for the global plan, right? And that was before the court order came down. Since the court order came down, we've been explaining to the folks that have been attending, and those have been CBOs, they've been community members, they've been affected youth, and there have been families. About 70 people have attended so far, and we've got about 75 more registered for the next 2 sessions that are upcoming. They're being told that we're going to take everything that they give us. We're doing everything in writing. Their questions are all on index cards, so we've collected all the questions. They're in small group settings. After the presentation by probation and a few Q&As, we actually put them in small groups. We've got note takers at each one of the tables, and we're being told that all those notes are going to be consolidated, presented obviously to probation for their consideration, but also presented to this board for recommendations and considerations of requests.
So I would hope, just as we've talked about communication to the staff, that there could be some kind of circle back process. So once the plan is in place, people know what's happening. So they'll have a sense of whether their input, something stuck, it changed, just so they know. I think sometimes closing that information loop is so important because I'm invited and I'm asked my opinion and then I never hear anything else. So at least to close that communication loop, I think is helpful, particularly if I self-select and choose to come to this listening session. I have a vested interest for whatever reason. Either it's my child, it's a family member, community member. I have a vested interest. So closing that loop, I think, would be helpful. Thank you, Supervisor Solis, asking the question about transportation. Glad to hear that will be, I'm not surprised that it's already been elevated in listening sessions. Thank you to my colleagues who've already asked the questions about renovations and modification. Question of the chief. What's the process that you're going to use to reassess youth currently held in Los Padrinos, as well as the timeline for that population, as well as reassessing the secure youth treatment facility population?
Specifically for the LP population, we're going back and working with our intake team to see if there was anything that we could have done different, reassessing cases. We do know that we're following the law, 707B offenses, and so we're in compliance. But where possible, is there an opportunity for us to present a case back to court to say we want to, adjust the recommendation? So we have made those assessments. It's an ongoing basis. We're working with the deputy probation officers to do that. And I think did you ask about the other
SYTF youth as well?
So for Los Padrinos has approximately 30 youth that are SYTF recommended. Last week, I sent over caseworkers from Barry J. Nightoff to meet with those youth to do the Pine Grove assessment, talk to them about their qualifications, their interest in Pine Grove. I wanted to interject that a little bit earlier. And also to find out where we are with them. Can we start doing some positive casework and getting them to prepare for the transition over to Barry J. from LP? Again, where possible, we are assessing cases. They're a little further along over at the SYTF.
I appreciate you following the law and the court's interpretation of 707B, but I do also appreciate you taking the opportunity and leadership role in reevaluating and figuring out what within your power and the policy of probation can kind of influence that outcome differently. So I appreciate that. Thank you, Supervisor Horvath, for raising the issue around depopulation. For our girls and gender expansive youth. What became clear to me in a conversation in the past is, we hear the number 50, but the reality is it may not be the same 50 girls or gender expansive youth. And so I appreciate the conversation and the pushback, I think, from Horvath, recognizing the courts play a role, but you play a role too. And so, I'm hoping that the courts and the DA are also hearing the direction and desire of this board around that population, hearing from the public and the advocates about that population, that they aren't continuing to send girls and gender expansive youth to these facilities as quickly as we can try to redirect them. So I appreciate you continue to keep your foot on that accelerator. We continue to hear concerns about those in custody. Are there other department heads here, either mental health or anyone else that wants to talk about the role you're playing in providing support to this population as we try to depopulate them? Dr. Ferrer, thank you.
Well, yeah, thanks a lot. I want to note that we're active members of the planning committee that's really trying to grapple with making sure that the services are coordinated and that they're accessible. We will be amending our existing contracts for substance use treatment so that we will be at all of the facilities. We haven't been at all the facilities in the past, but we will be very shortly. And at some of the facilities where there'll be additional young people, we will have additional services and support. So our MOU is almost complete, and it does now allow us to provide an entire range of services at every single site. So, again, I want to thank the chief and his team for working so quickly with us to make sure that we could use this as an opportunity to expand services in general, but particularly to get into all of the sites that are under probation with a set of services as appropriate. So we're expanding by, I think I want to say like 30% the footprint through our contracted providers.
Helpful to know. I appreciate that. Anybody else want to comment on that?
Share that the credible messengers are going to be counseling and working with the young people that are likely to be affected by the move, and then also be there to support them and receive them when they end up in their new destination. Again, the ones that are most likely to be moved. So we kind of have an idea of what populations of young people that those will be. So to try to calm them, to bring down the tension, bring down the anxiety, obviously in partnership with other partners at the table.
And you're talking about all the youth that will be impacted by moves, not just girls and gender expansive youth.
I'm sorry, yeah,
Okay.
that would be all, both, yeah.
Perfect,
Right,
perfect.
correct.
I appreciate that. I think that really kind of leads me directly into my next question, and this is, I got this one and one more, Madam Chair. I've certainly received feedback from the Probation Oversight Commission and other advocacy groups that the redistribution of youth across facilities won't solve for our current staffing issues. And I heard loud and clear, 80% are impacted by some order that they can't do the job that we need for them to do. I heard you. So can you explain how, not just you, Chief, but all the departments are planning to ensure that the plan not only addresses staffing concerns, but also avoids placing additional strain on other facilities and strain on our young people?
Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell. You know, one of my greatest disappointments during this process has been my inability to get people past the let's not do this, and we don't have time for that anymore. I'll give you an example. If I get one more report or insight that transportation will be difficult to Kilpatrick, my response is, please jump in. We need you. You're right. You've been heard. I now need you to be part of the solution. I'm with you. What can you or your organization do to make sure that continues to happen? My hope was that part of this plan would allow us space to do things differently. I'm not just trying to replicate what we had at Los Padrinos, divvy it up and take it somewhere else. If you go back and you take a look at the plan, there is a reason why it was chosen to separate by needs of the young people and try to have smaller communities. That's meaningful. And what I would love to have the CBOs and our partners jump in on, let me use this as an opportunity. I have lots of opinions on how what you've been doing at LP is wrong. Let me take this opportunity to help advise and come up with suggestions on how we do that differently in the new location and we don't replicate the mistakes. That includes the union. I want to hear about the stressors of the staff that is causing them to either be unable or unwilling to do the work. What can we do differently for you as well? Because we need healthy staff to have healthy young people. They are the models of the young people, and so they need to be healthy too.
And I agree with you, and I would hope during the town hall meetings when Supervisor Hahn asks you about how staff being told about the changes, I am hoping that they not just show up to listen and or critique and criticize, but to be full partners in providing feedback at these upcoming briefing sessions with staff. It is my hope that they too will talk about, as you just said, bring solutions about what can make it successful, acknowledging that it has been court ordered. My mother used to say the difference between what is versus what ought to be. We are now living in the land of what is, thanks to the court, and hoping that they would come to the town hall not just to hear from you and understand the changes, but also as I meet many in your department in my district who with great pride tell me their tenure of service. And so to bring that 35-year experience and perspective to talk about what we can do collectively to make this transition best for the youth in their care and for them as employees of the department.
Thank you, and I hope you don't mind if I start using the what is versus what ought to be.
Oh, my mother would love that. She's been quoted by, as a former chief probation officer, she would have loved that you would.
Well, I certainly will, and look, I'm not giving up because, in part, folks are welcome to criticize me or the department, in part as atonement for things that have happened to young people and people that are justice involved. I get that. I accept that. That is part of the job. But that does not mean that we don't need you as partners to come up with the solutions. I hope that folks don't think that it's one or the other. In other words, you could still be for decarceration and, in today's problem, partner with probation to do something that's better for the young people. And I hope, and I continue to extend an offer to folks, I'm willing to listen to the criticism, but you got to end with some solutions that are something beyond simply saying, well, then no one's incarcerated. I need things that are going to improve, and you don't have to give that up, and we can continue that discussion. But we have before us a 45-day turnaround in being able to do something better for the young people that we have.
45-day turnaround, and the clock started on when?
The 16th of last month.
The 16th of May.
Yes.
Right. So again, just as I've said I hope probation staff will come to those meetings and bring solutions. I hope that you too will give them space in those meetings, that to come to the table with solutions and ideas on how to be successful with the remaining time, as limited as it is that we have left. So I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And then just to follow up, Guillermo, on the, and Supervisor Solis brought it up regarding Paige, I want to thank you and your team for meeting with Laverne to explain. I mean, I think one of the lessons learned for me is that less information, I understand why we do less, but sometimes that creates misinformation in the community. And Supervisor Solis and I both share Laverne. And misinformation spreads like wildfire. So I appreciate you and your team getting out ahead on that to explain exactly the population that's already there and what we are doing on that. And then to follow up on the question regarding staffing, I'm still concerned. I mean, even with the accommodations needed and workman's comp, so it's both workman's comp and or accommodations, I think we do need to have a discussion, Feezy, and I know we've had it at this board before, on what we are going to do, because 80% is not sustainable. And as a taxpayer, it doesn't make me feel good to know that we have staff that's not coming to work that's getting paid. And I don't think it helps the people that are working to know that there are those that are out that are still getting a paycheck and they're coming to work and they're being held over and they have no control. So I would, not for an answer today, but I know we have to address this issue and nip it in the bud once and for all, because it's going to get worse before it's going to get better. And then last but not least, David, thank you for the listening sessions. I know in Antelope Valley, Lancaster, you had a good one with valuable feedback. So I'm excited to see what we're going to do. I know that you've talked about the transportation. That continues to be an issue, and I think we need to provide a clear thoughts and what we are going to do to help accommodate that, to stay connected, because I know that's part of the rehabilitation is to have the family be a component in that. So I look forward to where we go from here. So thank you, and thank you to the entire county team behind you. Thank you.
Supervisor, can I say, if you do mind,
Oh, sure.
that DHR has been working with probation on 4 different fronts, and one is recruitment and hiring, bringing more people into the department. Since we started this exercise, our goal was 150 a little while back. We're now at almost 300, 299 employees that we have hired into the probation department for as group supervisor nights and also DSOs. In addition to that, DHR is working with their disability management and long-term leave individuals. We have actually taken over that program, and we have staff stationed at Los Padrinos to assist them in working through these cases with the goal of returning individuals to work, seeing if accommodations are required, and how we can make certain that folks are actually working based upon what they can actually do based upon medical certifications. We have also obtained third-party administrators, subject matter experts in the field of long-term leaves and disability management. We signed that contract, or the chief signed the contract on April 1st, and these individuals at Cedric will take over the administration of the voluminous amounts of paperwork that are required for this, so that this will free the staff up to work the cases. And so we're building that system out even now. On an additional front, we're working on performance management, where if individuals are not coming into work, they should be getting some notices, like, why aren't you here? And so we've deployed our performance management team to probation to start issuing notices to staff who are not coming in. These are not the people who have doctor's notes, but these are people who are just not coming to work. And as a result of that, we have actually helped them pin 600, I'm going to say, notices. At least 200 or 300 of those notices have been issued to the employees. And we have seen a reduction in the call-outs for the department. So these 4 fronts are what we are working with probation on.
Thank you. I don't know whether I should feel good or bad. I don't know if I'd want people like that watching over my child, but okay. I think that if they're completely have a disdain for coming to work and have no doctor's note or something, I think that's a problem in and of itself. You know, I mean, I don't think you disagree with that, but I question their integrity as it relates to work. But let's just get them back, and then we'll discuss that.
Some time ago, before Guillermo took over, DHR actually did a department-wide survey for the staff, and we got some very good information back. Some of the staff were concerned about their safety. Some of the staff were concerned about being held over. There are a number of things. So I would probably suggest in this instance, before we start the listening sessions, and we can help you with this, send the survey out, and then the listening session can further drill down on the concerns of the staff so that we can address those.
All right. Thank you. Seeing no other questions, Executive Officer, please call those members of the public that wish to talk on this item.
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Adam Summer, Claudia Jerez, Crystal Chavez, Demaria Blair, Deanna Pittman, Daventray Farmer, Imari Wallace, Floyd Harji, Helen Edinburgh, Jacob Jackson, Jahzara Holiday, Jeffrey Hines, George Garcia, Judith Pop, Natalie Segura, Raquel Derfler, Tadiha Shakur, and Thomas Bell. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address items 70, 71, and 72, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, can we have the first speaker, please?
Roy Humphreys, your line is open. You may begin.
Okay, folks, after listening to this, it's an oh my God moment. Here, if I wasn't prone to drinking now or doing drugs, it would be after listening to you people. How many years have you been under the judicial system propelling this situation? It's a damn shame. And have you gone out to the colleges and universities to get people into the jobs? And how about the military persons getting out? This is pathetic. And the other thing is, the gentleman said, where's the money? You need a huge infusion of billions of dollars to get this system under wraps. And how about going to the Chinese, the Japanese, and the South Koreans if you want to learn how to run confinement facilities and take care of the whole business? This is just a damn shame. And you deserve what you get. And we don't deserve it. This is pathetic.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
And Madam Chair, we have no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Thank you. We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
So I'm Adam Summer with Juvenile Giants. I do programming at Los Padrinos, and I don't have a lot of time, so I'm gonna do this quick. First of all, I want to commend the deputies like Janice Hans, Kyla Coates. DYD's been extremely helpful in getting my program moving extremely fast, and there's a dearth of programming. Since I only have 40 seconds, here's what I would say. I think if there's policy changes that every single person who I've talked to working within probation agrees with, it's that we basically have a gang atmosphere within each unit. It's like a gang buffet. You have no exposure to these gangs, and all of a sudden, all your ops are in one unit. So if there's a fight, and you can't put them down for 24 hours, and you have young boys and young men who are excited, and they have adrenaline coming back into their system, and then they fight again. So I think it needs to be, once again, 24 hours for your first fight, 48 hours for your second fight. And this was shown to have improved a lot, I think, with disciplinary issues before, and I think it will again.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Crystal with Cancel the Contract. Earlier this year, 3 teens at Los Padrinos Juvenile Hall were hospitalized after suspected overdoses. That in the latest string of alarming incidents. The county is getting ready to pay out $2.67 million in settlement money for a teen assaulted in a gladiator fight at Los Padrinos. This problem cannot be solved just by shuffling the youth around from camp to camp. There needs to be accountability of the staff to make sure the same issues do not occur. We were at that DYD meeting, and we were advised that there are so many eyes and oversight at the camps, yet all these incidents still occurred, which leads to believe that the work culture is so ingrained that it's causing the bystander effect, or nobody wanted to say anything because they were too afraid. Maybe they need a different type of training. We cannot keep repeating the same costly patterns. The system is clearly broken and needs to be analyzed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, good afternoon. Helen Eichenberg. I live in SD3. It's just so hard to have confidence sitting here and listening to all this today. I have to be really honest. We are now 6 months still in non-compliance and not meeting the standards. And now we're in this mad dash to move these youth around and cause nothing but harm. You know, I still do the math. If we have 270 youth and we don't have enough staffing, and just because we move them to other facilities, we still don't have enough staff, and I don't understand it. I'm not a mathematician, but the math does not add up. I also want to thank DYD for the community meetings they've been having, but I want to tell you, probation, your answers have not been good at 3 of them. So you have 2 more times to get it right and give answers that are appropriate and up to standards to the folks that are there from the community. I wish you had done better on your reassessments before the POC meeting back last month when you only found 2 compliant, because now there's a mad dash. We don't know what the process is for your reassessment.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Raquel Durfler with Cancel the Contract. This board has unfortunately consistently trusted the chief's judgment in addressing issues that have occurred on his watch. It's not about atonement from him. It's about him being responsible for his department. You are actually relying on the fox to watch the hen house. The failings of the probation department are a direct result of the culture of behavior that's allowed. It has nothing to do with training, lack of training. If they are not held accountable, they're going to continue to engage in harmful behavior. My supervisor, Barger, I'd like to let you know that the meeting wasn't great out in Lancaster. I was there, and the representative from the probation department actually said to us that Malibu was better than Lancaster to a room full of people. So issue with that is that the court had already ordered the moving plan, so it wasn't really a place for us to be able to give suggestions on, you know, what could be different and helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Jacob Jackson. I'm with the Youth Justice Coalition. I'm speaking today in strong opposition to the Probation Department Global's plan. We've been advocating both here and at the Probation Oversight Commission because the current system continues to fail our youth. Just recently, you passed a motion to reevaluate all young people in LA County juvenile facilities because many of them shouldn't be there in the first place. Some of these young people have not even been given a second chance or a proper assessment to determine whether they should be released. Yes, young people must take accountabilities for their action, but accountability should not mean endless punishment. It should mean an opportunity for growth, healing, and redemption. The plan to move youth from one rundown abusive facility to another is not a solution. It's simply repackaging the same failed system of of warehousing and neglect. With $4 billion available in the settlement fund and a long documented history of abuse, it is unconscionable that the county continues to invest in incarceration rather than healing, housing, and real community-based alternatives. I know I got that.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Floyd from YJC. Good afternoon. I'm here to share my thoughts on the global plan. I've been in Los Padrinos and barely had any visits from LP because our facility is very far. Now you're trying to move the youth to even farther to Malibu. When our locked up probation officers were starting riots, abandoning youth, seeing many people locked up when I was locked up, I seen people being abused and even together, and y'all trying to put together a plan to move them when y'all still have a settlement for $4 billion lawsuit, and that our taxpayers have to pay. Root and harm. We should never be locked up or viewed for our safety, and this system is very reasons why people need to be protected. I'm strongly opposed the probation global plan. Do what's right for our youth.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is George Garcia, and I am with YJC, and today I want to address a critical issue concerning the well-being of our youth and the environment they are kept in. These facilities are not good and treat our youth bad within gladiator fights or just having them fight on their own most of the time. Overseeing our youth, particularly in the probation system, when they themselves are implicated in the very issues they are meant to address, the integrity of our probation system. In the question, there are allegations of harm against young people. Instead of fostering trust and safety, such claims can create an environment of fear and skepticism, further complicating the lives of those we aim to protect. Second, we must acknowledge that many children within our systems are there not because they belong, but because of the circumstances beyond their control. They are often victims of systemic failure, facing challenges that require understanding, compassion, and support, rather than punishment or exclusion.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Natalie Segura. I'm with the Youth Justice Coalition. I'm a Free LA High student and a Lobo Fellow. I'm here today to urge you to reject the global plan. Youth in LA County probation facilities face ongoing abuse and neglect. We demand immediate decarceration and accountability. LA spends $4.4 billion on LAPD. That money should go to building affordable housing, youth programs, and community services. Our youth needs guidance, not to be put away in cages. The Youth Justice Coalition has helped with these youth people to get their education and finish school, as well with different job opportunities and trainings that have helped to keep these young people out of trouble. Do right, invest in our youth, and free our youth. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Imari Wallace. I'm with the Youth Justice Coalition. I am here today to express my strong opposition to the Probation Department Global Plan. My family has been directly impacted by the system. I have personally experienced the pain of being disconnected from my loved ones because they're constantly moving. There is no stability when families are broken and apart like this. Some of my family members were forced to move out of state due to incarceration. I haven't been able to see them in years, not even once, in over 2 years. As a student, I'm doing my best to focus on school, but it's painful to know that my loved ones are far away and I have no way to visit them. Right now, the probation department controls inhumane facilities where the environment and staff are not suited to support young people. Every juvenile hall in LA County.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Devontre Farmer with the Youth Justice Coalition. I demand a no to the probation global plan. It is unacceptable that some probation officers, these individuals who are supposed to guide, support, and rehabilitate the youth, are instead abusing their power and to harm our youth. Probation is meant to offer second chances, not serve as a pipeline to further trauma and incarceration. When children are locked up, beaten, or sexually harassed by the very people who are in charge with protecting them, it's not just a failure of one individual, it's a systematic failure. Lawsuits even be lawsuits are being brought up to attention, but it's not being handled for the kids. They still have to suffer through that trauma. We need more than legal settlements. We need accountability. We need oversight. We need real reform. Our youth deserve justice, safety, and dignity, not more harm from a broken system that claims to.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jeffrey Hines with the Youth Justice Coalition. I have been working in the field of youth development for 8 to 10 years now. I am opposed to the global plan. Moving youth further away from their families doesn't help the situation. There are kids in there that should already be let out, but they're still sitting in there. There's other issues that probation could be working on right now than thinking about trying to move them. This place has been out of compliance since I started working at Youth Justice Coalition. I've been coming up here talking about the same buildings, the same issues. These kids need resources. They need mental health resources. They need things that can make them rehabilitated and not harmed even further. The lawsuit proves that there's things that's been going on in LA County that we've known about since I was a kid. And finally, it's coming to light. How much more stuff needs to come to light?
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Judith Pop. I'm the Street Cred Coordinator at Youth Justice Coalition. I urge you to stop funding probation. Despite the language of rehabilitation, probation often acts as an extension of policing and surveillance, not as a supportive service for our youth. At YJC, we support young people and their families, parents, grandparents, and entire communities deeply impacted by substances and systematic harm. Through education and care, our program offers healing and dignity. Reports of naloxone is highly effective at reversing overdose. Survival rates are reported to be around 93 to 99% when administered. When you invest in youth programs like ours, you're invested in life-saving support. You're building futures, not cages. Redirecting funds for probation to community programs save lives and strengthens our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Jazara Holiday, and I disagree with the global plan. Moving youth has been disastrous in the past and traumatizing to our youth. We have already seen this tactic fail. Any pauses in education programming, essential mental health services, and related medication delivery could severely dysregulate young people receiving treatment. This move will force youth to cope with all new facility staff and youth interactions, providers, schedules, and etc. All of which, on the contrary to most, can y'all fix my mic? What's going on? Take the $4 million and invest into saving lives, not covering up sexual abuse that you guys have piled on top of these kids' trauma already. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Tara Shakur, and I'm with Youth Justice Coalition. I'm here today to make it clear any plan put forth by probation is a plan that will continue to fail our young people. I urge you to reject the global plan. It has been just over 2 years since Brian Diaz lost his life inside the halls, the very system representing this plan to you today. We cannot keep pouring resources into a system that has proven time and time again it cannot keep our youth safe. Do the right thing, invest in youth development, not incarceration, invest in the youth development empowerment strategy, invest in yes teams, not more failed probation proposals. As Brian Stevenson reminds us, each of us is more than the worst thing we've ever done. It's time we treat our young people that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, board.
Again, my name is Claudia Jerez. I'm a Downtown Women's Center case manager, and I'm also a former DPSS employee for about 10 years. I have heard the youth. I've heard Officer Guillermo. I've heard Ms. Mitchell. You're around here. I don't see you. I've heard Ms. Hilda Solis. Now, I have to tell you, there's a global, I believe it's called a global plan for our youth to have access to these facilities. I have to tell you, I am very, very involved with the community. I worked with Downtown Women's Center. I worked with DPSS. I understand civic duties in this city. I understand Los Angeles County is.
Thank you. Madam Chair, there are no other speakers who have signed up to speak on these items.
Thank you. Executive Officer, this is a receive and file. Hearing no objections on 70, 71, and 72, which is what we're going to be receiving and file, correct?
That is correct.
So it's these reports will then be received and filed. Hearing no objections, that will be the order. Oh, Supervisor Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you. I put my hand up and then it was removed. I just wanted to clarify, because we heard a lot from many of those who came up and spoke. I'm sorry they left. What was presented today was the plan that is now been court ordered. We've had conversations about the quote global plan, but I just want to make sure everybody is clear that the judge has now ordered this plan. And that's what we were discussing here today. I'm sorry they left because I think it's important for everybody to be on the same page. Today's discussion was on the plan ordered by the court. Thank you.
Which is very similar to the global plan.
But thank you for that clarification, and yes, tomatoes, tomatoes. All right, we're going to go on now. Executive Officer, please announce the next item and the presenters.
We are on item 29, report on the strategic plan to curtail street racing in the county, which was held by Supervisor Mitchell. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now to comment on this item. Representatives Carrie Miller, Senior Manager, Chief Executive Office, Steve Berger, Deputy Director, Department of Public Works, David Carroll, Director of Youth Development, Terrence Bell, Captain, Central Patrol, Sheriff's Department, Jose Diaz, Captain, California Highway Patrol, will be making a presentation.
Supervisor Mitchell, I'm going to let you control the discussion.
I appreciate it. Thank you all for coming back, and we'll go ahead and start with the presentation from the panel.
Yes. Good afternoon, Supervisors. So on May 23rd, my office provided your board with the second quarterly update on curtailing street racing and takeovers in LA County. The report that we're going to show today reports the details of progress that has been made on the county's action plan across 5 goals. Those goals are outreach, education, and prevention, infrastructure, enforcement, community engagement, and communication strategies, and then finally, safe and legal alternatives. As you will see, the public and private community partners have made some real progress on implementing several strategies that were outlined in a plan. This quarter, we were excited to see an overall drop in the number of record street takeovers across the county, and we are working on trying to determine and isolate the exact factors that contributed to this change. And with that, I'll turn it over to Carrie Miller from my team to walk us through the presentation.
Thank you, Fezia. So just a quick overview. These are the folks who sit on our work group. We have a really robust group of public partners, private partners, community members, resident advocates, all working to figure out how we solve this issue collectively. In terms of goal 1, which is increasing outreach, education, and prevention, we've had DPH and DYD and street racing takeovers connect a number of workshops within the schools, within communities, serving a multiple of partners in multiple different areas. They have been collecting data to understand from pre and post tests what is really working. They've surveyed 447 participants to figure out what has actually been impactful, and found there's a number of key things that the youth are really responding to around issues of loss of life, injury, destruction of property, criminal consequences, and how these effects really play out. In terms of infrastructure, Public Works has been in action of completing installations at Compton Avenue, Atlantic Boulevard, looking at enhancing deterrence across other intersections with Avalon Boulevard, East 135th, and other areas. In terms of expanding enforcement efforts, we have signed an MOU that across 10 law enforcement agencies to work together to figure out how we can better enforce the laws that we do have. We are in the process of creating changes to Ordinance Chapter 1346 around street takeovers and expanding that based on the board's direction from the last time that we presented, as well as looking at developing internal policies for issuing and processing administrative fees. And we're learning from other jurisdictions who are doing this so that we can implement best learning here in LA County. And then in terms of engaging community and communication strategies, we are right now finalizing a 5-signature letter, also directed by your board, that we're going to send to social media platform companies to ask them to enforce their own laws and look at demonetizing these types of posts. We're also looking with DYD and Street Racing Kills about how we develop coverage on the dangers of this, including testimony from young folks. And our SAFE community partner held a poster competition where 1,000 students talked about road safety, street racing, created YouTube videos, and the winner will be posted on YouTube, and they expect about 10 million views of that winning post. In terms of identifying street and legal alternatives, our work group has been working on what this looks like. To Supervisor Han's point at the last meeting, you asked us to get a definitive answer on whether Terminal Island would be a viable solution. The answer is no, but it is determined, the answer is no. But we did reach out with help actually of your field offices to get that answer.
I know we're going to ask questions. Why?
They say that their space is completely, yes. We also got a definitive no from Victoria Golf Course and SoFi Stadium. However, we are looking at Pomona Fairgrounds, Carson, and looking at other places where we can get some sponsorship and support of doing something in other areas. And then in terms of the data, we are really pleased to say, although we're not exactly sure why, the numbers in every single supervisorial district went down. Specifically in supervisorial District 2, there was a 56% drop in the street takeovers over the last quarter from the previous quarter. And then with that, we are continuing to implement the strategies outlined in the action plan, tracking our data, figuring out what's working, modifying our planning accordingly, and exploring emerging and promising practices in other areas. And so with that, I will open it up for questions from our panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I want to thank you for the presentation. I held this item for presentation again, and I will continue to do so because I think it's important for the public to be aware of not only how seriously we are taking this issue as a county, but also that the action is being taken to address these illegal street takeover events. And so I want to use this as a platform. We talked about earlier, how do we get the news out about changes that are being made at the county, that we are hearing the concerns, we take them seriously. That's why I held it, and I really appreciate that really comprehensive presentation. Thank you for the MOU. I know it can take years for an MOU to be signed at the county level. You did that. Thank you for the communication strategy, making sure that we are communicating to people as well as all the public education efforts. It's certainly premature to try to declare anything close to a victory, but I think it is worth highlighting the significant decrease in takeovers you saw countywide. In the 2nd district, we saw a 56% drop. Though we're not completely sure for the reason of the drop. I will ask you all. I don't know if you think it's seasonal or what it may be. But again, I think you all deserve great credit for being proactive in communicating and helping our residents understand, and that they have got to be thoughtful about the dangerous, destructive behaviors they've been engaging in. I do feel that we're on the right track as far as the action that's been taken by all of you and the board. And I know that there are many additional actions that will come as the plan continues to be implemented. Um, I still hear from constituents in West Rancho Dominguez, East Rancho Dominguez, Willowbrook, and other unincorporated communities, especially those that are close to the border of the city of Compton. So I hope that the residents there are tracking this work or participating and know that we're working really hard to address the issue. Couple of questions for me. I'm going to try to keep it short, Madam Chair. First to the CEO, and that's about the MOU that was circulated among different law enforcement agencies to form the regional task force. It's been signed, and what can our collective constituency expect as a result of the task force at this point?
Thank you for the question. This answer actually came from input from LAPD, who is leading that task force. And what they shared is that there are monthly surge operations that are occurring in partnership with the sheriff and CHP, and they're now looking to incorporate Torrance more closely in that task force. Information intelligence exchange is flowing freely, and they're using that information to help with their enforcement and abasement purposes. They're looking to expand the task force into other areas, which will include Gardena, Redondo Beach, Manhattan Beach, Hermosa Beach, El Segundo, and they're also potentially looking at including Palos Verdes. They're looking for additional funding to cover more personnel staff who can help with these surge operations that occur. LAPD did report that their task force staff just got cut starting July from 40 officers to 20, so that will be, yes, that will be a problem for our enforcement efforts. And though they did say that Central LA area really likes what's happening in South LA around these surge operations and wants to expand and increase them in that area. So they will be working with them to add another surge operation per month, which means we'll have 2 of those per month starting in July.
I appreciate that. And I hate to hear the decrease in manpower and women power. Captain Bell, the data shows that the Compton station is leading the way in your department as far as enforcement of illegal takeovers. But the Century station, which services a couple of the unincorporated areas in my district, Willowbrook and Florence Firestone, has made 0 arrests, 0 citation, 0 tows, despite having a significant amount of takeovers. Any insight as to why?
Yes, good afternoon, supervisors. Good afternoon to all of you. Just to piggyback a little bit back on the reason why our street takeovers are down in 2nd District, just to give you a little bit of context, unfortunately, we had the wildfire events during January. And unfortunately, that's an unfortunate event. But during that event, we had what we call 12 on and 12 off. So our deputies were on 12 on every day. 12 hours a day, so we had more manpower out there. So we were able to address the street takeovers each day, just based on manpower out there, on the staffing out there. So that would also make a difference in why the numbers have decreased across the board. Second, it is seasonal. It is seasonal. It was during some of the winter months, and we had less street takeovers. The weather did play a crucial role out there. But to answer your question in regards to what Century Station, just to go back, obviously Compton Station is leading the way, and we did have what we want to take advantage of, what our partnerships and our collaboration with Los Angeles Police Department, the California Highway Patrol. A key thing that would occur every Sunday was called Sunday Fun Day. Now, I didn't coin that. That's something that we got from the news. This is where an event where they had a lowrider event. It's a lowrider event that occurred on Broadway between, let's say, Compton Boulevard all the way down to Alondra Boulevard. And unfortunately, on Sunday, during these times of between 1:30 and 8 p.m., you would have between 1,500 to 3,000 cars on this boulevard, unfortunately. And this was an ongoing event in the West Rancho Dominguez area. So it kind of extended also into the Centuries area. We needed that staffing to address those type of events. We did do proactive enforcement, and we cited everyone each and every time on Sunday. I have a Sergeant Heber, who's part of my special assignment deputy. His team was out there every Sunday. It was very contentious. However, some of the street takeover personnel would attach themselves to the lowrider group because they know that, hey, the street is already taken over. So this is what we encountered each day on Sunday. They were very effective with the street takeover task force that was led by the CEO's office. We all collaborated. We were able to address the problem. Now, in the past month, they have not been out there for a whole month now because of the enforcement that we conducted. Everyone some people went to jail. We had people that went to jail for firearms. Some people were cited obviously for the spectators or whatnot. So when we go back to Century Station, we're teaching let's say we're training our staff at Century Station, South Los Angeles Station, and all the stations that we call Central Patrol Division. We're bringing them up to standards because these type of incidents are we have to approach it from a tactical and common sense approach to ensure that it's not just only dangerous for law enforcement, but to the public. Right. So you're going to see better stats in the coming future. I can't tell you exactly when, but all of our stations are getting behind the training, the approach led by CHP, by Los Angeles Police Department, and some of our own staff. So we are going to see some more productive stats.
I appreciate that. And I hope that you all will consider disaggregating the data between unincorporated communities and contract cities just to help us really get a clear picture of what's happening where. And hopefully will also allow us to align resources as appropriate.
And Supervisor, I apologize that data was not shared on this quarterly stat, but we do have a little bit of that data. Last time we came and spoke, I do have a little bit of that data. Just to give you context, in January, the number of street takeovers that occurred in the county area, and specifically in SD2, in the county area, there were 31 street takeovers and 33 in the city of Compton. In February, there were 37 in the county and then 28 in the city of Compton. And then in March, we had 43 street takeovers and 45 in the city of Compton. So you could see that, there is a number of street takeovers that were occurring. Only reason like I said, the city of Compton has a little bit of that administrative citation. Right. But through this working group, I think it's been invaluable that we've been partnering and ensuring that we can address the needs of the county also with these street mediums, these extended mediums. Mm-hmm. And I know I don't want to steal his thunder. I think we're going to talk about that a little bit better. But these are proven, I guess, deterrents that do work. They've been working in the city of Compton, and I believe that we have started to implement them in in the county of Los Angeles. And I think that these things that we are implementing are working. So I'm not going to steal your thunder, Steve. I think you're going to talk about the extended mediums, and I'll leave it for him.
And just want to say that the data will be broken out at the next quarterly report.
I appreciate that. But just to hear the statistics you shared, that's one a day. It's every day. So when we hear from constituents who are complaining, it's because they feel that they're held hostage in their homes or outside of their homes because they are happening on a daily basis. I appreciate that. And it's tragic that the historic lowrider culture has been hijacked, thank you for the appropriate term, by street racing, because that's not who they are as a culture. In fact, it's quite opposite. And so it's unfortunate that they've been hijacked and pulled into that. I appreciate that. You want to share the good news with me before I go on to my question to the Highway Patrol?
Sure, thank you, Supervisor. I'm going to talk a little bit about what we've installed and what we're seeing out there, and then what we are going to be installing in the near future. Our first installation was Slauson and La Brea, Slauson and Overhill. Those were our first ones. We're not getting reports of takeovers there, so between the improvements and then perhaps the location, we're not getting anything notable there. Our probably most challenging intersection that we put improvements in is Avalon and 135th. It's been vandalized several times. We've had damage several times from takeovers. The good news is we are actually putting in enhanced improvements this month. That includes shrinking the intersection some more, putting some bulb outs in, taking out a right turn lane, all things that can work with the existing traffic patterns, and we're hopeful that'll make some difference. Avalon and 132nd, we're not getting reported takeovers there, but we can still see the tire marks. We know something's going on, so we're going to keep an eye on that one. Compton and Line seems to be the most effective one we've put in, so we're gonna kind of really assess that. But it did result in adjacent intersections getting more of the takeovers. So Compton Atlantic, for example, was one that had increased takeover activity, and this quarter we're going to be installing. This quarter we did just install some enhancements there. So we don't have data yet, but next quarter we will, and we'll assess that and see how that's working. As far as what's coming up, 157th and Broadway, and I know my partner from the CHP is excited about this one. We've got concept plans in development and expect to put that in this fall. Atlantic and Rose Street in East Rancho Dominguez, same thing, we're going to be putting that in this fall. Judah Avenue in Del Air, that's coming this summer. We've got Northside Drive and Montebello Parkway in East LA. We're doing some modifications to an existing circle there. Doing that as well, Southside Drive and Northside and then Southside as well. We're doing the same work on delineator circles. That's first quarter of 2026. And then in Walnut Park, we're doing some work at Pacific Boulevard and Hope Street, and that's scheduled for fall of this year, and we're hopeful that'll also be effective.
Thank you very much. I hope constituents, for all of us, were listening and heard those intersections, and we should put them out there too, to make sure people know that what's happening, what's coming, and I'm hopeful that they will have the impact that we've experienced in some communities and intended. So thank you very much for that. You're right, that was some good news. I appreciate that, Captain Bell. To our representative from the Highway Patrol, given your role in unincorporated communities with traffic safety, what are some of the resources or patrols that have been assigned to street racing, and how can unincorporated community constituents communicate with Highway Patrol stations with their concerns?
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Thank you very much. So the South Los Angeles area office is primarily responsible for basically all of SD2. It falls completely within our area. So we have to take creative steps to make sure that we have adequate personnel out and about when these events are occurring. So we staff our weekend graveyards a little deeper, maybe 10% more than our regular weekday crew. So that.
And does that apply countywide also in other targeted areas?
Possibly, but I'm speaking specifically of my area that I'm the commander of.
Got you.
I have some control over that one, so I'm able to make sure that we have the appropriate staffing available. We also have a dedicated street racing enforcement unit that is division-wide, so all of LA County. It's made up of representatives from officers from all the areas that come together. I try to have at least 2 enforcements a month where we go out and we saturate an area, normally the unincorporated areas of Willowbrook and Compton and so on and so forth. That's been very successful so far. And I think some of the stats that you're missing from the Century Station is not a fair representation because we share the same unincorporated area with them. We see them out there all the time. We work together very well. And I can tell you that just based on our stats, we have over 100 arrests for reckless driving, 70 citations, and 80 impounds just in the first quarter. And we've responded to 200 takeover events in that area in that time. So that's way more than one a day. It's occurring all the time. It's nonstop. To your point about your constituents bringing this up, it is by far the #1 topic at all community meetings that I attend. And we tell all of them there, hey, we provide a dedicated email where if they have any questions or if they want to report something, they can contact us. And we also give them the number to our non-emergency dispatch line in the Los Angeles Communications Center. So they're able to immediately contact our dispatchers and have them relay that information to our officers without tying up the 911 system. So.
Thank you for the statistics you are collecting. I know at some point that we'll get them all consolidated. So just we have a clear picture because we want to track progress. I don't, this is resource intense in a limited resource environment. And so I want to make sure that we are directing resources to strategies that are working. So thank you very much for sharing that. And like you said, more than one a day. I know that legislating behavior change is hard, and quite frankly, it sometimes has mixed results. But I want to acknowledge DYD because I do believe it's imperative that we continuously engage with our young constituents on the issue to really make sure that they understand the dangers and the destructiveness of these activities and their behavior. I know you've done numerous educational workshops in schools across the region. Can you speak to your experience or insights with regard to their effectiveness and reactions from some of the information that's been shared and how young people are responding?
Absolutely, and thank you. Nice to see everyone again. I know it hasn't been very long. So there were 38 workshops that have been completed, and those have included nearly 800 focused young people at various school sites, CBOs, community events. Of those 800, 447 completed the evaluation or a post survey. Many didn't complete it because of phone regulations at schools and not being able to access the evaluation. But of those 447, 68% responded that they feel less likely to participate in a street racing event. A lot of the information that was presented earlier about the loss of life, damage, injury, et cetera, are the main reasons that they would not participate. 22% remain unchanged, so that doesn't necessarily mean that they would have ever participated in an event, but only 10% indicated still a willingness or an interest in still participating in those events. So those are certainly the 10% that we need to continue to focus on.
In your survey, did they talk about what element of your presentation resonated? Some of us are old enough to remember red asphalt. That was the video they showed in driver's training. Yeah. And after you saw red asphalt, you drove 10 and 2 really slow with your seatbelt on. So did they talk about in the survey what elements of what they learned
Absolutely.
Will impact their behavior?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of what was most impactful was the victim and speaker presentations, hearing directly from people who were affected or their loved ones were affected. As in the presentation, what they talked about looking at the crashed car, which they have on display, and seeing the injury and the damage that can take place. So the loss of life, as well as the damage and the injury that can occur, is what really affected them the most, and that's what they report back on the survey.
I wonder if we could incorporate, and I want to thank the nonprofit organizations who are standing with you all and with us to try to solve for this. If we could incorporate, in addition to those who've been directly impacted, the messages and the calls we get from constituents who, it's a quality of life issue. The fear, and as you said, it's more than one a day. People who live in those intersections, it's constant. And so if some of those folks could be incorporated into it, because it's an additional layer of understanding what your actions are doing to your own family, friends, and neighbors, your own grandma who lives in that community. I think it would be a good element. Thank you very much. This is a powerful partnership. It has taken time, but I feel good that we are making progress. You are right. Far too many residents' lives have been impacted by this, and they are asking us for help, and you all are helping to facilitate making that happen. So I really appreciate the ongoing partnership and look forward to continued good data in terms of reduction of incidents. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell, and thank you for moving this forward. And I'm still in shock over the numbers. I mean, I can't imagine, but I will say that For every intersection that we're going to address, they're going to figure out another intersection. So that's why the work of DYD is so important, education, because if we don't do it, we're simply going to be moving it someplace else. And I know that in the Antelope Valley, we don't have an issue with street takeovers, but we do have an issue with speed. Yeah, exactly. I mean, and more often than not, it's in the long stretch where they think that they can go as fast as they want, not recognizing that many of them end up with deadly car crashes. So I would ask that you tailor make the education for each district, because while I don't have takeovers, knock on wood right now, we do have the issue as it relates to speed, especially on the 138. And I think it's important for us to address that. And then are you gonna, John, are you gonna track and give us the data in terms of the impact? I meant you, DYD. I was looking at Mr. Berger, but I was looking, yeah.
I'm sorry, just, are we going to track the data?
Right.
Help me out.
No, so as you move forward with your educational side, are you going to provide us with data in terms of overall the impact or saturation of the information you're getting into the community, I guess?
Absolutely, and we can disaggregate that by supervisorial district also. So I'm happy to provide that. And again, we've got lots more workshops coming up, but we can do an interim kind of report, or we can wait until we get closer to the end of the summer when most of the workshops will be at least done for the first time. But I think it's something we should do ongoing.
And then I don't know if you can answer this question, and I look to both CHP and Sheriff on this, and maybe you can't. But we've talked about, I know Supervisor Hahn has been very focused on seeing if we can open up an area for our youth, and I think that some of the places she suggested have kind of been shut down. Are you hearing from those that are involved with street racing, is it the thrill of being out in the community that is part of why they do it? Or do you think that if we did secure a location, that would help offset? Because I've heard both sides. I've heard that the kids actually find it more thrilling to be out in the community doing this versus in a structured environment. But I'd be curious to know, because if it's going to help move it off the public streets, I'm all for it.
Well, just to give you an answer, and my professional opinion is that it is a thrill ride for these individuals. They are thrill seekers. It is something that is a phenomenon that obviously that has been created after COVID, and they don't want a structured environment. They don't. From what we see, they don't want a structured environment, unfortunately.
Ma'am, and I echo Commander Bell's sentiments there. Not only that, it's starting to morph. Maybe 2-3 years ago, this was a collection of kids just, having fun, blowing off steam. It's becoming a much more organized criminal environment now. So, like he said, it doesn't matter where it's occurring, and they have no interest, as far as the information that I've obtained, of going somewhere to be able to carry out these activities.
That's what I've heard, but I think you all are on the front lines, so who better to kind of let us know? Because I'm sure it is the thrill of the street takeover and the adrenaline that goes with that, and then the anticipation of law enforcement showing up and then taking off, and then you make the news, and it just all comes together.
Yeah, social media completely drives all the street takeovers. So instead of the news, picture it as social media posts and likes, because that's really what drives all of these activities.
All right, I have no other questions. Seeing no other questions, I want to thank you all for your work on this. And Executive Officer, would you please call those members of the public?
Madam Chair, there are no in-person speakers who have signed up to speak on this item. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Madam Chair, there are no remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
All right, this report is receive and file. Hearing no objections, that will be the order. Executive Officer, please announce the next item.
Madam Chair, we have a refer back on item 87A. Supervisor Horvath has requested that this item be referred back. It serves as a withdrawal, so no vote is required.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right.
So we are on item 7. Oh. Okay, we are on item 7, motion to proclaim June 2025 as Gun Violence Awareness Month, June 6th as Gun Violence Awareness Day, and June 6th through June 8th as Wear Orange Weekend throughout the county, which was held by Supervisor Hahn. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now to comment on this item.
Thank you. Colleagues, this motion proclaims June as Gun Violence Awareness Month and the first Friday of June, this Friday, June 6th, as Gun Violence Awareness Day. I'm wearing orange today as a preview for this upcoming weekend, which will be declared Wear Orange Weekend. From June 6th through June 8th, people across the nation will wear orange to honor victims and survivors of gun violence and to build community with those working to end the epidemic of gun violence. Specifically, we wear orange to commemorate Hadiya Pendleton, a young woman that marched in President Obama's second inaugural parade, who was tragically shot and killed on a playground in Chicago 1 week later. Hadiya's friends commemorated her life by wearing orange, the color hunters wear in the woods to protect themselves and others. I invite anyone who cares about this issue to join us and wear orange this upcoming weekend. While Hadiya lived in Chicago, gun violence is an epidemic that touches every community. Here in Los Angeles, a child is killed or injured by gun violence every 30 hours. This motion today is part of the county's commitment to addressing gun violence by highlighting some of the ways we're working to prevent it, not just respond to it. My office hosts gun buybacks multiple times throughout the year. In collaboration with local law enforcement agencies, we host these buybacks where people can anonymously turn in their firearms in exchange for gift cards. To date, my office has hosted 14 gun buyback events that have taken a total of 2,388 guns off the street. These guns, which could have been used in an accidental shooting, at home, during a suicide, or to commit a crime, are now out of commission and completely destroyed. My office is hosting our next gun buyback in partnership with Long Beach Police Department on Saturday, June 28th at Admiral Kidd Park in Long Beach. And we invite anyone who's interested in receiving gift cards in exchange for the guns to come on by. And these events are just part of the critical work that the county is doing to address gun violence epidemic. The Office of Violence Prevention also distributes free gun locks at various sites throughout the county. These gun locks are available in county hospitals and libraries and can be ordered online. And starting this month, they are partnering with LA Care and the LA County Medical Association to distribute free gun locks in 7 LA Care community resource centers. This expansion will be partnered with new public awareness campaign through the month of June. And, you know, for this partnership, no one's saying you don't have the right to have a gun, but if you have a gun, please take every effort you can to keep it safe, particularly in the home where there is small children. Many of these gun deaths are accidental, and gun locks can really make a difference. You can find information about these efforts and more at lockedandunloaded.org. Thank you for joining me in this motion, Supervisor Solis, and I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Hahn, and thank you for recognizing me. And I'm proud to co-author this motion recognizing June 2025 as Gun Violence Awareness Month and June 6th as Gun Violence Awareness Day here in LA County. You know, nationally, gun violence is now the leading cause of death for children and young adults. This is not only a public safety concern, but a public health crisis that demands urgent and sustained action. In Los Angeles County, as was stated, a child is killed or injured by gun violence every 30 hours. That's a sobering fact that should move every one of us to act with urgency. And that's why in 2023, I partnered with Supervisor Hahn to launch an initiative to distribute free gun locks and educational materials throughout our county hospitals, our libraries, and in the mail. And I'm proud to share that as of April of this year, we've distributed more than 28,000 free gun locks to residents across LA County. And these are real tools that save lives by helping families store firearms safely. But even as we push forward, the pain of gun violence continues to devastate our communities. Just this past weekend in Baldwin Park in the 1st District, 2 people were tragically killed, including police officer Samuel Riveros, who was responding to a call involving gun violence. The incident also left police officer Anthony Pimentel injured and a 3rd victim that was also killed. The ripple effects of gun violence are profound. Families are shattered, communities are traumatized, and too often it's our youth and our working families and our frontline responders who bear the heaviest burden. My heart goes out to the loved ones and the communities of those who lost their lives over the weekend, and I once again extend my deepest condolences to their families, friends, and to the community of Baldwin Park. I know my team is working diligently with our partners to ensure those affected are informed of county resources that are available to them, especially with respect to mental health and crisis intervention. I'll continue to advocate for common sense gun safety legislation, from safe storage laws and universal background checks to sustain investment in violence prevention and community healing. I remain deeply committed and encourage all of us to focus on community-centered solutions, especially those that serve our young youth, our young people, and communities of color who are disproportionately impacted by the crisis. Gun violence is preventable if we act boldly and work together through policy, education, and community investment. We can save lives. I urge my colleagues to join Supervisor Hahn and I in voting aye on the motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I want to thank you, Supervisor Hahn and Supervisor Solis, for shining light on this important gun safety issue. As you may recall, in Santa Clarita, we had this August school shooting where 2 students lost their lives. And I know that up in Santa Clarita, we're still feeling those losses today. The families impacted, both the shooter as well as the 2 students that were killed. These tragedies weigh heavily on us, and they remind us why this work is so critical. Proclaiming June as Gun Violence Awareness Month is about raising awareness, supporting families who've been impacted, and making sure we're doing everything possible to prevent a future loss. I will be supporting this motion today. I want to thank you. I think that while we do it for June, and I know, Supervisor Hahn, when you brought in the motion for the locks, this is not just about 1 month. This is about a year-round issue, especially during periods of time when there tends to be a tendency for higher suicide rates, which can be during the holidays. And so I think it's important for us to lift it in June and then carry that momentum year-round. So with that, Executive Officer, seeing no other members wishing to speak, would you please call the public that wishes
Will the
to testify?
following individual please come forward and staff will assist you? Claudia Jerez. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you'd like to address item number 7, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, can we have the first remote speaker, please?
Eden Bjornsson, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Eden Bjornsson. I am a student at UCLA. I am part of Students Demand Action at UCLA, which is a chapter of the national organization Students Demand Action, and I strongly support the proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Moderator.
Sophia Adkin, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Sophia Adkins. I'm a second-year undergraduate student at UCLA representing Students Demand Action at UCLA, which is a chapter of the national organization Students Demand Action. Thus, I'm calling today in support of the motion to proclaim June 2025 as Gun Violence Awareness Month and promote gun violence strategies throughout our county. Thank you for your time and your support in passing this motion.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Gagandeep Bhopal, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Gagandeep Bhopal. I'm a second-year undergraduate student at UCLA studying political science. Today, I'm representing Students Demand Action at UCLA, which is a chapter of the national organization Students Demand Action. Students Demand Action is committed to preventing gun violence through advocacy, policy, and lobbying efforts. Thus, I'm calling today in support of the motion to proclaim June 2025 as Gun Violence Awareness Month and promote gun violence prevention strategies throughout the county. Thank you for your time and your support in passing this motion.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Isabel Guerrera, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Isabella Guerra, and I am a second-year undergraduate student at UCLA studying political science. Today, I'm representing Students Demand Action at UCLA, which is a chapter of the national organization Students Demand Action. Students Demand Action is committed to preventing gun violence through advocacy, policy, and lobbying efforts. Thus, I am calling today in support of the motion to proclaim June 2025 as Gun Violence Awareness Month and promote gun violence prevention strategies throughout the county. Thank you for your time and your support in passing this motion.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Lauren Lieb, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you, and thank you to Supervisor Hahn and Solis for bringing this motion to recognize Gun Violence Awareness Month. As you know, gun violence is epidemic in the United States and the leading cause of death for America's children. We applaud any efforts to draw attention to this issue and to support preventive measures through safe storage and other education. On behalf of Brady, one of the nation's oldest gun violence prevention organizations, on behalf of Brady's San Fernando Valley chapter, we urge your aye vote on this measure to proclaim June as Gun Violence Awareness Month. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Charles Allen, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Charles Allen. I work as a government affairs manager at Everytown for Gun Safety. Everytown is the largest gun violence prevention organization in the country with nearly 10 million supporters, including moms, mayors, prosecutors, gun owners, survivors, and everyday Americans who are fighting for public safety measures that respect the Second Amendment. I'm calling to express my full support for the motion by Supervisors Hahn and Solis to proclaim June 2025 as Gun Violence Awareness Month, June 6th as Gun Violence Awareness Day, and June 6th through 8th as Wear Orange Weekend. This motion supports practical, proven solutions that are already making a difference. By promoting awareness and standing with survivors, we honor lives lost and commit to action that saves lives. I urge the board to adopt this motion and continue leading efforts that make our community safer. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Marina Acosta, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Marina Acosta. I'm the manager of Health Equity at LA Care. On behalf of LA Care, we would like to support this motion as it aligns with our board principles. We've collaboratively worked a lot on this area in collaboration with Department of Public Health and Office of Violence Prevention, including the current billboard and social media campaign on this topic. As Supervisor Hahn mentioned too, we're also distributing gun safety locks at our LA Care Community Resource Centers. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Denise Villamil, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Denise Villamil, and I'm the Executive Director of Southern California Crossroads, an organization that's rooted in healing, transformation, and hope for communities impacted by violence. I rise today in heartfelt support for the motion to proclaim June 2025 as Gun Violence Awareness Month. As someone who has spent years walking alongside young people and families who have been touched by gun violence, I know this issue is not just about policy, it's deeply personal. It lives in the stories we carry, the grief we witness, and the resilience we nurture every day. To proclaim June as Gun Violence Awareness Month, it's more than symbolic. It's a call to continue what so many of us have already been doing, bringing light to an issue that for too long has been pushed into the shadows. I urge you to support this motion, not just with your vote, but with your ongoing commitment to partnership, prevention, and awareness in ending gun violence. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Thank you. We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
I have 1 minute. Okay. Good afternoon. Okay, so Claudia Jerez, case manager for Downtown Women's Center and DPS former worker for 10 years. Now, item 7, gun violence should never have happened. Consequences are severe. The level of carelessness, disregard, aloofness must be pressed as an indication of behavior to be unacceptable and very irresponsible and very hurtful. However, I want to continue to see and hear from Officer Guillermo, Ms. Ilda Solis, Ms. Mitchell, and all the community representatives, all the board members that are community representatives. This is a community problem. These takeovers are a community problem. And
Thank you. Madam Chair, there are no other speakers who have signed up to speak on this item.
All right, thank you. Seeing no other members wishing to talk on this item, hearing from public comment, it'll be moved by Supervisor Hahn, seconded by Supervisor Solis to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
On item 7, Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis? Aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell? Aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath? Aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn? Aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger? Aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Executive Officer, please announce the next item and presenters.
We are on item 17, Equity, Accountability, and the Accelerated Implementation of the County Bicycle Master Plan and Vision Zero Action Plan, which was held by Supervisor Horvath. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now to comment on this item. Steve Berger, Deputy Director, Matthew Dubiel, Principal Engineer, and Maria Reyes, Assistant Deputy Director from the Department of Public Works, will be making a presentation.
Thank you. Supervisor Horvath, do you wish to make some comments?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This motion follows the action this board took last September, a motion that asked Public Works to report back with a status update on the development of the LA County Bicycle Master Plan, a synopsis of best practices for the installation of safety and mobility treatments, and how other jurisdictions work these improvements into their pavement preservation programs, the development of a methodology for prioritizing corridors in the Bicycle Master Plan and Vision Zero Action Plan using safety, equity, and connectivity as primary factors, and progress toward developing an overlay for unincorporated roadways that will connect high-need corridors in the Vision Zero Action Plan and mobility treatments called for in the Bicycle Master Plan with the department's pavement preservation program. The need to accelerate this work is clear. From September 1st of last year to today, 28 pedestrians and 1 cyclist have been killed on streets in unincorporated LA County, and another 62 have been seriously injured. The motion before us today is intended to accelerate the installation of the treatments called for in the soon-to-be updated Bicycle Master Plan. It directs Public Works with County Council to prepare an ordinance utilizing best practices from other jurisdictions, including the cities of Los Angeles, Seattle, and Cambridge, Massachusetts, which will require the installation of safety and mobility treatments described in the Bicycle Master Plan and Vision Zero Action Plan whenever the county undertakes street improvements such as roadway rehabilitation and reconstruction. With only 22% of the 2012 Bicycle Master Plan implemented so far, there is seriously a need to accelerate delivery of projects called for in the updated plan, as well as creating a greater degree of accountability for delivering these projects. Additionally, the motion directs Public Works to develop a publicly accessible data portal for monitoring the implementation of projects called for in the Bicycle Master Plan, which should be available by the time the updated plan is submitted to the board for consideration. A similar directive was included in the City of Los Angeles's HLA ballot measure to drive accountability on delivering these life-saving mobility improvements. And with today's action, we're directing Public Works to provide quarterly updates on the updated Bicycle Master Plan and its associated environmental impact report. By moving forward with this approach, we will sequence work more efficiently, and given that pavement projects are planned 5, 6, 7 years down the road sometimes, we'll have the time necessary to design and secure funding for these multi-benefit projects. Money shouldn't be the only factor that is considered, and it shouldn't be a factor that prevents the county from delivering these projects to build safe streets for all road users. We have to make sure that we're investing in this life-saving work. So I want to turn it to our Public Works team. I want to thank you for all of your dedication and work to make this happen. I know you have a presentation to update us on what your extraordinary work has been and will continue to be. I might have a couple questions after that, but I want to turn it to you.
All right, thank you, Supervisor. Once again, Steve Berger, good to see you a couple minutes later. I want to make sure to introduce the leaders of my safety and mobility team. This is Mary Reyes, she's Assistant Deputy Director over the team, and Matt Dubiel is a Principal Engineer, a key component. Their team is the one that makes things happen. With that said, I'm going to turn it over to Matt. He's going to give us a brief presentation on what is our May 20th report back to the board, and then we will be available for questions.
Thanks, Steve, and good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Matt Dubiel, and I'm a Principal Engineer with Public Works' Transportation Business Area. Today, I'll be presenting on our report related to a September 24th, 2024 motion that directed Public Works to provide a number of things, including our efforts to update the county's bicycle master plan and evaluate the feasibility of a program or ordinance requiring the implementation of mobility improvements. Updating the bicycle master plan and implementing mobility improvements are completely aligned with our business objectives to improve street safety and expand transportation choices. Expand transportation choices not only at a local level, but also at a regional level by providing infrastructure within the unincorporated communities and along the flood control channels to establish connections to facilities in other jurisdictions. By working with representatives from each of your board offices, outside mobility advocacy groups, and other stakeholder county departments, a vision and goals of the update were established. The vision for the update is to make bicycling safe, convenient, and accessible for all ages and abilities in Los Angeles County. And the 4 goals identified, which are up there on the screen, are safety, equity, mobility, and accountability. We want to prioritize projects in communities that are underserved and are most dependent on active transportation, and that can improve safety and increase biking. And of course, we always want to be accountable, responsive, and transparent. The Bicycle Master Plan update will evaluate the unconstructed bikeways identified in the 2012 Bicycle Master Plan to assess connectivity while focusing on first last mile connections. And it will also propose new bicycle facilities that are appropriate based on various factors, such as vehicular speed, roadway geometrics, and community input. The update will also include a programmatic EIR analysis. So far, Public Works has conducted preliminary data analyses, reviewed network completeness and connectivity, reviewed the overall potential for new facilities to close gaps and expand the network, and held over 40 community outreach events to gain feedback. But as the project progressed, Public Works identified a need to inform the community about the challenges of building a bicycle network. So last year, community outreach was paused so that we can reevaluate the way in which we are developing the update. And ultimately, what we want to do is produce a plan that is implementable and not just visionary. So if parking removal is necessary to fit a bike lane, we want the plan to disclose that. If removal of a traffic lane is necessary, that should also be reflected in the plan. Currently, we are working on conducting a detailed data analysis, which includes analyzing a variety of factors such as roadway geometrics, available right-of-way, parking restrictions, and applying that design criteria to create a revised draft network. Next, we'll need to take a look corridor by corridor to evaluate the connectivity and practicality of the facility being implemented. We're currently estimating that a draft plan will be available late this year and a final plan in late 2026. After we develop a map showing the bicycle network, a prioritization method will assist us in determining which bikeways should be implemented first. Various factors must be considered in the project prioritization analysis, including safety, equity, and connectivity. We want to ensure that we are connecting people that are historically divested communities to where they need to go safely. So it's about connecting people to places and safely, and that's our objective. Including these prioritization factors will help achieve this. Other factors such as community support, pavement condition, and funding availability will need to be considered during the design and construction phases. We have a network of over 220 miles of bicycle infrastructure, and we have another 38 miles in the planning and design phase. 78% of the facilities in the 2012 plan have yet to be constructed, however, and it's estimated that it will take $1.5 billion to do so. Along with funding, other challenges to implementing the 2012 plan include identified bikeways simply not being feasible for a variety of different reasons, whether it be not enough right-of-way, not enough available roadway space, or lack of community support. So this is why with the current update, we really want to focus on creating a high-level feasibility analysis and identifying what challenges exist and put those in the plan so that we're extremely transparent. Another directive in the September 2024 board motion asked Public Works to assess the feasibility of developing a program that incorporates the mobility elements from the Bike Master Plan and the Vision Zero Plan into Public Works' pavement program and other road maintenance work. To evaluate the feasibility, best practice research was conducted with various jurisdictions across the country, and we met with 5 cities that have complete street ordinances or policies related to implementation of safety and mobility projects. San Diego, Seattle, and Somerville, Mass. all have policies or ordinances that require complete street elements be considered in pavement projects. However, when we spoke to staff from these jurisdictions, they noted that although the intent is to combine mobility and pavement projects, if feasibility or funding challenges exist, the mobility project is not required to be implemented with the pavement project. We also spoke to Cambridge and LA. Both of these jurisdictions have ordinances or approved ballot measures, which is the case with the city of LA, where voters passed Measure HLA, as was mentioned earlier last March. And that requires projects to be implemented with pavement projects. Staff from Cambridge noted that feasibility challenges cannot override implementation. For example, projects must remove on-street parking if additional street width is needed to accommodate those bicycle facilities. So how does the county compare? So Los Angeles County is similar to San Diego in not only population, but we also have a complete streets policy. The county general plan calls for the accommodation of all users with street improvement projects whenever appropriate and feasible. And Public Works currently implements projects that are aligned with this policy. Mobility or traffic safety plans, including the Bicycle Master Plan and Vision Zero Plan, are implemented either as standalone projects or as multi-benefit projects that include mobility and pavement components. When planning projects, we consider impacts to schedule, budget, and equity priority to determine the implementation mechanism. Currently, there's flexibility in implementing the various mobility elements within the county, and Public Works recommends that flexibility be built into any future ordinance if one is created to further strengthen the current general plan policy. As such, Public Works recommends the design and construction of multi-benefit transportation projects when the proposed pavement project is within the rehabilitation or reconstruction pavement category, and the project is along a corridor that has a higher priority rankings within the Bike Master Plan or Vision Zero Action Plan. The project does not result in impacts to funding streams that will negatively affect equity prioritization efforts. Public Works also recommends to continue with our current practice to incorporate traffic safety and mobility elements with pavement projects where opportunities arise and whenever appropriate and feasible. And we also recommend to continue to implement traffic safety and mobility elements independent of pavement projects in accordance with their respective prioritization factors, equity efforts, and available funding. And lastly, we recommend flexibility be provided if mobility elements are deemed infeasible as long as it is documented. So that concludes my presentation, and we're available for any questions you may have.
Supervisor Horvath, do you have any more questions, or do you want your co-author?
You addressed the timeline, so I just, which I'm glad about because I know this effort has been underway since 2019, so we really want to make sure that it's happening. My question, my remaining question remains, is related to staffing. I know that you've made a budget request and an ongoing NCC funding for 4 transportation planning positions, and staffing levels in the department should have increased based on some of the other requests. And so I just want to make sure we have an understanding of where you are with those positions to make sure you have the capacity to do the work that we're expecting on the timeline that you just presented.
Yeah, sure, Supervisor. I'll touch on that a little bit. We have been working to expand our planning capability through what will ultimately be a new planning division, which allows us to do the things we're talking about here today more effectively. Last year, this year, the 24-25 budget request, we received 5 positions to accomplish that work. Those were engineering positions and clerical positions. I do want to take a chance now to acknowledge what happened this year. I want to reach out to the CEO and thank them. They've been very proactive, and they've gotten our classification for our transportation planner approved. You may remember your board approved it in April. It was done on a very quick timeline. I want to thank and acknowledge the work the CEO did, and that they truly can get things done in order to move this along. Once the classification was approved, we did put in for 4 planning positions. That request is currently in with a NCC funding request. So that I understand is being considered at supplemental. So that's where we're at. We're going to continue to move forward with these planners and with this plan to put a division in place that will accomplish this.
Love to hear it. Really excited about this plan. Thank you again for your work and for finding a way to accelerate what is really critical work, especially as we're trying to achieve our Vision Zero goals, which I know are important for all of our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis.
Thank you, and thank you for asking me to co-author Supervisor Horvath, and thank you also for following up and co-authoring a motion that I had on Vision Zero and the county's bicycle master plan update. Thank you, Matt and Public Works, for your work on this item. As we look into taking action last year, September 2024, to accelerate the implementation of the LA County Bicycle Master Plan, we prioritize safety, equity, and mobility. But we now must deliver on that promise to ensure safer streets for everybody. Every street improvement project should include mobility and safety treatments to protect cyclists and pedestrians. Transparency, as you know, is always key, and I support the idea of our residents to have a public data portal to track progress and to hold us accountable. Quarterly updates will also help to keep us on track and ensure that we prioritize mobility corridors that need resurfacing. And I also appreciate all the outreach done by Public Works to date. Our community voices have to continue to be at the center of the work, shaping infrastructure improvements that reflect their needs. And I know that can be challenging. We had many projects in my district where we didn't know until late that there were voices, NIMBYism, and folks that did not agree with what we were attempting to do. And these were in low-income communities, disadvantaged communities. So we really do have to work hard on educating the need and why it's important. So I remain committed to equity and ensuring that our underserved areas, especially in the unincorporated areas, which is in the majority of the first district, that we really make those investments and that we really think outside the box too. And I'm reminded that, you know, as we come closer now to the 2028 Olympics, that we also think about including Olympic fan zones in our studies and our mobility planning, and also making sure that we are providing safety and accessible routes for spectators as well as participants. And any infrastructure improvements around the Olympic venues need to prioritize multimodal access. We're going to have a lot of folks visiting from all over the world. Many of them use bikes. Many are walkers and probably using skateboards or scooters. So unlike what we may be used to, but I do recall having that experience back in Paris, watching how all sorts of mobility was made available. So I really do think we need to look at that. I also understand that there's parallel work done on the San Gabriel Valley Greenway Plan, which will be incorporated into the Bicycle Master Plan, expanding regional connectivity and promoting sustainable transportation. I want to commend you on that. And I also hope that investments in bike infrastructure will support both the 2028 Olympics and long-term mobility goals, leaving a legacy for LA County and for our residents. Lessons from the 2026 FIFA World Cup will also help provide, I think, best informed practices for transit, accessible fan zones, and active transportation strategies. So I hope that you'll also think about that as we move forward. And then also to ensure that our underserved communities receive the investments that they need, addressing pollution burdens and improving access to active transportation overall. And while I have you here, I know that we've made progress, but only 22% of the 2012 bicycle master plan's proposed bikeways have been constructed. How do we ensure that we get to the other 78% as we move forward? Question.
So Supervisor, I totally agree with you. I have been focused on mobility and safety, among other things, all things transportation. Matt kind of alluded to this. One of the reasons we do have a time frame that goes into 2026 for this plan is I've asked the team to do a deep dive into what these improvements look like. And one of the reasons for that is our 2012 plan, we did find ourselves challenged with whether it be right-of-way constraints, whether it be constraints with parking that, is important to community also, and other things. So this is probably going to be the most comprehensive bicycle master plan maybe in the United States. So the idea is it's very transparent. We know what we're getting into. We clearly understand if we plan it, we're expected to build it. So this plan is going to be buildable. It's going to be feasible. It will give us the tools we need to seek grants and other things.
Right.
So that's the idea, is that we want this to lay out what's going to go on, what it's going to cost, and how we best prioritize
Right.
this.
And I think just the coordination aspect is going to be very important with the state and our local cities, especially the city of Los Angeles, and with the governor's office, because as we see, there are streamlining approaches fastly coming upon us by both entities now. So how do we address that? How would you plan on addressing that?
Yeah, well, once again, I think the plan gives us a tool to be able to do that and to advocate for what we think is the top priority, right? And there's pots of money we can go after. You had mentioned the Olympics. I would love to see games funding go toward our mobility improvements to create legacy improvements that will be here long after the games are gone. So these are the type of things that we plan to do with this plan.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Steve, I just have a question. My district, and you've heard this before, 54% of all the county maintained centerline roads exist in the 5th District. Can you share what kind of considerations might be incorporated into this effort to balance the delivery of needed road maintenance with the accelerated pace of BMP and Vision Zero implementation?
Sure. And I've mentioned to you that, safety, mobility is one of my top priorities. I also keep state of good repair as a top priority. We can't have communities with quality of life unless we have pavement that is in good condition, and that's something we've been focusing on for years. I do think there's a way to take, different areas with different needs, right? Rural roadways, urban roadways, and prioritize what the most important things is. You mentioned the high speed out in the Antelope Valley, and so we have improvements we've put in place there that fit that better. And we decide where that's most important and put those together with our pavement projects. But be cognizant that we want to make sure the top priority safety improvements and mobility improvements are matching up with the top priority pavement. We don't want a high priority pavement improvement project to be mandated to put in a low priority,
So you're triaging, you're making sure it's
triaging, putting it into a decision matrix that says these are the ones we want to spend the money on.
So we know historically the gas tax revenues have been decreasing, which is why the state passed Senate Bill 1, which is where we've seen significant transportation revenues to maintain county roads. And I know Strella and I have talked about this because it's gone down, and I'm getting increased calls from the Antelope Valley and rural areas because there's been a lack of maintenance. Do we have projections for whether those revenues are also going to see declines moving forward? Are we getting any indication on that?
Yeah, Supervisor, we are seeing the writing on the wall, and unfortunately, we're seeing right now, and we're projecting the revenues will not keep up with what is the increased costs of maintaining a road system. We have, material costs, we have labor costs, and that's accelerating at a pace that's not being matched by the gas tax.
So I appreciate this motion. I really appreciate the attention this motion pays to collective desire to accelerate the pace at which we deliver on those established goals and create a public-facing and transparent portal to measure our progress. I think it's important, and I appreciate this motion will give our departments and our board a measure of self-determination and opportunity to develop policies that balance very real and ongoing road maintenance needs with the safety improvements for all users. I think that is important. And I would say that when we talk about the Olympics, we get caught up in driverless and we think of buses and subway, but there is an opportunity for us to look at bicycles as well. And when we do that, a place to store them. Because once they get to a venue, where do you store them? So that may be something that we may want to think about, especially with county venues, so that if people ride their bikes, they can store it. I heard down in your district, Supervisor Mitchell, over the weekend, they were encouraging people to ride their bikes, I think it was to Hermosa Beach, and they would have a valet for the bicycles, which I had never heard before. But the point being, it was an aha moment for me that, you know, people want a safe place to store their bike, especially since many of these bikes are very expensive. Yeah, so there may be an opportunity for us to begin coordinating on that, because that's another form of transportation to venues that I'm seeing more and more people capitalizing on using their bike versus even using public transit. So with that, Supervisor Mitchell?
You're going to make me take my bike down to Hermosa Beach just so I can valet and tell you all about it. You know, as you mentioned that, when I think about it in terms of the electric and the pedal assist, the electric, those things got really fat tires. So the traditional bike rack where you pull into, I bet they wouldn't even fit, because those electric bikes have really fat tires. So thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Horvath, for bringing this forward. I couldn't agree with you more. We have got to figure out ways to increase safety for cyclists and pedestrians. I look forward to when the ordinance comes back, because I think it's going to be important that Public Works figures out how to thread the needle, as raised in the report, about how to make sure that we've got the flexibility we need, and as you look at prioritizing investments for cyclist safety, as well as ensuring that we don't stall on our Vision Zero projects, because some of those Vision Zero projects have been on the planning table for years and years and years. So creating that sense of balance, I think, is going to really be important. And I will be looking for that in the ordinance language when it comes forward. Thank you.
All right, Executive Officer, please call those members of the public that have signed up to speak on this item.
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Claudia Jerez, Kathy Ramirez. Moderator, can we have the first remote speaker, please?
Anna Lee, your line is open. You may begin.
I'm hoping that communities are involved for those bicycle treatments in which consideration of areas in which currently there is no public access. Unfortunately, these bicycle treatments will allow opportunities for the criminal element to enter communities and easy access away from them. Also, if providing storage for bicycles, please be careful to consider many coastal communities have been experiencing break-ins into these bicycle storages and end up with no bicycle at all. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Edward Chang, your line is open. You may begin.
Yeah, hi. This is regarding item 26. Is this the...
We're on item 17.
Yeah, it's correct. I'm in queue for items number 26. I'm so sorry.
All right. Next speaker, please.
Maria Ramblas, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Maria Ramblas. I am with the Urban Warehouse and the Garage Workshop. I want to thank Supervisor Solis for all her work representing East Los Angeles for the last 10 years. As the largest unincorporated area in California, East LA depends on the county.
This is the wrong item.
The motion is being considered.
All right, that item is coming up next. If you just want to get back in the queue, we will call you for the item. That is item number 26.
Next speaker, please.
And Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Thank you. We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Hi, Board of Supervisors. My name is Kathy Ramirez. I'm here to speak on in support of Agenda Item 17 with Move LA. Move LA led the campaigns for Measure R, M, and HLA to ensure that the funding and policies were in place to support multi-modal safe streets. I avoid partaking in bike riding in my community, unincorporated in South LA, because of the unsafe street infrastructure and traffic. While I am pleased that Metro is moving forward with the Rail to River project, I have strong concerns with the implementation of the project, with the shared right-of-way cars at particular sections. And I could even testify to this as I personally went on a 20-mile bike ride of the Rail to River path with Sella Bicycle Center over the weekend. Approving this motion leading to creation of ordinances is our chance to accelerate critical safety improvements. Thank you, Supervisors Horvath and Solis, for your efforts to move this motion forward, and all supervisors for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. Claudia Jerez, DPSS worker, Downtown Women's Center, currently case manager. Okay, so I understand Mr. Berger has concerns about safety and mobility. This is called Zero Bicycle Master Plan. This Zero Bicycle Master Plan is very important. So I understand about the safety and mobility. I understand about the legacy. I understand about the labor costs and the staffing needs that you have, because I understand the Olympics is coming, so that is a very serious issue for the city, because you need to staff people, you need to have everything going, and everything needs to be working. So I will continue to monitor this particular item and all the items that I have discussed. I will be putting myself for item 26. So I understand that this Zero Master Plan is very important that it either go away or...
Madam Chair, there are no other speakers who have signed up for this item.
All right, thank you. This motion is before us, moved by Supervisor Horvath, seconded by Supervisor Solis to approve. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, Executive Officer. Please announce the next item and the presenters for the item.
We are on item 26, establishing municipal advisory councils for unincorporated East Los Angeles, which was held by Supervisor Solis. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now to comment on this item. Fezia Davenport, Chief Executive Officer, Angela George Moody, Chief Deputy Director of Public Works, Norma Garcia Gonzalez, Director of Parks and Recreation, Elizabeth Buenrostro Ginsburg, Treasurer and Tax Collector, Rick Rector, Chief, and Chris Kusayanagi, Administrative Captain, Sheriff's Department, and John O'Brien, Chief Deputy, Emergency Operations Fire Department, are available for questions.
Supervisor Solis, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I especially want to thank all of our county departments, our CEO, and especially a big shout out to Joe Nikita, who I think stepped out, unfortunately. I don't see him. Where is he? But I really want to thank my colleagues and the County Board of Supervisors also, because we all know the added responsibility that we have to serve our unincorporated areas. And it's not an easy task. The first district, as you know, has the most unincorporated communities in LA County, and I take that job very seriously, listening to all the local voices from our residents. This includes a community that has existed for many decades, and that's the East Los Angeles unincorporated area, a very vibrant and resilient area, I might add, that represents well over 100,000 residents. It's one of the largest unincorporated areas in the state of California, if people did not know that. For more than 30 years, I want to say that I've had the honor and privilege of representing the residents of East Los Angeles. And I have worked tirelessly to ensure that their families, small business owners, local stakeholders, and homeowners were served and are heard. And I recognize that this community is comprised of many vulnerable residents, and many that depend on the county services and our social safety net. There's no doubt about it in my mind at all. And that's why I take very seriously the financial health and well-being of the area as well. And last year, as you might recall, there was an effort to circumvent existing processes and rush forward an incorporation that I believe would be harmful to residents and workers of East Los Angeles. And I'm very grateful to all of you for supporting my motion back in April of last year to direct our CEO to analyze the incorporation of East LA as a city or creating a special district. Though delayed, I am very grateful for the CEO's work, in addition to our departments, in releasing the report last month, which provided a comprehensive, data-driven analysis of East LA's fiscal landscape. The report reaffirmed the findings from a previous report. Cityhood simply isn't financially viable for East Los Angeles at this time, and as the city of East LA would have had an operating deficit of approximately $27.8 million. This would result, as you know, in either cutting services, outsourcing work, or, God forbid, raising taxes. The report also affirmed that the county spends more on services in East LA than revenue received. This is one of the top priorities that I know I have made, because I think that the investments that the county as well as our office has made has been phenomenal. And I want to point that out, including over $500 million in investments like affordable housing, infrastructure, rent relief, parks, and homeless services, among so many other things. And although cityhood or a special district may not be feasible, the report did contain a recommendation to retain a consultant to outreach to the community and stakeholders for input on creating a municipal advisory council or town councils. And under state laws, they are known as MACs, and they advise the board and serve as a conduit for community-driven recommendations regarding services that would be provided in East Los Angeles. I remain committed to ensuring that the county is providing the best services to the residents of East Los Angeles, including, by far, public safety, housing, fire, emergency response. Thus, the motion directs the CEO to retain a consultant to conduct multilingual, culturally competent outreach across the East LA communities. And believe me, there are many. It isn't simply just East LA, as well as speaking with our businesses and our local nonprofits. The CEO is to report back in 180 days on a summary of the feedback from the outreach and engagement and provide recommendations on the proposed structure and framework for local municipal advisory councils or a town council in East Los Angeles. With this action, we are ensuring greater transparency, accountability for our residents, while providing even a greater voice for our community to participate and advise in important county decisions. I want to thank our departments for being here today, and I do have a few questions for you. So first of all, for the CEO, can you describe the tax revenues outlined in the report, and why would these be insufficient to finance an incorporated city?
Yes, thank you, Supervisor. So as you pointed out, we issued our report. In the report, we take a very thoughtful and fact-based approach to our analysis. And on page 2, we identify the 3 primary areas of taxes that would be for this incorporated area. The first and the largest would be property taxes. The second would be sales taxes. And the third would be user utility taxes. Now, let me just put that in context. In terms of why they would be insufficient, the starting point for our review was a detailed financial analysis prepared by LAFCO way back in 2011 and 2012, which studied potential East LA cityhood. So in 2012, LAFCO concluded that a new city of East LA would not be fiscally viable. Their 10-year projection showed an operating deficit every single year, ending in a projected $12.4 million operating deficit for fiscal year 22-23. LAFCO ultimately denied that petition, as you well know. Using the same service level assumptions that LAFCO used to evaluate the incorporation petition, we updated the 22-23 numbers with actual costs or estimated actuals. We found
Supervisor
that
Hahn, excuse me, can you all hold it down over there?
Yeah,
Thanks.
can't hear our CEO. Go ahead.
Thank you. We found that a city of East LA would face an even worse financial picture. We calculated revenues for fiscal year 22-23 fiscal year at approximately $45.5 million, but operating costs increasing to $73.3 million with a net operating deficit of $27.8 million, which you mentioned previously. So this is more than double the operating deficit that LAFCO projected back in 2012 for the fiscal year 22-23. Based on this, we concluded that a new city of East LA continues to be financially infeasible. At this level of deficit, the new city would have insufficient funding for necessary municipal services, staff, facility costs, et cetera. It would not be able to build any reserves, essentially. It would be in a financial crisis on day one.
So could you elaborate on some of the responsibilities and services that a city would have to provide?
Yeah. So in general, cities have responsibilities for such services as police and fire, animal control, parks, public works, water, wastewater, solid waste, and libraries. Now, the cities don't always have to provide those services directly. They can actually contract with the county to provide those services, as is common with law enforcement, and sometimes special districts provide services like sewer and flood control. Again, we based our service level assumption on LAFCO's 2012 analysis. And in that analysis, LAFCO concluded that a new city of East LA would be directly responsible or would have to contract for police, animal care and control, community development, public works, parks and recreation, library services, among a few other services.
So I have one other question. You know, given that there's a $27 million funding gap, just to begin with, how would a city then, East LA, if it was a city, go about establishing, for example, its own city hall? We have a civic center there, but that's all maintained by the county and paid for. How would that happen?
So the city would essentially need to either lease that space from us, or they could, potentially attempt to purchase that space from us, but it would not come to the newly incorporated city at no cost. So that would be an additional cost on top of the expenditures that I outlined earlier.
And do you have an idea what that cost might be, just off the top of your head, or does anyone have that data?
We did not identify that data, but we could find out from our asset management group what that cost might be and then report back to your office.
Because it's operating costs. I mean, there are several things that go on there at the Civic Center. It also serves as kind of a one-stop shop.
Well, there would be the lease costs, there would be utilities, maintenance, all of the things that you would need to run and operate a building.
Right, okay. Probably talking a couple of million, I would imagine. And then for our CEO, what do you envision the role of the MACs or the town councils to be? And how would these entities would be utilized in other parts of the county to help inform our policies and our budgets?
So one of the roles, supervisors, is that they would be there as a listening ear for community residents. And then they would also be able to communicate issues to the Board of Supervisors, and then particularly share concerns with your office. As far as I am aware, we don't have any, I think the max currently in the County of Los Angeles. We know that they exist elsewhere. They are, however, authorized by law. One of the major differences is one is a body that is self-governing in the sense that its members, its governing body is elected by the residents. The other option is one where the board appoints an administrator or a person to oversee and manage, help manage the governing body.
And is it also governed by the Brown Act?
Yes. Yes, they are. The MAC is governed by the Brown Act. And so the Municipal Advisory Council would be an advisory body with a direct reporting relationship to the board. Their role is to interface, as I stated earlier, directly with community members within the scope of their authority, and to also provide recommendations to the board.
Right.
Council members can be appointed or elected, and it is within the board's discretion to establish the number of council members and the qualifications for members to serve.
So that would be our decision. And obviously, I think the distinction right now for some in our community in East Los Angeles is that there is an existing advisory group right now that is self-promoted, and they do not abide by the Brown Act rules and have been in existence for a long time during the CRA, I guess, time when those were valid, but that's since gone away, and they have not been operating under the legal purviews that we would be establishing here. So this would help to legitimize that. But I also think that it goes far beyond that, because we have so many different distinct communities in East LA. For example, we have City Terrace as one area as a part of that, and there are about 5 different large neighborhoods. Pico Union, they call it, I'm sorry, Union, Pico Union, not Pico Union. I want to say that there are different areas that don't all communicate and have very distinct backgrounds. Saybrook community, and all of that are very different. And what's very interesting to me is that people may not understand also the economic pressures that we have just experienced through COVID and the pandemic. And many of the businesses there were really, many barely survived, if at all. And we do have a large number of properties there that you can't tax, like cemeteries, for example, and other facilities. So it's not easy to go back and somehow try to generate revenue or bring in a big box, for example, like a Costco, when you have neighboring communities like Monterey Park, Montebello, and other areas that have those facilities there. And it's unfortunate because the community, I do believe, has been left behind, but this started decades ago. And it's hard, I think, for us to move in a direction to establish cityhood at this time. But I do think that they need to have representation in terms of voices, but that's advisory. The Board of Supervisors and whoever will represent the area, because keep in mind, as we move through Measure G, I would imagine that there's going to be more changes with respect to the communities that are impacted, and especially East Los Angeles. So I would say that these are good things, but they're also something that is going to be in the future. I want to thank you very much, CEO, and thank you again to your staff for their great work. I know this was a lot of pressure because we were experiencing the fires and trying to go through all of our other responsibilities. So I really, really do appreciate that. I have a question for TTC, if I might. I'd like to ask, what options would East LA residents have to increase their property tax revenue? And is this authority within the county's jurisdiction?
There are not a lot of options for an unincorporated area.
Can you speak directly?
Sure, I'm sorry. There are not a lot of options to increase property taxes. Any type of increase of California property taxes requires statewide approval from the voters to change any tax law or increase that. Property taxes are governed by the state under Proposition 13, which limits property tax increases. So under Prop 13, the property tax rate is fixed at 1% of the assessed value at the time of purchase, and it's capped or limited to no more than 2% increases year over year. Property can be reassessed for tax purposes only when a change in ownership happens or when significant new construction is made. That could potentially lead to an increase in property tax revenues. So increase to property taxes cannot be done at county or city level. It would be approved by the voters statewide.
That's a large leap, I would say. Okay, I have some questions for DPW, and thank you also for being here, Angela. And can you share some of the projects that you've worked on that we have spearheaded there in East Los Angeles, such as the road and infrastructure improvements, and perhaps share some of the funding costs that we've incurred to do that?
Yes, of course. Supervisor, I don't know if you guys can hear me. Okay. Once again, my name is Angela George Moody, Chief Deputy for Public Works. Public Works has led multiple road and infrastructure improvement projects in East LA over the past decade. Some of the highlights, both, like you said, specifically and in general types of projects, we've invested in about $150 million in infrastructure in East LA over the past 10 years. Some of those projects included pedestrian safety and mobility upgrades along major corridors like Whittier Boulevard, Olympic, City Terrace. When I talk about pedestrian safety and mobility upgrades, those are repairs over 5 miles of roadway, sidewalk and ADA curb ramp reconstruction, pavement resurfacing, a lot of pavement resurfacing, traffic signal upgrades and high visibility crosswalk installations, pedestrian bulb outs and road reconfigurations, and that's to reduce speeding, because we've talked a lot about Vision Zero over the course of the last few items. In addition, specifically, we put in a quarter-mile open space project in the Saybrook community. And as part of that project, we included walking paths, picnic tables, drought-tolerant landscaping. We've also specifically put in a $12 million modernization project in Centro Maravilla Service Center, and that included modifications to the HVAC system, the ADA, restroom upgrades, and landscaping improvements. So a lot of work has been done in East LA.
And I know you have your own, we have our own road yard out there that helps us to address immediately any graffiti abatement or any other things that are of need that we get often called by through our offices, through casework and what have you. And I really do appreciate the attention that DPW in East Los Angeles has provided. I really want to say that they're very, very highly rated, and I want to thank them for their service. I also wanted to ask, just for all the departments, if you could elaborate on perhaps your services and how they would be impacted should any incorporated area not generate enough revenue needed to provide support that are legally required services for a city. So we could maybe start with the sheriff. Yeah.
Good evening, supervisors.
Speak into the mic, please.
Sorry. Good evening. The insufficient revenue amount that you mentioned would limit the department's ability to provide public safety at the current staffing levels. It would also limit the ability to maintain other programs or community-specific services, such as our SAO teams, our community relations units, supervision for those units, and other proactive enforcement units that we have, such as our weekend party cars, our Whittier Boulevard car. Looking at the short term, the Sheriff's Department would need to consider the reallocation of personnel and resources to meet those legal requirements. This could lead to the reduction in non-mandated services, many of which I've already mentioned, could create longer response times and put a strain on our neighboring sheriff stations if we were to constantly ask for assistance for additional resources. In the long term, continued revenue shortfalls could impact staffing sustainability, equipment upgrades, and as I said earlier, just the ability to provide quality law enforcement at our current staffing levels.
And I do want to mention that currently out of my own discretionary funding, we provide over $3 million annually to help offset the cost for more patrols and for other safety services there. So that potentially would go away as well, I would imagine. What about the fire department? We get the fire department in.
Good evening, Supervisor. Chief Deputy John O'Brien from LA County Fire. Currently, the fire department operates 2 stations in the community of East LA, Fire Station 1 and 3. Daily, we staff 14 firefighters, staffing 2 engine companies, 1 quint, and 1 paramedic squad. The fire district is a consolidated fire district and does receive its funding primarily from the 1% of the property tax that was currently mentioned. So while there'd be no immediate impact, what we would see is we'd work with LAFCO to address what the deficit between what we currently provide in the city is and what would be needed to maintain those service levels. And additionally, the city, if incorporated, would have choices. They could have the choice to institute their own fire department and relieve the district of that responsibility.
But that's if they have the revenue to do that.
That's
And one of the fire stations is in Commerce. We share?
Yes, and that was going to be the other point, is they do enjoy the benefit of consolidated fire protection, where the city or the community of East LA does have those 2 fire stations, but surrounding those fire stations are other fire stations that are part of the district and do regularly receive response from those stations. As you mentioned, the 1 station in Commerce does come into that
So it is a benefit.
southeast corner of
So it's
East LA.
actually a benefit
An
for the
absolute
residents.
benefit, Supervisor.
Right, and I also want to commend our fire department because on many occasions they've been out with the community. They're well-known, well-respected, and they continue to be a wonderful presence in East Los Angeles.
We thank you for those comments, Supervisor.
Thank you. And we have parks here, Norma Garcia.
Hello, Supervisor. In East LA, LA County Parks operates 8 parks, 1 community regional park, and 7 local community parks. We have 2 summer seasonal pools, 1 year-round aquatic facility, and just to provide perspective, all our year-round aquatic facilities are approximately about a $3 to $4 million operation fee. And during the year-round, where our seasonal pools are closed, the Belvedere Pool provides extensive programming. I want to highlight a couple of things, Supervisor. At Salazar Park, it is a signature senior center for the entire East LA community. I smile because on any average day, we have over 200 seniors that gather for programming every inch of that park. It's actually wonderful to see, but that is an extensive program that communities really rely on. I want to talk about, in addition, really special things about our operations. We have our own Park Sheriff Bureau, which really ensures that our parks are safe, especially during hours where children and families are at our parks. But I also want to talk about our grounds maintenance. Our grounds maintenance workers work early in the morning to make sure that when children are at our parks are absolutely clean. And they conduct what we call a clean sweep. Make sure that there are no cans, needles, and extensive. Our painters are really thoughtful that by 12 o'clock, all the graffiti on a daily basis, our graffiti is removed from our parks. I'm very proud that we make sure that when children and families are at our parks, they're graffiti free. There's extensive work that our grounds operation, our trades perform to ensure that our parks are really centers for youth and families. And let me say one other thing. During the pandemic, we had several park and recreation organizations that were managed by cities that closed because cities were not able to afford the maintenance, the operation of their parks. They turned over the maintenance operations to their public works departments, but there were no programming, and we see that throughout Los Angeles County on occasion when cities cannot afford to provide programming. East LA is a very important unincorporated community that receives much public service, especially from our Parks Department. I can go on to talk about the sports programs, our esteemed summer camps, our after-school programming, but services that children and families receive every day at our parks.
And that's a big part of our community. They thrive with the parks and all the activities there. And you remind me that Salazar Park is borderline city of the city of LA. So we actually provide services to, I would say, a large number of folks that reside in Boyle Heights and neighboring city of Los Angeles. We don't charge them. So that certainly would be an impact on those residents as well.
Correct, Supervisor. Many of the LA City residents, because it's across City Valley borders across the street,
across the street, yeah.
It serves as a park that really helps support both the City Valley residents as well as unincorporated.
Right, thank you. Are there any other departments that I missed? No? Okay, just lastly, as we start to look at how we put together this consultant and information and data, I want to be able to ask our departments to help us lead in the data that needs to be collected so that we could do a good job and actually explain well to the residents what is actually taking place. And I think it's a wholesome activity that actually should have been done probably every year, and now we'll be able to do that. But I really would like all of you to help participate, or your departments to consider being a part of this, and I know our CEO will help us with that in collecting this data.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor. So as we bring on a consultant and a consultant embarks upon this work that needs to be done, we will be sure to include reaching out to all of the departments to inform the process and make sure that we acquire, include, and report on the necessary data elements.
Right, thank you. And before I close, I also want to thank our LAIR group up in Sacramento, because believe me, when someone from Sacramento, a legislator, presents a bill, oftentimes, unfortunately, they don't always talk to the people most impacted directly with the residents and directly with the departments that are involved in providing vital services. So I think there's a lot of lessons to be learned here, but one that I'm very grateful for is that everyone here has cooperated here, as well as our residents in East Los Angeles. And I thank our legislators that did support us in Sacramento, because this was a heavy, heavy tow for some of us, and I am very appreciative. So thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Can I ask, on that point regarding services, for the sheriff, it's always been a little different, contract versus unincorporated. So can you give us, not for today, but included in that, the disparities, because I would say there are disparities between the contracts we have and then the unincorporated? Because to your point, Supervisor Solis, I mean, we've got the Temple Station that provides coverage over the Duarte unincorporated area. And I mean, the service area is very large, and there may be one car that covers from the Duarte unincorporated all the way over to the unincorporated Chapman Woods. And then you've got Altina, which has got its own station. Less of a problem, but still the numbers are not reflective of contract city versus unincorporated, especially given the services that are provided for the contract cities.
Yes. Thank you, Supervisor. I know that's been a longstanding issue in other areas, and so we will work with the Sheriff's Department to get that data and report out as best we can.
Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Supervisor Solis, for introducing the motion. You and I talk often about the issues around feeling underrepresented that we hear from our unincorporated communities. And so I'm very eager to watch this process, because I hear that throughout the second district as well. My staff and I have worked to try to figure out ways to engage in an official way our unincorporated residents through our community engagement model and our participatory budgeting. But I really am intrigued to see how these MACs, the Municipal Advisory Council, would be implemented and how it could really improve representation. Two things you mentioned triggered something for me. You mentioned Measure G. Is it your expectation that the task force that just convened last week could also opine, in addition to the outreach you want done, about MAC or the town councils as a governance model?
I don't see why they couldn't, especially for the unincorporated area.
Right.
I mean, we have Roland Heights, Hacienda Heights together. They both represent well over 100,000 people. So we're talking about a large population.
All of them, absolutely. Okay, so I just wanted to make sure that that could be a place also in addition to what you're asking for, right? Secondly, as you went through the laundry list of what it costs to run a city, and then you got to like City Hall, then it occurred to me, because my service on LAFCO really was fascinating for me. What was the last city that incorporated in LA County? Does anybody know?
I said Calabasas or Agora Hills.
Calabasas?
Or Agora Hills.
Okay, because as you talked about the report from LAFCO with those numbers that were 2011, 2012 dollars, you magnify that to 2025 dollars. But I was just curious about what in real dollars it cost the last city to incorporate, because when you add in all of the services that were represented today, plus a city civic center, plus all of the perhaps unintended, that as I listen to your list, I don't know that our average resident would think about that. When you said City Hall, I thought I hadn't thought about that either. So I was just curious about what the ultimate price tag was for the last city that incorporated, to really, again, give a comparison about how truly expensive it is. My question is, I'm really trying to understand the difference between the MAC and the town council. So I understand that one, people elect themselves, the other is appointed. Is there an opportunity for the community to weigh in on which it will be, or will the recommendation come from this entity?
So Supervisor, our intent is to hire a consultant. The consultant will work with the departments as well as do intensive and extensive stakeholder engagement.
Right.
And we will report back to the board with the consultant's findings in terms of what they are recommending as to one or the other. And hopefully they'll be able to break out the stakeholder engagement, like, what information came from which parts of the areas that they interacted with.
Because I'm asking Supervisor Solis, because I'm looking to this to be, a pilot or a model that could then either the Measure G task force or someone look at what would make sense for other unincorporated communities. So that's why I'm really trying to understand the difference between the two and who will make that decision to really kind of figure out what ultimately would be better. Or given the size of the county, if we would be in a position that maybe some unincorporated areas choose town council, some choose MACs, I'm not sure. So I'm looking forward to really hearing back. And so the work, I heard that the MAC would be advisory to us, town council would be elected, and how are they funded? Either one? Do we know yet, or is that going to be figured out
So
also?
I believe that the town councils, since they're not formal government bodies, they're formed by the residents, there is no funding.
They have to figure that out?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, provided.
But the MAC, because they are directly connected to the board, we would fund them?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm looking forward to the report back. And again, given the number of unincorporated communities I serve and the fact that we have been looking at ways in which to create some kind of governance infrastructure there, I look forward to hearing what comes out of this process. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So do I. And can I ask, obviously we've got town councils. I've had town councils. Supervisor Antonovich had them throughout his whole career. I'd be curious to see, because it's never been really updated, but neighborhood councils are elected as well. So would the MAC also have, because I think one of the things that's nice about the town councils is that it's elected by parcel census tract, so it actually does represent the community. So I would like to see, I'd like you to also, if possible, look at the town councils that are currently in existence and maybe look at making it a clean process across the board. In other words, not to have a town council here, a MAC here. Maybe it's something that, for consistency, we should look at, because I don't think it's really ever been looked at before.
So you want us to look at the town councils, the cost, or?
No, I know that it costs
Yeah,
nothing. I mean, town
okay.
councils are all volunteer, and they they raise their own money
Mhm.
through the community. But I'm talking about with a MAC, if it's like a neighborhood council where it's provided with a stipend, I'm assuming. But they report to the board, but I thought that I had heard they're not elected, and that's where I kind of got thrown off, because neighborhood councils are elected, I think.
They're what?
Elected.
They are elected.
Oh,
and they-
okay.
And at the city of LA, they actually have budgets. So
No,
it's
that's
not-
what I'm,
oh,
yeah, no.
To do things.
Exactly,
Okay.
exactly. And then we can get into the whole discussion about there are those that say that that's used sometimes to someone's advantage.
So,
but I'm
Supervisor,
neither
just
here nor
to
there. I mean, I
clarify.
don't. If it's a town council, there may even be a way to put more teeth in the town council. I don't know. That
My
model.
team is telling me they can be appointed or elected.
Okay, I just think it's maybe a good time for us to overhaul and look at all. I think I know I have the most, especially up in North County. And so I think it'd be interesting to look at that as well. All right, do we have any members of the public that wish to comment on this item?
Thank you all for coming.
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Claudia Jerez, Gabriela Eddy, Carrie Che, Magdalena Cesares, Maria Maldonado. Moderator, can we have the first remote speaker, please?
Jamie Cruz, your line is open. You may begin.
Good evening, Supervisors. Thank you for this opportunity to lend our support. Our family's been a resident in City Terrace since 1954. I'm also the chairperson of the National Chicano Moratorium Committee, which is organizing a community march and rally at Ruben Salazar Park for the upcoming 55th commemoration of August 29th, this coming August 30th, 2025. I'm here to lend support and also to urge the board to not only support item 26 in Supervisor Solis's motion, but to pass this motion for much needed analysis in order to retain a consultant to assess and report on the establishment of much needed municipal advisory committees or advisory councils.
Next speaker, please.
Diego Rodriguez, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon. Diego Rodriguez, CEO of Alma, which has proudly served the East LA community for nearly 50 years. I want to thank Supervisor Solis for her leadership and dedication to East LA over the past decade, bringing millions of dollars in critical investments and services that have strengthened our neighborhoods and supported residents. As California's largest unincorporated area, East LA depends on the county for daily needs. This recent CEO report clearly demonstrates that cityhood or special district status is not financially viable at this time. This motion follows through on the report's recommendation by retaining a consultant to conduct culturally responsive outreach and to further assess the creation of a municipal advisory committee or town councils. Once again, thank you, Supervisor Solis, for this motion and for continuing to uplift East LA. I respectfully urge the board to approve this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Edward Chang, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Edward Chang. I'm a resident of East Los Angeles. Definitely thank you, Supervisor Solis, for all the work representing out here in East LA over the last decade. We definitely feel the impact of the investments, of the $1 million of investments in our community improvements, our critical services that it provides. And following the CEO's report regarding the motion that is being considered today, to follow through the recommendation, to retain a consultant to see if what's the best way to go, whether it should be a MAC, whether it be a town council. I appreciate the conversation that we had today describing the differences between the two. And I want to thank Supervisor Solis for their continuing efforts in our area. We could not do it without her. We thank her from the bottom of our heart, and we ask the board to support her in these affairs as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Melanie Gomez, your line is open. You may begin.
Yes. Hi. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello. Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Melanie, and I'm here today representing the YWCA, a nonprofit in East LA, and also a resident of East LA. I want to thank Supervisor Solis for everything she's done for East LA. As we all know, it is mostly an underrepresented community. Also with first-generation students, also the population is also minority, depending on governmental assistance. So within the CEO's report, it shows clarity about the improvements that will create in community engagement that will be done in East LA, which is definitely needed. So I'm here today in support of item 26. And I just want to thank you, Solis, for your continuing work in East LA. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Shirley Rivera, your line is open. You may begin.
Everyone, thank you so much, Supervisors, for hearing us out. My name is Shirley Rivera. I have been a longtime active community member in East Los Angeles, and I've personally witnessed and benefited from several of the investment thanks to the county efforts. Although cityhood for East LA would be an eventual hope, as the report shows, it's not feasible currently. And so I'd like to support the creation of the town councils, or the MAC, mentioned by Supervisor Solis. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Renisha Hubbard, your line is open. You may begin.
Oh. Hello.
Go ahead.
Hi. Good afternoon. My name is Renisha Hubbard. I am a mother. I'm a survivor, a taxpayer, and a resident of District 1 under Supervisor Hilda Solis. I am here to speak on item 26 regarding the formation of municipal advisory councils. This proposed talks about equity, representation, uplifting community voices. But where was the same commitment when my children were taken? My daughter was raped in foster care. When false codes were filed, when I was denied access to the court portals, justice, you want to engage the public, but you ignored the very people who directly impacted by county failures. We are tired of getting calls back from people who can't help us.
Next speaker,
tired of being
please.
passed around.
Genesis Coronado, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. My name is Genesis Coronado. I am a resident of unincorporated East Los Angeles. First of all, I want to reiterate that our community does not want an appointed body of residents. We want an elected body of residents and will not accept anything less than that. If Altadena, a community of approximately 40,000 residents, has a town council that is elected by the community, why would East LA not be allowed to elect their own community representatives? Additionally, as part of this motion, I ask that the board incorporate the need for annual community budgets for East LA and the long overdue establishment of a community plan. Furthermore, as the county looks to provide recommendations on the structure, I urge the county to review the outcomes and obstacles of the already established town council in unincorporated Altadena, especially around elections and the lack of county support around effectuating community elections. Additionally, I also want to ensure that the county is considering access to county venues for meetings for this elected community group. County buildings are paid by the community's tax dollars and therefore should be accessible to us.
Thank you.
I also
Next
want
speaker,
to ensure
please.
that the community of East LA is respected.
Carlos
Thank
Montes,
you.
Next speaker,
your
please.
line is open. You may begin.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Carlos Montes. I'm a member of Central CSO Community Service Organization, East LA Ball Heights. I graduated from Garfield High School. My kids did basketball at Salazar Park. I'm here in favor of item 26, the motion to establish an extensive study and outreach in the community but also to look at establishing a municipal advisory council. I also want to thank Hilda Solis for all her years of support for East LA, funding all these great programs, housing, infrastructure development, and so also for supporting families of lost loved ones to the deputy sheriff. We'll be doing the historic Chicano Moratorium that we do every year, a rally at Salazar Park. We work with local parks, local businesses. We want to also have a march on Whittier Boulevard, historic 55th anniversary of the Chicano Moratorium. So please vote in support of Hilda Solis, Supervisor.
Thank you.
Hilda Solis,
Next speaker, please.
Thank you.
Lourdes Caracosa, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Lourdes Caracosa. I was born and raised in East Los Angeles, very proud, and I'm currently the CEO and president of Alma Family Services. I want to start by thanking Supervisor Solis for all her work and her team representing East Los Angeles for the past 10 years. The millions of dollars that have been invested in our community to support the many program services and quality of life issues in our community is seen. Growing up in East LA, being an advocate with the county because we were unincorporated has allowed us to survive so many critical moments in history and time. So this motion that is being considered today, please support it because it follows through with the report's recommendations to retain a consultant to
Thank
conduct
you.
outreach
Next
to
speaker,
the community
please.
about this report. Thank you.
Christine Vasquez, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello.
Please begin.
Hi. Good afternoon. Okay. Hi, my name is Christine Vasquez. I was born and raised in East LA and have continuously been working in the community for the past few years as a community organizer and an active transportation advocate. I want to thank Supervisor Solis for all of her hard work in representing East LA for the past few years. I am speaking today to support the motion. I agree that there is a need for a municipal advisory committee that is representative of East LA and includes people of all ages and abilities and reflects East LA's diverse voices. We need to consider having folks from different neighborhoods within East LA, and I agree with the folks that mentioned that this committee should be elected and that there should be also an educational component to it. So meaning that community members are informed and know
Thank you.
that
Next
this
speaker,
is a
please.
commitment.
Next speaker, please.
Christine Hernandez, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, good afternoon. Christy Hernandez, born and raised in unincorporated East Los Angeles. And unlike many who have called, I actually currently reside in unincorporated East LA. Thank you to the CEO's office for the report. Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell, for your true advocacy for unincorporated communities. And thank you, Solis, for proposing this report after East LA residents asked for this report via AB 2986. This report being over 9 months late is a testament that LA County needs to do a better job of tracking funding for individual unincorporated communities. And that's why I'm looking forward to a report from the motion in May of 24 that states that the annual budgets for unincorporated unincorporated communities of 10,000 or more be made available. There have only been 2 financial reports in my lifetime, in 2008 data from the Great Recession and now in 2022 from COVID aftermath. The alleged $500 million divided by 11 years of office is less than $100 million per year. We can do better, and that's why we ask for financial transparency. I do support the MAC recommendation because for decades,
Thank you.
community members
Next speaker,
that have been
please.
asking at the table will need to be connected, and it should be an elected body.
Mike, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Please
Go ahead.
begin.
Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, this is Mike. This is Mike. I'm an East LA resident, born and raised East LA resident. I've been through the 90s, the 80s, and now the 2000s. In the 90s, East LA was booming. A lot of businesses were booming down Whittier Boulevard. A lot of businesses. I don't know what happened. I questioned the financial report there's a lot of botched numbers. This is all just summary and estimates, and these are old numbers from LAFCO. For example, I want to know the sheriff's services. It's saying in the report $36 million annually. However, there's another an investment into East LA flyer that was put up by the Solis's office that states it's $54 million. So which is it? Now, the sheriff contracts to other cities, so I want to know if this number is just for East LA. I also want a list of the $500 million invested into East LA because we don't see it. There's no infrastructure here. According to the report, it's $150 million invested per year. That'll come out to
Thank
about
you.
$1.5
Next speaker,
billion.
please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Thank you. We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Magdalena Cázares, soy representante del grupo iHeart del Este de Los Ángeles y residente también del Este de Los Ángeles.
Good afternoon. My name is Magdalena Casares. I am part of the group of iHeart East LA and resident of East LA.
Quiero agradecer a la supervisora señora Solís por todo su arduo trabajo representándonos aquí en el Este de Los Ángeles.
I'd like to thank Supervisor Solis for all of her hard work representing us in East LA.
Esto incluye cientos de millones de dólares invertidos en proyectos comunitarios y servicios esenciales para nuestra comunidad.
This includes hundreds of millions of dollars invested in community projects and essential services for our community.
Siendo la zona más grande no incorporada de California, del Este de Los Ángeles, depende del condado para obtener estos servicios vitales.
Being the largest unincorporated area in California, East LA depends on the county in order to obtain these vital services.
El informe de la directora ejecutiva es claro.
The CEO's report is clear.
El Este de Los Ángeles no tiene los recursos necesarios para funcionar como una ciudad independiente.
East LA does not have the resources necessary to function as an independent city.
Gracias, Supervisora Solís, por seguir defendiéndonos con esta moción tan importante. Quiero pedir a la Junta, por favor, que apoyen en estos esfuerzos. Gracias.
I'd like to thank Supervisor Solis for her ongoing support and defending us with this motion, this important motion. I'd like to ask the board for their support in these efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Gabriela Eddy, Community Organizer with SBCC, iHeart East LA Group. I want to say thank you, Supervisor Solis, for your hard work representing East Los Angeles over the past 10 years. The motion being considered today follows through with the report's recommendation to retain a consultant to conduct outreach to the community about the report. This will include community engagement with a multilingual and culturally competent community to ensure that affected residents are informed about the report's contents. I want to say again, thank you, Supervisor Solis, for advocate for East Los Angeles residents, and to ask the board to please support her efforts. Muchas gracias. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Honorable Board of Supervisor, I am Kerry Chai, volunteer for iHeart East LA, and I'm in support of item 26. I thank Supervisor Solis for the motion to direct the CEO to hire a consultant to conduct community engagement on developing an equitable MAC or town councils that represents all of East LA's diverse neighborhoods, which includes protecting the low-income and underserved vulnerable communities. I thank Supervisor Solis, her staff, community members, and residents for creating progress on making East LA thrive for future generations. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, again. Claudia Jerez, DPSS former employee, 10 years, and Downtown Women's Center case manager. East LA is a very loved community, and we have shared with East LA wonderful moments. It is a shame that it's financially broke and financially bankrupt. I would like to request a copy of the 2012 LAFCO Analysis Financial Budget Plan the operating deficit of 73.3 mil and 27.8 deficit is a hurtful to know. East LA, it is such a it is hurtful to know that East LA is in such a bind because it's a wonderful community we share with. I would like to continue to hear from Supervisor Solis, Guillermo, Officer Guillermo, and I would love to see him again, and Supervisor Mitchell. 100,000 and the 100,000 residents who are connected with all of us here in LA.
Thank you. Madam Chair, there are no other speakers to address the board on this item.
Thank you very much. This motion is before us, moved by Supervisor Solis, and I will second to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll and ask the member from the public to sit down. Please sit down. Can you please call the roll?
For item 26, Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn. Oh, Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 4-0.
What are we on to, Executive Officer?
Madam Chair, at this time, it'd be appropriate to hear from supervisors on items not on the posted agenda to be presented or referred to staff or placed on a future agenda. Madam Chair, it is my understanding that there are no specials.
All right, seeing no specials, we'll move on.
We will now hear from members of the public wishing to address the board on general public comment. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now. Members of the public, you will have 1 minute to address the board on general public comment. Please state your name for the record. You may only address the board on general public comment. We will now call in-person speakers, and while they are coming forward, we will take telephonic speakers.
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Alan Shea, Daryl Terrell, Lupe Duncan, Yari. Moderator, can we have the first remote speaker, please?
Anna Lee, your line is open. You may begin.
The theft of copper wire just so someone can go tweet themselves seems to be not considered a priority. They think it's just they're going to go get it recycled, get a few dollars. But I don't think governments are understanding the actual infrastructure damage being done. It's not just street lighting. There are utilities, telecommunications. This is going to end up being a life and death situation where there are no tech or very low tech people who utilize old-fashioned telecommunication devices that are no longer operable because of copper wire theft. I ask supervisors to advocate and support.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Anthony Vera, your line is open. You may begin.
Hey, good afternoon. I would just like to say thank you to Ms. Janice Han for all of her hard work. Kenneth Han, he was a beacon of civil rights. If you ever heard of Maggie and Kenneth, they made history together. I believe the Han legacy continues. But Mr. Kenneth's vision remains incomplete as he's the champion and he desired the, I guess, requirements of the people. Ms. Mitchell, thank you for your dedication and safeguarding of civil rights. Greatly appreciated. Thank you. I wanted to speak about Chapter 8.52, rental stability in Lenox, California, which is an unincorporated city. Now, I've just been trying to be I'm a young man, a dad to my kids, and just keep my family together.
Next speaker, please.
Ranisha Hubert, your line is open. You may begin.
Is this public comment?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, I just wanted to know if I could get my tort claim on the agenda. I filed it June the 2nd, and I think it really needs to be looked into. My daughter was raped again, twice in DCFS care and custody, and I'm very upset. And, you know, she's distraught, and we will be messed up for the rest of our lives. So I think that it's time for you guys to pay attention and hear me, because you guys seen me. Thank you, Holly J. Mitchell, for taking the time out to speak to me. Hilda, I'm here. I emailed you guys this morning, so open your eyes. What if it was your kids, your granddaughter, your grandson out there being raped, violated, taken advantage of, you know? Imagine that. Close
Thank
your
you.
eyes.
Next speaker, please.
Edward Richard, your line is open. You may begin.
Okay, who is the lady saying my line is open?
Go ahead and
Hello?
speak. Go ahead and speak.
I am speaking. I'm asking a question. I want to know and address who is the lady saying Edward, and she just called me. What's your name?
Sir, this is your opportunity to give public comment on items on general public comment.
My general public comment goes to Hilda Salas, 1st District, Victoria, her assistant. I've been reaching out through the 1st District email, Board of Supervisors email, and they have been her assistant has been misinforming, delaying, negatively. It can escalate life and death risk for a minor child and a single parent mother. This is a crisis urgent matter, and they utilize Violence Against Women Act. They possess what they need, and they have a strong amount of evidence and support from doctors and advocates, and they need assistance immediately.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
This is it.
Carlos Montez, your line is open. You may begin.
Yes, my name is Carlos Montes. I'm with Central Civil Community Service Organization. My general public comment is regarding the ability of the Civilian Oversight Commission to really have meaningful oversight over the LA Sheriff's Department. I believe that it's been over 10 years that the COC was established. I believe that the Board of Supervisors needs to look at agendizing an ordinance to give more meaningful, effective oversight of the Civilian Oversight Commission. My second comment is I believe that the County Council of LA is obstructing and a hindrance to meaningful, effective civilian oversight over the sheriff. I've worked with, over dozens of families in the last 12 years who have been victims of police abuse and police killings by the LA Sheriff deputies, especially the banditos.
Thank you.
out of East
Next
LA.
speaker, please.
Thank you.
Roy Humphreys, your line is open. You may begin.
Today is Zoot Suit Riot Day. God bless America and protect President Trump from the Democrat assassins, perverts, and child molesters. George Floyd down, riot victims, and black burned business portraits up. Doctors Thomas Sowell, Victor Davis Hanson, Ben Stein, and Alan West on Black Lives note the fraud therein. The failure of blacks and Latinos to achieve the 1965 affirmative action goals, Ben Stein says it's culture, stupid, while the Asians soar in spite of ultimate racism. Attorney General Bonda notes that Newsom and the Democrats failed to fund Proposition 36, Law and Order. If you spend 1 penny on illegal migrants, I pray to see you in Alcatraz. More courts are needed to process the 40% in waiting trial who can't make bail. Check my YouTube
Thank
channel
you.
for more
Next speaker, please.
restorative justice.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Thank you. We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Hello, Yadi. I live in the Pasadena district most impacted by the Eaton fire. It's been almost half a year since the fire. However, the city of Pasadena has not yet agendized a public discussion of its response to the fire or agreed to conduct an investigation or establish a task force to improve safety and emergency preparedness. This is especially alarming given that Pasadena will host a number of large-scale events like the Olympics, Soccer World Cup, and Rose Parade. Pasadena City Council member Jean Masuda callously said that people who can't afford to rebuild should just sell their property. While I'm testing my blood for lead, my neighbors are throwing away all their belongings because of asbestos contamination, and residents are displaced. Pasadena Mayor Victor Gordo and the Pasadena Police Chief are taking advantage to quietly begin to install mass surveillance technology across the city without public awareness and definitely without our consent. Other LA cities are also expanding surveillance in LA with Olympics as an excuse, and this jeopardizes our civil rights. It's detrimental to the safety and security of people seeking reproductive care, immigrants.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Alan Shea. This is my fourth time appearing, seeking that this board provide a agenda item for a constructive plan for the town of Altadena. I have been given assurances that with a constructive plan, it will be agendized. This was confirmed by Chair Barger, my first time here, that we will have it agendized if there's a constructive plan. Since it does not appear that one has been formulated by this board, we will be submitting one next week that we're going to ask to be agendized. We will release it to the public. We will release it to all media and ask that this board take action on that plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yes, my name's Lupe Duncan. My family has lived in Pasadena and Altadena for 105 years. My uncle was the first Black on the fire department when it was segregated. His name was Bill Duncan. And I am also a union carpenter, and I'm here to ask this board to look into hiring residents, locals, also to make sure that union is represented in the jobs that'll be coming up. And also, I saw something on TV that affected me. There was a older person that was in her yard. She doesn't have any power, she doesn't have any water, and she's being overlooked, and she's not the only one. There's a lot of residents in Altadena that need to be taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Daryl Terrell. I'm from Reno Valley in Riverside County. On May 25th, Mr. Ozzy Boz of San Clarita, along with other residents, became victims of catalytic converter deaths. It's going to cost the man $2,500 to replace that converter. Now, Honorable Chair and the rest of your esteemed colleagues, we could do something to help not only Mr. Bazas and his residents there, but we can do something for the entire Los Angeles County, is to adopt the one and done catalytic converter unlawful possession ordinance. I went to Ventura County, and they're going to do a first reading. I went to Kern County, they're going to do a first reading. Orange County is going to do it. So I'm asking your esteemed colleagues to take it up, and let's make crime illegal again. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, that concludes our time for general public comment.
Thank you. And now we will take all the motions. Oh, no, we're going to do adjournments. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Adjournments.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. When we adjourn today, I ask that we adjourn in the memory of Marion Jean Holly Burtz. Mrs. Burtz was born December 12, 1947 in Fresno, California, and passed away this past December at the age of 78 in the unincorporated community of Ladera Heights. She was surrounded by her loving family. In 1964, Mrs. Burtz graduated from Edison High School and relocated to Los Angeles, where she earned a bachelor's and master's degrees in education from Cal State Los Angeles. In 1970, she married her husband, Izuniel, and they later became the proud parents of two, Izuniel III and Aaron. She was a wonderful mother who took pride in attending school events and cheering at basketball state championship games. Mrs. Burtz worked for the Los Angeles Unified School District for 30 years, where she served in many different capacities, including reading specialist, beginning teacher support trainer, advisor, and curriculum developer. Her greatest joy was being in the classroom and mentoring. She taught at schools such as Westchester High School and Verbum-Day. She was also instrumental in helping Jamaican immigrants prepare for the California High School exit exam through workshops at Grace United Methodist Church. Mrs. Burtz was a founding member of Black Women's Forum, a nonprofit organization dedicated to furthering the economic and personal success of Black women and their families that was founded by then Assemblywoman, now Congresswoman Maxine Waters. She also worked with the Congresswoman and cherished her roles within the NAACP, Youth, Top Teens of America, and organizing block parties. Mrs. Burtz had a deep love for jazz, especially the saxophone. She shared daily biblical inspiration with hundreds of people, faithfully uplifting those around her. She will be remembered for her dedication to education, community service, and faith. Her life was a reflection of love, wisdom, grace, and resilience. She is survived by and will be forever cherished by her loving husband of 55 years, Izunio, their 2 children, extended family members, Aaron, Teria, and Fallon, and Michael, godchildren, as well as a host of extended family and friends. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you. I move that when we adjourn today in memory of Colin Blair Cruz, who passed away on May 12th, 2025 in Los Angeles at the age of 51. A dedicated public servant, beloved colleague, and dear friend to many, Colin brought compassion, humor, and care to all that he did. Born on February 6, 1974 in Fort Myers, Florida, Colin's journey took him from the Bank Street School for Children in Manhattan and Oak Hill School in Sepulveda to the University of Montevideo in Alabama, where he earned a degree in political science. After 15 years working alongside his brother at Osworks, Inc., Colin moved back to Los Angeles in 2012, accompanied by his beloved sheepdog, Stella Blue, and began a new chapter in public service. Colin joined the City of Los Angeles Council District 12 team in 2013, where he became a trusted and knowledgeable resource to countless residents. He brought Southern charm, quick wit, and a deep sense of empathy to his work, helping people navigate challenges large and small with grace and heart. His experience and humanity made a lasting impact in the community he served. A lover of history, politics, music, movies, and Star Trek, Colin lived by his principles and cared deeply for those around him. He is survived by his mother, Nancy Hilton, stepmother, Louise Schaefer, and brother, Christopher Cruz. Colin will be profoundly missed by his family, friends, colleagues, and the residents of Council District 12, whose lives he touched. May he rest in peace. Next, I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Chief William J. McSweeney. Chief Bill McSweeney, who dedicated more than 4 decades to the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department and serving our communities, passed away on May 18th, 2025. A graduate of Academy Class 169, Chief McSweeney began his service in 1974. Over the years, he held a wide range of assignments, including at Men's Central Jail, West Hollywood Station, Lenox Station, Malibu Station, the Training Bureau, and the Internal Affairs Bureau. He was known for his calm, principled leadership and his steadfast commitment to public safety. He went on to lead as captain of the Lost Hills Station and later as commander in both the training division and field operations. He retired in July 2015 after 41 years of honorable service. Beyond his professional accomplishments, Chief McSweeney remained an active contributor to his community. He served as a trustee of the Sheriff's Relief Association, a director of Gateways Hospital, and a board member for the Boys and Girls Club. Chief McSweeney is survived by his beloved wife, Susan, who serves as Mayor Pro Tem of the City of Westlake Village, and their 3 children, Brian, Mike, and Katie. A proud father and devoted family man, he found joy in traveling with his family to college athletic games, both locally and across the country. As we remember Chief William J. McSweeney, we honor a life defined by public service, integrity, and leadership. His impact on the Sheriff's Department and the greater Los Angeles community will never be forgotten.
May I be included on that?
Of course.
Please, thank you.
I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Rosalind Millett. Roz Millett, a cherished member of the Beverly Hills community, passed away on May 14th, 2025. She will be remembered for her enduring generosity, civic spirit, and grace. Roz and her late husband, Winston Millett, were devoted supporters of the Rotary Club of Beverly Hills. Following her husband's passing in 2003, Roz continued his legacy championing scholarships for students at Beverly Hills High School by establishing and funding the Winston Millett Scholarship Grant, which continues to support the educational dreams of graduating seniors. Roz was made an honorary member of the Rotary Club in 2005. She remained a familiar and welcome presence at club events, often joined by her partner, the late Bob Zelinka, until his passing in 2023. A longtime Beverly Hills resident, Roz and Winston were stewards of a beloved historic home known as the Camden House. Together, they opened their home to community organizations and cultural events, generously sharing the beauty and history of their residents. Their converted ballroom became a cherished space for gatherings and celebrations. Roz and Winston were also active in the civic life of Beverly Hills, contributing to the establishment of the Beverly Hills Historical Society and serving on the board of the Brandeis Bardin Institute, now known as American Jewish University. Roz leaves behind a legacy of kindness and commitment to the community that will not be forgotten. She will be deeply missed by her friends, neighbors, and all those whose lives she touched. May her memory be a blessing. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Rosemary E. Rathel. My Aunt Rosemary passed away peacefully on May 15th, 2025, at the age of 79. From Euclid, Ohio, Aunt Rosemary was one of 5 siblings raised in a loving family. She married the love of her life, Bill Rathel, and together they raised a beautiful family of their own. Her greatest joy came from being a mom, a grandma, and a great-grandma. Her family was everything to her. Bill was known as Edward. She loved the outdoors, and she loved a good game of bingo with her friends. She brought laughter and warmth wherever she went. She had a quiet resilience and an open heart, and everyone who knew her felt the depth of her care. Aunt Rosemary is survived by many who loved her deeply, including her children, Edward Rathel, Don Shakem, Robert Rathel, Rochelle Shelley Rathel, and Angel Manning. Her siblings, Mary, Bob, Greg, and my mom, Kathy, as well as her beloved grandchildren and great-grandchildren. Rosemary was a guiding light for many. As we remember her today, we honor a life rooted in family, joy, and love. May her memory be a blessing to all of us who were lucky enough to know and be loved by her. Thank you.
I move that when we adjourn today, we do so in memory of Los Angeles County Sheriff's Deputy Daniel V. Chavera, who died from injuries suffered in a traffic crash on May 19th at the age of 21. Born in Los Angeles, he grew up in the Antelope Valley. He graduated from Lancaster High School, where he earned a 4.0 GPA and had a strong desire to answer the call of public service, particularly in law enforcement. Deputy Chavera graduated from the Sheriff's Academy with the class of 476 in October of 2024 and was assigned to North County Correctional Facility. Deputy Chavera had just completed his time in custody duty and was preparing to begin patrol training. He had plans to serve at the Palmdale Sheriff Station, where members of his family worked. Deputy Chavera was the youngest of 5 children. His mother, Elsa, died in 2020. He's survived by his father, Rodrigo, a 20-plus year employee of the Los Angeles County Department of Parks and Recreation, sister Nancy and brother Renee, along with brother-in-law Martin and sister-in-law Crystal, who are with the Sheriff's Department. Brother Rodrigo and sister Bertha live and work in our community. May he rest in peace. I also move that we adjourn in memory, today in memory of longtime voice of the community, Dr. Genevieve M. Claverol. Sadly, she passed away on Friday, May 23rd at the age of 85. Genevieve was born May 18th, 1940 in Paris, France. She immigrated to the United States in 1959 and became a United States citizen in 2001. Genevieve went on to earn an associate degree in nursing, Bachelor of Arts degree in psychology, master's degrees in education and public administration, and a doctorate in hospital management. She took care of some of the first patients to be identified as having GRIDS, later to be renamed AIDS, while doing a field study as a registered nurse at UCLA. Genevieve experienced firsthand the devastating effects of AIDS on the gay community, losing many friends in the late 80s and early 90s. She became a voice in the community, attending the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors meetings regularly, and it was not uncommon for her to call in from the hospital, not only to offer her opinion, but just to listen to the entire board meeting. Notably, she served on the Los Angeles County Commission on HIV Health Services and on the Los Angeles County Commission on Hospitals and Health Services as our 5th District representative. Genevieve is going to be missed, and I know that her daughters, Patricia and Christina, took incredible care of her in the last years of her life. But she is survived by her 4 children, Patricia and Christina, James and Eric, her 6 grandchildren, and 3 great-grandchildren. Yeah, all members, yes. And then last but certainly not least, I move that we adjourn in memory of longtime South Pasadena resident Betty Jane, known as BJ Kerwin. Hannah, sadly, who passed away on Tuesday, May 6th at the age of 78. BJ attended and graduated from the University of California, Berkeley in 1968, where she also received her Juris Doctorate in 1971. BJ's legal career spanned over 35 years, 25 of those that she spent with Latham and Watkins. She was known as a beloved colleague with a warm presence. She passed at her home surrounded by her family of pancreatic cancer, as she had advocated for those with pancreatic cancer through PanCan walks. BJ was chair of the board of the John Davis French Alzheimer's Foundation and was an active member of the Pasadena Women's Club. She is survived by her husband, Terry. Supervisor Solis?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of Supervisor Hahn, who had to leave early, I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Maria Macias Sanchez. Maria Macias Sanchez passed away on April 9, 2025, at the age of 88. Maria Macias led an extraordinary life. She was born in Agua Prieta, Mexico, and lost her father at a young age. Her mother eventually immigrated to the U.S., and it was here that Maria began her pursuit of the American dream. She married Ignacio Sandoval Sanchez and began a family that grew to 7 children. After settling down in Anaheim to raise her kids, Maria became active in their many activities, including Little League, Bobby Sox softball, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, AYSO soccer, and PTA. Maria Macias is the only mother in the history of the United States to have 2 daughters serve in the United States Congress, Linda and Loretta Sanchez. Maria was a passionate advocate of bilingual education at a time when immigrant students were often marginalized and left to fend for themselves. She was a supporter of early education and year-round programs for migrant students. She believed that education was the key to increase opportunities and economic prosperity. Her loyalty to her family and friends was beyond beautiful, and she had one of the purest hearts that they had ever known. May her legacy and memory live on always in the people she touched. Maria was predeceased by her sons, Henry and Mike, and is survived by her children, Loretta, Frank, Martha, Ignacio, Linda, and grandchildren. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Officer Samuel Riveros from the Baldwin Park Police Department, who tragically lost his life in the line of duty on Saturday, May 31st, 2025. Officer Riveros was born and raised in Pasadena. He pursued a higher education at UC Irvine, where he studied criminology, law, and society. During his time at UC Irvine, he played lacrosse and was actively involved in mentoring youth through the criminology outreach program. He then joined the Baldwin Park Police Department as a public safety trainee on April 3rd, 2016, and quickly advanced through the ranks, becoming a sworn officer on September 11th, 2016. His expertise in tactical operations and commitment to specialized training led to his selection for the elite SWAT team on July 1st, 2019, where he has served with distinction for over 5 years. And just last year, on July 21st, 2024, he was appointed as a field training officer in 2024, reflecting the Baldwin Park Police Department's confidence in his leadership abilities and his commitment to mentoring the next generation of law enforcement professionals. His journey from public safety trainee to SWAT team member and then field training officer demonstrated not only his professional growth, but also his dedication to serving his community at the highest levels of police work. Officer Riveros was known for his vibrant personality and unwavering commitment to public safety. He was also an avid Dodger fan, often traveling to watch games across the country. He also enjoyed snowboarding during his leisure time. Officer Riveros is survived by his mother and sister. My deepest condolences go out to Officer Riveros' family, his loved ones, and his colleagues. And in honor of Officer Riveros, I have ordered for all flags at LA County facilities to be lowered to half staff. Officer Samuel Riveros' dedication to duty and his ultimate sacrifice to serve have left a profound legacy within the Baldwin Park community and well beyond. Thank you, and God bless him.
Supervisor Solis, can I be included on that? I know his family, Pasadena.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, thank you. We'll take all the motions as seconded. If there's no objection to unanimous vote, that will be the action. This will conclude today's meeting. The next regular meeting of the board will be held Tuesday, June 10th, 2025 at 9:30 a.m. Have a good evening.